probably means it's time to start Twitch here in the Sunshine State of Florida. I'm Jasmine. Matt is here. He's the voice that you will hear talking in a minute.
Oh,
or what's all that noisiness?
Okay.
Gonna say, I don't think I've heard a commercial before up here. Usually you don't get them when you're broadcasting.
I apologize.
But I don't know. What was the commercial for? Or do you not want to give them the screen time?
Okay, you're back now.
Okay. You're all set?
Yes. I had a commercial. I apologize,
That's
everyone. I
okay.
had a commercial.
Do they not usually show them when you are actively broadcasting? Or
I usually don't. And it is weird that you said that the rain is what starts Twitch, because
it does. Yeah.
That is bizarre that it started raining exactly when we started Twitch.
Yeah, it was like down to the second. I just heard the rain coming and like, oh, must be time for Twitch. Not that we didn't get enough rain in England, where we saw a lot of you, or some of you who will probably be here soon.
Yes, it was very lovely seeing you all.
It was.
Hi, everybody, by the way. This is it is Sunday, November 4th. And this is our, I don't know how many Twitches.
33, 34?
It's something wacky like that.
A lot of Twitches. We're very twitchy.
33, 34, something like that.
So, yes, welcome. We're actually back here in Florida.
We saw very many of you.
We saw a surprising amount of you in Whitby. It's
Thank you so much for traveling.
The population in Whitby was there.
Yes.
Yeah.
People traveled very far. We got a lot. Now, Whitby isn't a horribly busy show, so we got a lot of time to chat with people.
We actually got to sit and talk with a lot of you and your family members.
And we, of course, we saw Nigel, Layla, and Karen.
Yep.
And we saw Ian and family.
Ricky and
Ricky was great. Ricky actually
Gabriel,
greeted us. Remember that?
What was that?
We were waiting for the show to.
Yes.
And Ricky greeted us.
Yes, indeed.
That was great.
That was great.
I don't know if Ricky's in the room.
Rishama.
Oh, hi, Ian.
Oh, Ian and
Ian's
Kelly
in the room.
and Rishama and a lot of people for a town of 14,000 and way up in North Yorkshire. We got to see a lot of my Twitch followers.
Oh, thank you so much. People were saying welcome back and hello.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be back. We are. I'm probably not quite in the right timeline, but
we wanted you to come, and I know you couldn't make it, but hugs to you.
Be there, Shaylee, but we'll see you at one of our UK shows next year, because I've got at least 3 already scheduled. So, but yeah, so it was.
And Kara says hello.
It was good seeing everybody. We saw Vicky there. We saw. I don't mean
Princess
to
Bullet.
out, but there's a lot. What's that? Love?
Yeah, Princess Bullet. She just bought something on eBay, I think.
Yay!
Oh, thank you,
There's
King
the magic noise.
5 months. Thank you so much.
Oh, for heaven's sake, thank you very much.
I assume we'll be doing this 5 months
Oh,
from now.
most likely. Yeah. I would assume so. Yeah, the month of October was kind of a... Oh, another magic noise. October was not the best month for Twitch. We only had, I think, 2 or 3
Thank you so much, Shadow Dancer.
Since we were on the road pretty much all of October. We were in California for a chunk of it, and then we were in... Kansas? Did we go to Kansas City? No, we went to Whitby, and then we went to London, and now we're back in Florida.
We had a fantastic time in Whitby. We did. It was now we were traveling with Jasmine's father and Jasmine's stepmother, who we're very close to.
Yes.
And they do love vegetarian food, but they do also eat meat.
Yes.
And I had not realized how many individual places claim to have the best fish and chips in Whitby.
In Whitby. Yeah, they. I'm sure one of them probably does. I had the vegetarian fish.
We did I believe on our first day we got into the Magpie.
We did, and we've been there before, but it was the. It's usually very hard to get into the Magpie Cafe.
Yes, it wasn't hard when we were there because we got there before the Goths.
Yeah, we got there a couple days. Really.
Couple days.
Oh, heard another magic noise.
Yes, thank you, Summers.
Hey,
thank you so much.
Happy welcome to come back to.
Are you home, Summers? Are you in Georgia right now? Are you off?
Gallivanting.
Are you off? Well, sometimes Summers is on duty. Out in the Middle East.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Forgive me if I am.
If not, then thank you for your service.
Vix Allen said too many fish and chips. We ended up in a fish place having a vegetarian lasagna.
Yay!
Finding food in Whitby with all the Goths was crazy.
It's not like Goths eat more food than other people. It's just that it's a very big event for the Goth weekend. So you have a town that's usually about 14,000-ish people, and all of a sudden it's got 2 or 3 times that, and it's hard to line up and find food. But we, the flat we were staying in had a kitchen and everything, so we ended up cooking and just eating at home for a few of the nights. But
yeah, and that's a lot of fun.
It is. It's fun to go to other countries, other cities, and see their little local grocery store and make things at them. I like cooking, so it's something I always like to do.
And I'm going to go ahead and post Kieran's YouTube channel.
Oh, yes. Hey, yes, he did a...
and if you look on there...
interview with me, a very short one, but it has some exciting news in it, so that's pretty cool.
Wants me to log into Twitch before I chat. Apparently, I'm not logged in.
You're not logged in? Can people hear you? That's probably why it was showing you adverts at the beginning.
Ah.
See, I know technologies. I hear thunder out there now. But we had a very lovely show at Whitby, and even the weather was
I may have lost a couple comments because I had to log in. If you had a question, please
if we missed anything. I
ask
can't
it
see
again.
any screens
answer
from
it
where
again.
I am,
I'll do
and
that.
Matt is logging in and out, so if anybody has anything important to say, just say it again. We never mind seeing something twice. Don't say it like 80 times in a row.
Oh, hi, Ricky.
Oh, hi, Ricky. We got to see Ricky and her wonderful son and husband.
The kitty getting sick?
What?
Oh, I heard it.
I think that's the rain outside, Matt.
Well, for those of you who have cats, you probably know that sick cat noise.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought I had heard it, so.
No, I think that's the howling winds of the Twitch broadcast.
Whitby was so cold. Hope you thawed out. We did.
We did.
What's your next UK event? Pretty pleased with a cherry on top. Well, Princess Bullet, we will be
3 already scheduled.
Yes, and we're looking at next spring.
Yes.
At a
we don't have the
Glastonbury.
specific dates yet.
We don't have the specific dates. I apologize, but think about next spring, Princess Bullet, if you'd like.
Next spring is not Glastonbury. It is Tintagel, and it will be in May.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes.
It'll be next.
That's why I have Jasmine.
It'll be some point in May. We will be in Tintagel for the Fairy Festival. It's actually run by the same lady who does the Glastonbury show, so it might be some of the same crowd. Then in October of next year, I'm going to be in Bath for a Coloring Heaven convention thing, which is kind of neat. And then also in October, then I will be in Glastonbury doing my usual Glastonbury Fairy Festival thing. And we'll probably have a pin, I'm sure.
So those of you who follow the room, you just saw Layla saying hello. And then you saw Ricardo Superbee saying, my son still has your bounty wrapper from the chocolate game. I ate... I'm trying to think. I think I ate 4 Bounty bars.
Yes.
And that's 2 apiece on the first day.
Bounty is much like
and then 3
almonds bar.
Yeah, 3 on the next day.
Chocolate. Dark chocolate.
Yes, it's fantastic. For those of you who are American, they're basically like really, really extra good mounds.
Yes.
Not Almond Joy.
Because they don't have nuts. Except
mounds.
I think they make ones.
And Layla
and they're
Warrior.
Dark chocolate. Yes.
Yeah, Layla Warrior, and actually Nigel. He was the bounty hunter.
Yeah, Nigel was the bounty hunter. Yes.
They give us that and cashews.
And cashews, yeah. So we were. Even when the restaurants were crowded,
destroyed them, but I was able to share them with a few people that I cared about.
Yes.
And Ricky's son, Gabriel.
Yes.
What a cute little guy.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh my gosh, and he was so funny.
He was very funny. He would make these kind of little offhand comments.
And he wanted to be first in line the whole time. He was so cute. Ricardo's son is a cutie.
Everybody. It was so nice to get to see so many people in real life that we're used to talking to online, and everybody was very nice.
Yeah, so we thought he was great.
Yeah,
and we got to meet those guys right away. So but yes, I was able to give him half a bounty. I think I gave him half a bounty bar, but apparently he saved the wrapper.
Aw, should have signed it.
Kieran says we'll hopefully be coming to see you both again in May of next year.
Oh, in Tintagel. Wonderful.
And you gothed up. Layla, I imagine you're always in goth.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
That's the thing about people who I only see at special events. Sometimes I picture them going about in full costume and yeah.
Yes, I assume they're just sitting there solemnly in their chairs with top hats.
Exactly. That's one thing my father commented on in Whitby.
Oh, Princess Bullet said, in video calling Mary who nearly crashed. Oh, that was crazy.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my gosh. Did she really nearly crash? I was very worried about that. Remember that, Jasmine?
Yes.
Yes. I was like, Be careful.
Yes.
Yeah, we did like a FaceTime or something with someone.
Yeah.
It was actually in the States.
Yes,
And,
yes. Live while I was there. Like, don't make me cause an accident.
But we had a fantastic time in Whitby. I don't know if I can don't know if I could have a better time.
No, that was really good. And we went a day or two early so we could do a little bit of the sightseeing and everything.
London is fantastic, and I would say my greater heart's there, but there are these little pockets of wonderful in England.
Yeah,
and certainly Whitby is one.
It is out
certainly
of the way,
Glastonbury is one.
Glastonbury's lovely. I'm excited to see Tintagel. Like,
Tintagel will probably be one as well.
I'd like to see it in real life. So
I was born on the wrong island. That's all I have to say.
There you go.
Nigel says we all dressed in black, especially for Whitby Goth Weekend.
Yes, it's hard not to. It's funny, most of my clothes were
Mary
already,
did not
but
crash. Well, Mary, it was fantastic to hear you.
I saw
I saw you going. I mean, what were you doing? Probably 60 miles an hour while you were chatting with us. I was terrified. I am so scared with my phone personally. When I hear texts and things, unless I hear like it's Jasmine's specific ring and it rings like 5 times in a row, I'll actually pull over if I have to.
Yeah.
But I don't look at my phone.
Well, we live in an area
so
that's very highly... Here in Orlando, it's a lot of tourist driving and a lot of highways and theme parks and things, so we got to be a little bit more careful. And
Karen said, did you get my 2 Facebook messages I sent you earlier?
Oh, I might not have yet because I am still catching up on, or all of us are on my Facebook. I'm catching up with the Facebook messages because we got a whole bunch of them while we were in England, and we're still trying to sort through all of them because a lot of people contact me about orders and stuff up there, and I've got to send it to a different department, and it gets crazy. But I will look for them soon.
And Shaylee says, "Will you come live with us in England?"
Okay.
The eventual plan is to do it about 50-50.
Yeah, we're hoping for that because I do a lot of things over there, and then I always get a warm welcome.
Because it's kind of chilly.
And you kind of gotta, yeah.
Well, if it's any consolation to you folks, it's chilly for Florida.
Oh, nobody wants to hear that. It's not that chilly.
Well, actually, when we got back, it wasn't horrible.
Well, we're talking what 70s and 80s or whatever.
Which I don't know my Celsius translations, but
80 degrees is not chilly, and people in November in other parts of the world probably don't want to.
But you know, actually in Kansas City, where we're from, there is a possibility of snow this week.
Oh, really? I remember being in Kansas City and it fairly often snowing on Halloween when I was a kid. I remember having to wear
that's kind of nice.
Jeans under my little fairy costume or something.
I remember it snowing at the Ren Fair.
Oh, yes, see? And that only goes through October, 14th or whatever. Something. Mm-hmm. This is actually the first time we've broadcasted yet and after the Ren Fair. So thank you, everybody who came out to the Renaissance Festival.
Mary says she was on the highway to work. I work for a cell phone company, and we always promote don't text and drive. Be very careful. I always worry about people when they're listening to us also when they're driving. If it's now, what I will do is I'm a Sirius XM guy. I will turn it to something, and I'll just have it. I have Sirius XM on my phone.
It's like a satellite radio thing. Yeah. If you don't know it.
And I'll put it through the radio, and I will listen to it. But I don't try to change a channel or anything because I'm scared I'm going to crash.
I just don't drive, so.
It did not snow in Whitby that I saw, but I heard about hail.
You were sleeping, but on the train, we took the train back and changed in Middlesbrough, and somewhere between Whitby and Middlesbrough, there was Middlesbrough. But no, on the ground there was snow. Daddy took a picture of it, so.
Really?
Yes, there was some snow on the ground, just little bits. It was in the shadowy areas, but between Whitby and Middlesbrough somewhere. I promise you, if you text my dad, he will probably send you a picture.
Oh, Husky says, "Hi all, I'm popping in and out as I'm at a vendor fair this weekend."
Oh.
Well, good luck with the vendor fair.
Yes.
And have fun.
Buy lots of vendors.
And if you're vendoring, have good sales. And Ricky says, my mother in here tonight watching for the first time. Cool.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Princess Bullet says, I live 5 minutes from Middlesbrough.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I would say if you live 5 minutes from Middlesbrough, you live in Middlesbrough, right?
Oh, that's what we'd probably say here. I mean, let's
Yeah.
say we live in Orlando, but we're...
There was thick snow. I
20
can send you
minutes
pictures if you like. That's okay.
See?
We're fine.
My story checks
I
out.
trust you.
Yes.
I don't need
It's
photos.
not a fake account that I'm having talk to you right now.
Photos of snow are not necessary here.
No.
Thank you, Cheeky84.
Thank you.
And thank you, The Fallen, for giving us 100 bits.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, if you have extra bits, we will gladly take them off your hands for you.
We will take your bits.
should probably
We
show
still don't
people
understand what the bits mean.
What I'm working on here.
Hi, PM.
or-
And PM
Oh,
says,
hi,
so what
PM.
was the inspiration for the painting? Okay. Oh, now it's on to business.
That's what I...
Enough catching up. So we've got a few things to
Business.
talk about.
We do have lots of
We'll
things
talk
to
about Whippy more later.
Yeah, we will. We've got
But I just wanted
hours.
to... the reason we're talking about Whippy so much is we have so many people that actually saw us.
That are happen to
Mary,
be in the room
our
now.
parents were at the show a little bit. They popped in and out. They're
popped
kind
in
of
a couple
shy,
times.
and they're not people persons really, because crowds kind of
They
frighten
didn't
them.
want
They
to
live in
interrupt
the
me
country.
too when I was signing stuff.
Yes, and they
So-
didn't want to bother us.
Yes. They bother... We bother each other for the whole rest of the trip.
They think they're bothering us, but they never have bothered us
No.
ever.
Not at a show.
Layla says, was the pin badge okay for Jasmine? Layla asked.
Oh, yes, that was darling. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, so it was.
It was
Do you
appropriate.
have Festival of the Arts schedule yet? We do not, but we are about to schedule that.
I am. I will probably...
Tigger, we will have many,
Yes.
I would imagine around.
I will
10-ish?
actually probably know by next broadcast. I'm hoping to I'll probably get it confirmed by Disney before
That's a
then,
good
so
question.
I'll probably do roughly 1 or 2 a week for January and February. And they have confirmed that the Pop Gallery will have a tent at the Festival of the Arts
Yes.
at Epcot,
So,
and the Wonderground Gallery will have a tent. So
Right.
I will have 2
Both
tents.
Pop Gallery and Wonderground will have tents, so you'll
Yes.
be able to buy Jasmine's Disney stuff.
Disney
And
stuff
actually, you know what?
and non-Disney.
Here's the. I've got a secret.
Wait.
You can buy, if you like Jasmine's Disney stuff, you can buy it when she's at the Pop tent. If you like Jasmine's Pop stuff, you
That's
can buy it when
Wonderground,
she's at
actually,
the
but you're
Disney
backwards.
tent.
Yes.
It does not matter.
Yeah, you can buy it at either
Yes.
one and bring it and I'll sign
And we
it.
will stock the tar out of that place.
Yeah, we will.
So there will be no lack of art.
No, and I'll probably be at 1 tent for half the nights and 1 tent for the other halves. And
Well,
it'll
good
be-
luck with your YouTube
yes.
channel, Karen.
Yes, definitely, and check
We
it
took-
out.
we
because
told a lot of
I
people
did
about it
make
in Whippy.
We sure did, and I made an announcement on Kieran's thing when we did the little live interview that some people might not have heard yet, involving a certain pin set in the future. So.
Lainey says, I didn't even go to Whitby.
No.
I made a few friends because of it.
Yay!
That's interesting.
That's great.
Buttercup says, hi from Lake Wales, Florida.
Hey,
Local.
that's not far.
Can't wait to see you next month. Oh, it'll be fantastic
Excellent.
to see you, Buttercup.
Yay!
We can't wait to see
Let
you.
me think. What is next month? December.
Next month, probably the Pop
Pop
Show.
Gallery.
I'm
Yes.
sure they're talking about the
yes.
Pop Show.
Yes,
So
definitely.
anyway, we as
Keep
usual, we
thinking
always have tons to
October,
talk
so-
about. Let's start with
I could talk about
what
what I'm
Jasmine's working on now.
Oh, have you
So-
started the raffle bot yet, too?
No.
Oh, you haven't
Let's
done
not
that?
talk about
Okay.
raffle.
Okay, we're out.
That's
Usually-
in
okay,
45
okay.
minutes.
You gotta listen. No, you started the software for it.
I have.
Okay, that's
Yes, people have been joining the
people
raffle.
know that it's the code for it. I hear you say that. I can't see the screen, so I just like to make sure.
People are joining the
Awesome.
raffle right and left because they
Perfect.
know you're going to give great stuff. No
I
matter
will,
What.
but first you gotta hear me talk about painting.
No, that's what we're here for.
Yeah. This is a painting that I have literally started since I've been back, as far as actually putting the painting together here in Florida. So I haven't been working on it for very long yet. I'll move it around so you can see it better. There's a lot happening in it. I've got a wonderful skeleton with a crown on it. We've got an owl. We've got one of my characters here, and I'll put a little spider down here, and this is 12 inches by 12 inches. It is going to the Corey Helford Gallery, which you hear me talk about a lot, but it is for a special show they're doing in December that is their Art Collector Starter Kit show. They do it every year, and they have a bunch of their artists who show at the gallery do a 12 by 12 square, and that's the only rule for the whole show. It's like you got to do a 12 by 12 square, and this is exactly 1 foot by 1 foot. So you get I don't even know how many artists. How many did they have last time? Like 100? It was a bunch. And every person makes a 12 by 12. They hang them up, and it looks really nice because they're all exactly the same format, same size. They're on like these 2-inch thick, deep wooden things. And everybody picks a different theme and does their own style, of course, different media. And I'm going with this piece here that is called tentatively, I'm calling it Empire of Dirt.
Now,
which-
Jasmine,
yes,
I wanna cut in here.
Please do.
Now, how many years ago did we meet?
Did we meet
Oh, roughly 20.
21 years ago?
21 years
Yeah,
ago.
22,
So-
23.
And what was the what did we have very much in common at that time? Empire of Dirt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. You're we 9 Inch Nails. Yes.
So
that is how we
Jasmine,
met.
both Jasmine and I
Yes.
love the band 9 Inch Nails.
Yes.
I will have to say it's my favorite band. I to call it a band is kind of weird because it's
really
Trent Reznor.
Trent and his,
But I've always loved Trent Reznor and his music. And Jasmine and I talked about this via emails and on AOL years and years and years
back
ago.
in AOL, yeah.
Yes, and that is
That's kind of how we started.
I
how
probably
we
had
met,
listened to
really.
this song over 1,000 times
Yes.
before I even met
The song
Jasmine.
"Hurt" by 9 Inch Nails,
Yes.
also by Johnny
So
Cash.
does anyone know the reference Empire of Dirt from Hurt?
Yes.
A lot of people think it says Empire of Darts.
I thought that. But I don't.
Exactly. But it's actually
bad
Empire
at
of
hearing
Dirt.
lyrics sometimes.
You could have it all, my Empire of Dirt.
Yes.
I will. Yes.
Well, actually, I thought about calling it Empire of Dust. I'm like, oh, well, if it's Empire of Dirt, it is like 9 Inch Nails. Then
Yes. Trent Reznor has a fantastic voice.
he does.
Unbelievable.
He's great. He's a very talented guy in general. He also does really good soundtracks. I know that's not very interesting, but
He even does it for video games.
He does, yeah.
What is in that hair girl? Looks like thorns. Well,
she's
if you know
got
the song,
thorns.
I
Yes, it
wear
talks about crowns.
I wear my crown of thorns.
No, it doesn't say that, but
Well,
it has a rude word.
actually,
yes.
What I'm trying to censor it
Okay.
because there
well,
is
it mentions 2 crowns in it, and so this or it mentions a crown in it, and I've put 2 in here, and you can
beneath
take that
my
like
Irish
that
hair.
but,
Full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. I can
Yes.
recite the whole thing. The reason I censored it
Yeah.
is because Johnny Cash
yes,
does an
Yes.
excellent
wonderful
version
cover of it. Which
of Hurt. And since
completely
Johnny Cash
changed
doesn't
it.
want to use profanity,
Yes.
and I won't say the SH exclamation T word,
Oh, yeah.
crown. He says crown of thorns.
He does, yes.
Which is a good supplement.
It is, and
Or not supplement, but
substitution. Yes.
substitution rather.
So in this painting, I've given her a crown of
Yes.
thorns. The other crown is actually a based of a picture I have of a real crown that would have been Henry VII Holy Roman Empire's crown. It was his funeral crown, and when they exhumed him, this is the crown that he had with his grave goods. So it's kind of it's probably just because I came back from England and going through Europe and all that, thinking of people who lived a long time before me and who have turned into nothing since then, and putting a nice magic-y owl back there. And there's a lot of symbolism that'll be in here too. I just now did a little spider. And he's a weaving spider, but he's not going to touch any of this over here.
I love spiders.
Yes, I like spiders too. And this will be going to
But
Corey Halford
you have
Gallery.
so
Yeah.
many people love 9 Inch Nails in the room.
Yes.
Someone says The Fragile is their favorite song.
That
is one of my
Fragile.
favorite albums.
The
It's a
album, the
double
whole album
album, too,
is
but
good.
yeah, I love The
It's a
Fragile.
double album, and,
Fragile.
yeah.
He doesn't know.
And two
Yeah, I
amazing.
could quote 9 Inch Nails all
Yeah.
day because I know it very, very well.
Me too.
Usually when there's a new album, I just listen to it like 8 million times until I have it memorized.
Exactly.
Starting from Pretty Hate Machine,
Yeah.
which is when I was in high school, and then then there's Broken, 92, then 1994 Closer came out, and all the halos in between.
Downward Spiral.
Yeah, yeah. What'd I say?
You just said Closer.
When Closer,
but
well,
it's all
Closer
right.
did come out in
I guess.
'94.
Yeah,
Actually, maybe it came out as a
I
single in
think it
'93.
came out as a
But
single.
then Downward Spiral came out in '94, and yeah. Well, someone just mentioned Closer.
Oh yes.
They had it on their list this morning.
Oh, excellent. Well, we're not going to talk about the lyrics to that one. On
No,
our
we will not talk
family-friendly
about the lyrics
channel.
on that one.
You can-
At any rate,
Anyways, the painting isn't based off of the 9 Inch Nails song, but I thought I liked that line, and it kind of fits with the theme for the painting I've already decided. So,
excellent.
and it's a great song. But yeah, so there's a lot of symbolism in here. You'll see a repeated symbol in everything from contemporary tattoos to old gravestones, like in Highgate Cemetery, which has the sort of owl that turns into a skull underneath him. And this is kind of this. I'm hoping it will be kind of a more realistic interpretation of that, showing a relatively real-looking owl who is based off of the owl who lives at Disney's Animal Kingdom, not far from where we live here in Florida. and then a more realistic looking skull. So if you look at them together, it kind of makes the idea of the idealized sort of symbol that you see in all sorts of interesting things and can be interpreted a lot of different ways. And I've got her here because I've got to have a Jasmine in there. And there'll be a little spider who will be weaving his way into this, but not engaging with the owl in the skull. And
lovely.
It's a square format is an interesting one to do. Oh, is that magic noise?
Yes.
Tammy? Thank you, Tammy.
2 months in a row. Thank you so much, Tammy.
Yeah, it's very different thinking about the layout and format of a square painting as opposed to a rectangle painting. Most paintings are rectangles in general, just as a general rule. I don't know why, just golden ratio sort of thing, and 3 to 4 or whatever sort of proportion. So having a square is kind of a unique challenge to figure out how your eye is going to travel around the board. And it's going to be hanging by art by many, many other very talented people who work in very different styles. So it's kind of a fun thing to think of, oh, I get a little square foot, what do I want to put on it?
And we don't quite know who else is going to be at that show.
Yeah,
but
they might have it on the website. I have not even checked it. We have literally just gotten back home, so we're a bit frazzled and don't know where links are. Please forgive us. But
so the show is fantastic.
Yes, it should be great.
If you are ready, if you want to finally cross that threshold and go into collecting original art,
yes, they will have a lot of artists there, and
this piece will not be framed.
This is actually not framed. No, that's part of it. Is it has to be a 12 by 12 on a 2-inch deep piece of masonite wood. So basically, it's a big piece of wood that is cradled with other wood, and I painted the sides black. And it is 12 by 12. So everybody there has to have the same sort of format. So when they all hang up, they will kind of match. You could definitely frame it yourself later if you took it to a gallery, as long as you got a frame that had a deep enough rabbet, the little inside cut out, to accommodate a 2-inch sort of depth, but which is not hard.
Karen, I think we handed out the last leaflet.
I had a couple.
Sunday.
No, I had a couple more, and I was going to stick them in with orders.
Oh, do we still have a couple more?
I have a couple more, and I was going to stick them in with orders.
Oh, you must have saved them, because I think I handed the last one, I would guess, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Something like that,
yeah. So hopefully you'll get some viewers from that, Karen.
Yes. Yes.
Any more questions? It looks like a larger tiny treasure. You know what? It kind of does.
Yeah, that is kind of true. When I like working in squares. I do my face as a fairy and tiny treasures and canvas cuties, but I don't often, and this is not a big painting, but for me it's a big square. So it's just a foot by a foot, but I'm squeezing a lot of detail in there. There's that little owl. I think his name's Archimedes, isn't it? The one that was in the bird area at Animal Kingdom.
Yes.
Yes, I think his name's Archimedes.
And Archimedes would do this really cool thing where he would bob his head and his eyes would stay completely forward. It was so cool.
Well, that's how they kind of look around. It's like their eyes stay in the same, and they can find mice.
I have a horrible love for owls.
Aww.
So people love the movie Seven, and apparently was it Closer or Hurt?
Hurt is in that.
Hurt,
yeah. And there's another song on the soundtrack to it too.
Now, there are actually also in American Psycho. I remember one scene where A Warm Place plays.
Yes.
Which is a
instrumental.
instrumental.
And Trent did all the music for Gone Girl, the movie Gone Girl.
Yeah.
Which is
in a lot of video games again.
In a lot of video games. I remember buying Quake, the video game. Yes. I didn't even have the computer.
Well, okay, here's the cool thing about Quake. Remember Jasmine? Because we would go to sleep to it, and I would sneak into Jasmine's room. We would go to sleep to it.
School still, so,
yes,
yeah.
And we would you put it in as a CD, and it would just play the songs rather than play the game.
Well, if you remember, that's when I just had a CD
Closer
player.
is on the soundtrack for 7.
I just had a CD player, and I didn't have a computer in my room at that time or anything like that. So I just would put the video game disc in my CD player, and it would play the soundtrack from it. And that was kind of nice. Very atmospheric. So at this stage in the painting, obviously there isn't any color yet. It started off as just me blobbering in sketches, refining the sketches, and now I'm starting to think about the lighting and which areas are going to be dark, which areas are going to be light. I've just kind of gone in with Payne's Gray mixed with the raw umber and a bit of Van Dyke Brown to make the darker areas. sometimes in a painting I like to put, instead of the brightest thing in the middle of the painting, I like to put a darker area because I think that also can draw attention a bit. So you're going to see you're going to see a dark thing in the middle, which is going to be the area between the skull of the deceased emperor and the girl here who has a skull, but she's still alive, so she's got skin on it and everything. But you'll see the little dark area in between there, and that'll make kind of a line of visual interest going out that way. And then the owl will be he won't be a really obvious owl. I'm going to make him kind of darker as if he's in the background with his all-seeing eyes, and I'll put a spider over here. That's the plan. It may change, but this is what I'm working on here now.
Princess Bolt said, I bought the Wishful Hand embellished last night, 5 a.m., and they're my all-time favorite of the art you've ever done. So beautiful.
Oh, wonderful.
Have you any plans to make them into a pin? The Wishful Hand.
Is it, let me think. Is it Divine Hand?
Maybe Divine Hand?
Is it the one where she's got her eye on her... I just stab myself with a
Could be
paintbrush.
Divine Hand.
Maybe. Or it could be Wishful Thinking. I have a lot of paintings, man. If it's Divine Hand, if it's one with the girl with the eye on her hand, and then she has Speak No Evil is her friend who's got her hand across her mouth, and her mouth's got, she's got a mouth on the back of her hand. I am planning at some point to do a set of 2 of those to go together. But Wishful Thinking I might do, if that's the one you're talking about.
The Wishful Trio.
It's the set of 3 that Amber put up. It's Wishful Thinking, Eyes on the Heavens, and Silver Introspection. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. Oh, that's a nice one.
Eyes to the Heavens, yes.
They're all 3 of them are little ovals, and I painted them all with a very similar sort of muted color palette.
Yes,
kind
and
of a blue-green,
Kara, I'll be sending that out midweek. Also,
yes.
to those Twitch winners in the room who won before.
Oh, who won before we left for England?
Like Ian and everyone.
Yeah.
I will be sending that out midweek.
So like in the next couple days or so.
And the Twitch winners today the same time.
Okay.
And actually, let's talk about the raffles. So today, we have 4 giveaways today.
Yeah, I think I only mentioned 3 of them on my social media.
We
there
added
are
them.
actually 4 because I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to give away one of those calendars.
In about half hour, we'll do a Strangeling 2019 planner.
Read them off and I'll show them to people. And we'll do this.
First one is a day planner.
Okay.
Or is it weekly?
It's a weekly planner.
Weekly
planner.
Not.
Don't you dare call it the day planner.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Weekly planner. Again, very nice little pocket calendar. It's what I use myself, and it's got 3 wishes on the front, made by Brush Dance. These are available also on Amazon and bookstores and stuff like that, but I will sign this one for whoever wins, and that's pretty exciting.
And in an hour and a half, Ruby Dragonling pin, who is getting to be a bit of a rarity for those of you who collect the pins. This is Ruby Dragonling. She's been retired. Sorry, she's in her package still. I just don't want to. And that was donated by Tanya at Enchanted Treasures Gifts. Now remember that used to be Burning Desires, but she's changed the name.
She's changed it to
I'm
Enchanted
actually going to
Gifts.
put a link
Put
in
up
there.
the link up there because if any of you guys out there who used to buy stuff at Burning Desires, which is the international retailer for a lot of my Bradford Exchange and Hamilton things, they have a brand new
People are very excited
website.
for Ruby.
Yes, Ruby's a rarity, but yes, Burning Desires is enchantedtreasuresgifts.com, and Matt will post the link. You can also just Google Enchanted Treasures, Jasmine Becket-Griffith. Or ask Tanya. Tanya might even be here. She's up on Facebook a lot, and she does a lot of pin trading. And she has very kindly donated, I know it's sad I have to get donations of my own pins, Ruby Dragonling as a pin, and I will sign the pin back for you, too. So you can't buy her anymore because she's
Just
retired
out of curiosity,
and doesn't have a mold. Yeah.
I want to cut in real quick.
Yeah.
If the viewers that are able to type, because I know some of you aren't able to type, tell me how you are viewing us. I'm just very curious.
Oh, you're asking them.
Yes, the viewers who are, what do we call them here?
Are you like, do you mean, are they like on a phone?
Yes, are you on a phone? Are you on a video game system? Tell me exactly how you're watching us.
You don't have to tell us exactly.
Well, not exactly, but how are you watching us? I'm curious.
Yeah, are you on a, somebody said they were watching it on an Xbox or something.
We just got 200 bits from Cool. Thank you so much.
That is cool. Thank you.
And Ann Weber just 3 months in a row with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much.
For heaven's sake, thank you.
Let's see. I cannot. This is scrolling so quick. I can't read it.
I just heard another magic one. Thank you to whomever the other magic
laptop, iPad Pro.
Those are probably better for
Kindle.
typing on.
Really? Can
Kindle.
you on Kindle? Mobile, desktop. And to those Americans, when people say sometimes mobile, they're referring to their phone.
Their
on my PC, computer, laptop, on my phone, on my phone.
They call it T-Mobile.
Phone, desktop mode, iPad, phone.
Wow, all sorts
and I'm
of
drinking
things.
some tea.
All right.
Computer and iPad. Oh, 2.
Excellent.
Phone and computer, Twitch
Another
app.
magic noise. Thank you.
Samsung, 8 Plus, iPad, phone, viewing you loud and clear on my laptop, seeing you on the TV. That's excellent.
Oh,
phone,
that's
phone,
great.
phone. Amazon Fire Stick. That's a good way. Phone to type, but
neat.
watching on PlayStation,
Oh,
iPad,
cool.
watching on Surface laptop, PlayStation. Oh, hi, Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Ian, by the way, it was fantastic talking to you.
It was great seeing you. Thank you for coming over and keeping us
You were
company.
just a treat. We loved every bit,
Yes,
every second we
great
spent with
seeing
you.
and your family, of course.
Yes. Kindershun just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very
tablet,
much.
Twitch app, Xbox, phone, Fire Stick, iPad.
Wow.
I sometimes watch you on Android and TV, watching on big screen, Xbox, and computer.
Let's see.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, that's it. So Twitch works pretty good on all these, huh? I feel like
I'm
a
very
commercial
happy
now.
that you guys are all able to do. We're at 337 and 100 viewers even.
Oh, wow.
So
That's
it's
good
lovely
luck.
to have you all.
Yes,
you
thank
guys are
all.
fantastic.
However you are watching.
Oh,
thank you for
1,000
being
bits
here.
from Pam.
Oh,
Thank
for
you
heaven's
so
sake.
much.
Thank you very much.
Android phone. It's just curious because I hear when we're actually talking to people how they're watching us.
Yeah.
You guys are more.
That's why I thought it was funny when people were doing it like on video game things like
Mhm.
Xboxes or PlayStations or etc.
I think that's fantastic. As long as it has the app, you
But
can
you know,
watch
that
it.
makes sense for Twitch because, to be fair, Twitch mostly started off as a video game sort of
Oh, certainly,
discussion
yeah.
place, so it comes by it honestly.
Oh, hi, Aradovich. New follow.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we have 2 more raffles.
Oh, yeah.
Switching
I'm getting
gears here.
distracted. Okay,
Sweet
yeah.
Isabella.
Sweet
Now, we have her
Isabella.
as a figurine also from Enchanted Treasures Gifts.
Yes, this is also from Tanya at Enchanted Treasures Gifts.
I'll
which
go ahead and put her link up
previously was
again
Burning
since we have
Desires.
so many things scroll
Yes.
by.
Now, some of you may remember I was. This is the statue that we designed a couple of years ago, probably. But I did the actual finished painting for it up here on Twitch. What was that? Like about a month ago, a couple weeks ago, when I did the actual painting.
Yes,
but here
it
is
was.
the
It is
figurine,
one of, and that
she is so
my
cute.
God, did people love? People just could not get enough of that. I think have we sold all of them? We just never
I
sold
think
the
so. I
last
think
one
I
immediately, right?
have to auction it off because too many people wanted it.
Man,
so,
that's so
not
great.
this.
All in one
He's
day.
talking about the canvas. He's
Yes,
not
the
talking
canvas.
about the figurine.
Oh,
But
the figurines.
yes, but the figurines. Tanya actually has a few of the figurines left, but somebody's gonna win one for free, and I will sign underneath. This one is letter A0377. I don't know. I don't see very good. A bunch of numbers.
No idea.
But
Jasmine.
I think it's out of around 1,000. Yeah.
Ian is saying you're just being polite.
Oh.
And this
No!
isn't true, by the way. I was being
What?
a pain and wouldn't go away. No, Ian,
No,
you were-
God, no.
It was
no,
wonderful.
No. We've had
to spend
people be
time with
pained
you.
before. You are not one of them.
No,
I
you're
promise
fantastic.
you.
And I'm so
Yes.
happy that so many people they got to meet up. And Kelly Sarah, who is,
yeah.
if the room doesn't know, that's Ian's wife.
It's
We
not a
love meeting you
spoiler.
both, and we have made some lifelong friends. Also, the dragon
cool.
was fantastic.
Oh yes, the dragon is magnificent.
Yes,
Please
she
pass that
is
along
just a
to her.
sweetie.
She is.
If she's watching,
she's a wonderful person.
Hello. I thought she was just
No,
fantastic. It was funny.
It brightened my day every time I saw her.
Yes, it was. She was very funny. Mary says, "I love how you are multitasking with." Oh, she's talking to someone else.
Oh.
Shut up. I would be because Matt doesn't multitask very well.
That's okay. I do plenty of
If
it.
you hear me scramble around here on Twitch, it's because I don't multitask very well.
I'm going to scoot this a little bit closer since I'm going to be working on building up some of her flesh tones. I want it closer to the camera. Hopefully that will show it good. I don't want you to see the skeleton face when I'm trying to work on the girl here.
H. London says, "I would be happy to get any of the raffle items."
Yay! Oh,
Well,
did we do? Was there
We
another
did not.
one too?
We didn't talk about the last
sorry.
one.
Yeah. So there was Ruby.
And the
is
last
next
one
to
may be
last.
familiar to many of you, and you might have
And you might already have
couple
one.
of them.
or a couple. I don't know.
to many people in the U.S.
Yes.
particularly, and everywhere else that people collect Jasmine's
She's
pins.
well
We have the
traveled. Yeah.
White Rose Fairy.
The White Rose Fairy, White Rose of York, which you see all over Whitby, don't you, Maddie? Now I was pointing out when we're going around. I'm like, hey, there's the flag. There's the flag.
I was very
there's
proud.
the carving. There's the flag. So we have one of these, and I will sign the back. And this is the one that we gave away for free at Whitby. So unless you were there or had a friend there, you can't buy this anywhere. So it's just a special thing that you get for watching Twitch. and somebody will win it, and I will sign it for them. And that's all the prizes for tonight. That's a pretty good lot, really.
You know, people are good to us, we're good to them.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. So I'm taking some of the same background colors that I had used to sketch the basic layout and do the line work and stuff, and I've mixed it in with some titanium or Titan buff and also a bit of Naples yellow. So I'm taking that same sort of color and doing a lighter version of it that doesn't have any sort of gesso or anything. It just paint at this stage, and I've got this horrible stumpy old brush I've had for 20 years or something, and I am using it to start to build up some flesh tones, and at least as far as the shading underpainting goes. I'm not even thinking about color at this point, really. I'll figure that out later. I'm just trying to figure out which parts of the painting are going to be light, which are going to be dark, where the hot spots, the bright areas are going to be, and where the really darkest dark of the shadows are going to be. She's going to look like me a little bit, so she's going to be kind of pale.
Ooh, tea time.
Tea time. I've got my herbal iced tea. I should have some of that.
I told everybody to show off their emojis if they have them.
Oh, at some point I'll make the partner thing or whatever at Twitch, and I'll get to make like 100 emojis or something. So
I'll tell you what, folks. Our biggest challenge is our travel. We would Twitch more if we didn't travel so much.
Yes, we would. That's what I was saying. October was particularly poor. I think we only did 2 Twitches for all of October. I'm trying to do it once or twice a week.
If you subscribe to Jasmine, then you get the emojis.
Yes, that's one of the things you get. Also, I think they don't.
I forget how much it costs for the first stuff. It's like a monthly.
I'm not really sure. I know it used to be you could get it for free too if you were an Amazon Prime member. I don't know if that still works, but it might. Probably worth
is fond of that spider.
Oh yes, I kind of added him at the last minute, and I was thinking of, owls and skulls and dead emperors and whatnot, and how weaving spiders should not interfere with that. So
Kendra says,
learn that at Owl Camp.
I love the history surrounding the War of the Roses.
Yes,
I'm learning more about this as well.
Yeah, that's which is why we have kept the mold for the white rose fairy, and I'll probably do a red one for the Lancashire rose, and I'll do a red and white one for Tudor, probably. We'll do those maybe as UK special ones, maybe at Strangely UK or something, so we won't borrow the Americans with the history behind them. Yeah.
Kimmy says, it was great to get to chat to you, both of you, on Sunday after the Madness of Saturday. Sorry for chewing your ear off.
Calm down a bit.
We love talking with you guys.
Yes,
it
very
never
much
bothers
so.
us. If we have the time, especially, it's fantastic.
That's why I take the time to come out to places like that, is to see people.
M. Campbell says, I think the emoji people are those who are in the Jasmine inner circle. Am I right? And how do I get them? You need to subscribe to Jasmine's Twitch.
Yeah.
And that's how you do it.
Because you can always watch
then you
Twitch for
get
free,
the emojis.
but you can pay like a couple dollars and then they give you emojis and stuff.
Yeah, it's not just being in Twitch Prime, it's actually subscribing to Jasmine.
Click the subscribe
thing. You
thing.
probably see these little messages that said so-and-so subscribed.
Yeah.
You have jet lag. When did you get home?
Yeah, I always have jet lag. I had it pretty bad when I first got to Whitby, but
late Friday, early Saturday. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, early Saturday.
Something like that.
And today's Sunday, so yesterday.
I have no idea what time it is, so I'm kind of all out.
And then we had daylight savings in Britain last week, and then it was daylight savings in America last night. So we got to do daylight savings time twice in 1 week, which is always a treat when you are flying overseas.
So Matthew is watching us too.
Not getting enough water to drink. Yes. Oh, really? Oh, yes. Hi, Matthew.
Hi, Matthew.
It was very nice seeing him. Yeah, half the people here were at Whitby, weren't they?
He reminds me of my nephew.
Aw.
20 years difference, maybe, but
yeah.
Or maybe less.
Yeah.
I can never tell anyone's age anymore.
I can't either. I always make the mistake of assuming people are around my age, and I'll be off by decades.
I know what you mean.
Well, I forget sometimes, and I always think somebody's around my age, and I mention something, and then they say they were born in 1950 something. I'm like, oh gosh, I always think you're like my age.
It's true. In this day and age, people can really hold on to their youth if they
feel
like it.
That's the thing, too. I think I hang out with a lot of very youthful, exuberant, or at least excited people, so that helps a lot.
You guys are actual time travelers. Yes.
We're what?
Shaylee says we're actual time travelers.
Yes, we are.
We are.
Literally.
And so is the pilot. My God, he travels time.
Yes.
Have you seen The White Queen and White Princess? I have not.
White Queen and White Princess.
Enlighten me. I don't know what that is.
Is it a
Perhaps it's a movie. I don't know.
Is it a video game? Is it an app? Is
I
it,
don't
Is
know.
it a sculpture? Is it a painting?
I don't know.
Is it a real queen?
Mono says, Jasmine and I recently read your bio and we are only 4 days apart.
Oh, really? So they are my age, approximately.
It said Jasmine and I.
They maybe
Jasmine.
know Jasmine.
Oh, Jasmine.
Yes.
That's right. Jasmine,
yes,
I recently read
yes.
by me for only. Oh, cool. So you're.
So there are people my
So
age
you
here,
are probably
yeah.
a Gemini born in 1979.
Unless they could still be a...
Oh, it's books by Philippa Gregory.
Oh, you know what? Not only
I have not read Philippa Gregory.
have I read
but
that, I
Jasmine
have it
does.
in the other room. Matt's, I think, God, did Matt's mom give that to me? Didn't your mom give it to me?
Yes.
I think
my
she did,
mom,
yeah.
is that the ones that are kind of fiction?
They're dramatized.
My mom isn't as
based on-
fond of those because they're
I
not
know.
as historical.
that's what
But I think she still liked them.
Yeah, oh yes. I've read those. She did the other Boleyn girl, and didn't she? I think.
Maybe.
I don't know. I read so much, sometimes things blur together in my head and I lose track. I also do a lot of audiobooks because I'm obviously painting most of the time. And sometimes I won't even remember what the name of the book is, but I could tell you every single thing that happened in it. I'm very, very guilty of that.
I love the movie The Other Boleyn Girl, but I did not.
That was a good movie.
I did not.
It wasn't. I was really
read
partial to the Tudors, the TV show that was.
The Tudors was
that
great.
Showtime or HBO?
It
or
was fun. It
something?
was basically as good as Game of Thrones to me personally. I like it.
That'd be a hard thing to say, but yeah.
Oh,
But it's a true
I
story,
anticipated the same.
more or less.
Actually, but I knew how the Tudors ended.
I was gonna say you can't really.
I don't know
spoilers.
the ending of the Game of Thrones yet.
When's the last season of Game of Thrones come out?
I don't know. Luckily, we have HBO.
That's true.
Her books loosely based on the fact.
Yeah.
Or on fact. I'm a history graduate, so I have to be
Oh.
critical of these things. That's Girl
Yeah.
Mitten.
Oh, really?
I didn't know you knew history.
That's an important thing to know.
Me know history good.
Oh, no, I love history. I mostly read more dry nonfiction sort of history, but I like to read historical dramatized fiction from time to time, or listen to it, or watch it on HBO. I haven't seen a whole lot of TV shows all the way through, and one of them was the
Game of
Tudors.
Thrones
I
in
like
April,
that.
people say.
April.
Yes.
That's one that would be worth my while to watch. Certainly read all those. Waiting on the next book, as everybody is.
Waiting on next book.
Yeah.
Keeping
No
me safe.
history. Keeping you safe. Yeah.
Ooh, museum studies. Damn. That's not. I mean,
Oh,
darn.
that's nice.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
yes,
I'm
that
gonna
is
say.
nice. That's something I'm very interested in. We museumed it up a
Jasmine,
bit.
did we go to any? Natalie Dormer was amazing in.
I love
The
Natalie
Tudors.
Dormer. She's great.
Oh, but the only problem with Natalie Dormer is she's hideous.
She's pretty.
No,
Somebody
no,
told me
she-
I looked like her once.
She's
Yeah.
she's all sorts of. No, she's
Hey,
she's cute.
I love Natalie
She's
Dormer.
cute.
She's adorable.
I'm not
She's a
often
great
fond of
actress, too.
actresses, but she's one of them.
Yeah.
As Ian knows, I like Nicole Kidman also. Who else do I like? Heather Graham.
Okay.
Let's see who else.
Not the actress, not the author.
Not the
Oh.
author, but I
No
don't.
offense to Heather Graham, the author. I don't know.
But yeah, Natalie Dormer is great, and she was
I like
also
her.
in Captain America. Does anyone remember that? She gives Captain America a kiss.
Aw, I
has-
have not seen that.
She has
Mostly know
cheeks
her
like
from the
Jasmine.
Tudors. Yeah. She has better hair.
I like your hair,
Hers looks less like a Halloween wig.
Jasmine. I love your hair. Your hair is
Thank you.
lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I was petting it this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Buttercup says, "Hello, everyone.
Hello!
We like when people greet other people in the room. It's fantastic."
Yes, especially when they do it in real life. That was so neat at Whitby, getting to see a lot of the people who knew each other from the room meeting in person. That's a magic moment.
So on the plane, I think I didn't tell Ian, but I told Matthew and I told Ricky that I finally saw the Infinity Gauntlet movie.
Oh, you watched it on the
Yes, I
airplane.
finally watched it on the plane. I'm a bad Marvel fan. It is different than the comics, isn't it?
I didn't watch anything on the plane.
There's a show or movie called Elementary that we should probably watch because people like it, Jasmine.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's
Don't
it
get a lot
about.
of TV time, but I'll do. Is it like Sherlock Elementary? Like.
Tammy says, you and my sister Teresa, aka Coconut Clean, look alike. Your sister's name's Coconut Clean?
That's a great name.
I get Coconut Clean every day because I love this coconut scrub. I can't remember what it is, but
I have coconut toothpaste, so
I like the
coconut lime.
When I have body wash in the shower, I like the stuff that has a lot of hard bits in it, and I just scrub myself
Exfoliant.
raw. I love it. Nikki says, you have beautiful hair.
Oh, thank
I was
you.
just telling my daughter that your hair looks awesome. No BS.
Really? Thank
See,
you.
thank
I
you,
like
Nikki.
You. That's nice.
Oh, Tammy says, Coconut Clean is soap.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I don't know that one.
Huh?
I
don't understand your comment.
I have coconut lime toothpaste, and it's very good.
Hi, Jeanette. It was wonderful to meet you at Whippy, and I didn't realize that you were a Yankee until then.
Yes,
Yes.
I never know these things until you meet somebody in person sometimes. So
And they come up and they're speaking.
Thank you so much for
they're
coming to
speaking
talk
American at me, and it confused me. I'm like,
I
why
could
are
hear
you
it from a little
here?
while off
Yeah.
too. And I think especially in more out of the way areas like Whitby, I think my ears kind of attuned for it. I'm like, hey, I can hear some Americans around here.
Okay, so Kimmy says it's a series with Lucy Liu as Dr. Watson and Johnny Lee Miller as Sherlock.
Somebody else was telling me about this. Yes.
That sounds cool.
Yes, somebody was
Lucy
asking
Liu
me
as
about
Dr.
that
Watson.
because I had done that little mini painting.
There comes the rain.
Wow, is a hurricane coming or something? I had done a little mini painting that was a Sherlock Holmes kind of version of one of my characters, and somebody if it was based off of Elementary, and that's what I had named it because they suggested that I name it that. But she didn't really look like Lucy Liu. I kind of made her a redhead, but that's actually one that I've had a lot of people ask if I would.
There's
do
a song
prints
about
of.
Lucy Liu.
Is there?
Lucy Liu, where are you?
I don't think that's how that song goes,
that's
though.
Scooby-Doo. Never mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't confuse
I get it
the
confused.
two. Wow, it is really coming down.
Is
That's just how it is when we do Twitch. I do think a disproportionate amount of the Twitch sessions we do are rainy. It's probably
I don't
the
know
time
why.
of day. Probably the time of day. It's always like in Florida we get our afternoon sun showers and whatnot, so I think it just works out that way. Again, I'm just kind of doing more and more layers. I'll turn this around a little bit so you can see better. Deciding which areas are going to be lighter, which areas are going to be darker.
feel free to go on about your painting.
I will. I
I'm
haven't
writing
done
down
much
some
on the skull. I've
raffle
kind of drawn them out. I looked at a couple of pictures of Vanitas sort of still lifes from 1600s Dutch usually. The skulls that they painted around that time are some of my favorite painted skulls from the past 500 years, which is a very specific thing to like. Anyway, so and then I've got the crown there, and I've got my little owl, and these guys are just kind of sketched in. I might change, I moved his eyes a couple times, but that's pretty much how he's going to look. And then she'll have her crown of thorns. I might stick a couple of wilted little daisies in there too, because I'm going for a faded empire sort of feel, as one does.
As one does. If I go from Wi-Fi to data, will I have to rejoin the raffle? No, Angel, you're good.
You should be set.
If you're in the raffle, you're in the raffle.
You are.
Don't you worry.
Now, if you notice, I use my fingers a lot when I start doing layers. Usually, especially with flesh tones, I can't really blend because I use acrylics with water and they dry really fast. So I'll just put a slightly lighter or darker layer on top of another one and smudge it around with my finger, and that kind of makes it look as if it had blended. Unlike oils, you can't just start mixing them together on the panel, really, but which some people find frustrating, but I think is kind of
The
fun.
owl looks like Hedwig. Aw, Hedwig.
He does kinda. Yeah, he'll be a little
Keentra, this is called Empire of Dirt,
Empire
tentatively.
of Dirt. That I will call it that. If you say it like that, it sounds like the title ends in the word tentatively. But
Okay.
No. I'll just call it
It will
Empire
be
of Dirt.
Empire of
I was
Dirt.
gonna do
I love
Empire
the
of
title.
Dust, but I'm like, no, I like the Nine Inch Nails thing. Then I'll do a Crown of Thorns. And
Hey, Crazed Rider, it's been a while.
Hello, hello.
Hugs
Hope you
to
are well.
you. Always nice to see you here. Thank you.
Yes.
Will you be doing what you normally do, and will you be putting this on your YouTube channel, Jasmine?
Doing what I normally do.
It's a question from Karen who wants an.
About the broadcast. Yeah, I will. Usually it takes until the following morning for me to export the Twitch broadcast to the YouTube channel, and you can grab it from there. So it probably sometime. It might be a little bit later tomorrow. It might be a few hours later than usual because I do have a meeting tomorrow in the morning, so I will be out and about, but
right.
It will be, so probably tomorrow afternoon it will probably pop up on my YouTube. It depends how long Twitch takes to export it, so if they approve it. Sometimes they randomly don't approve things, so we'll see.
Mary asked a question, were the cats so happy to see you when you returned?
Yes.
They were, and Sunshine purred at me like crazy.
For pretty much since we got back, Sunshine's been making biscuits in the air and
she's a gorgeous
sleeping on us. And
did you miss Gamera's nails?
A
little bit.
In kind of a way I did.
When she just puts them in a little bit, it's kind of comforting.
Yeah.
Like she's holding us there.
It's like getting a massage.
It's almost like being cuddled a little.
Yeah.
And did she turn sweetheart because she missed you so much?
She might have done a little. She didn't. She only bit me twice last night while I was sleeping. That's good for her.
This morning I heard an owl from Jasmine.
Well, I guess that was this morning.
I sleep very soundly, so I was kind of awake because I will tell people that do travel, one of the beautiful things about staying in England for roughly 10 days is that when you come back, you get up bright and early, and it's nothing but
you wake up at 4:30 a.m. and you are ready for your day.
Yes, and you feel great, and it's early.
It is, and I try to keep that as long as I can to keep the 5 o'clock thing going without hitting snooze.
Ian says, I really wish you weren't painting something with a skull. I'm supposed to be banned by my family from buying any more canvases until April. I was hoping to last at least a few weeks before I broke that beard. It is pretty cool.
Make him fall
and
off the wagon.
that is a wicked, awesome skull.
It is an awesome skull. I am liking him. That's what we all turned into.
Hey, I got one in my face.
Mm-hmm.
Jasmine?
Yeah.
When you laugh, I can see the outline of your skull. Jasmine?
Thank you, Richmond. Yeah.
You have a beautiful skull.
Thank you.
What TV show is that from? If anybody knows, feel free to answer. If you do know, I would be amazed.
I wouldn't be that amazed. People here have good taste.
That's true. I'm going to have to wait until we have moved. Oh, yeah.
That makes sense if you're decorating and, don't have to pack it up right away. So I still have things I haven't unpacked from
your family really promised you, Ian, that you couldn't just get anything else until April?
It's fine.
I am not. I am staying out of that.
He's got a magnificent collection, so that's fine.
Ricky said IT crowd.
IT crowd. See?
Okay, Ricky.
Yeah.
Oh, so did Warlock Redbeard. So I can say it in the voice. Jasmine, when you smile, I see the outline of your skull. You have a beautiful skull. And that is Richmond.
It's Richmond. Noel Fielding, actor.
Yes, who is the goth that lives in a closet, watching the
all the servers in the climate-controlled area and the television show, the IT Crowd.
I watch a lot of
BBC
IT
comedy,
Crowd. I think I have a sickness. I watch a lot of IT Crowd.
It's either that or Toast of London, as long as Matt Berry's in it.
Yes. He actually is not in that episode, I think.
He is not in that episode, no. But he is in that series, or that...
Oh, Grinchy, obviously. I would love to see your rendition of The Grinch and Cindy Lou Who. I know it's a licensed product, but maybe your version of them. That would be fantastic
to get a
license
great.
of.
You know what would be great? Yeah, that would be
I forgot
awesome
to do my Gollum voice at you for it would be Leela says she wanted to do her Gollum voice. I'm sorry.
Oh, magic. Let's see. Is it for the weekly
yes, and
planner?
I won't snooze it. Hopefully,
don't snooze it.
Hopefully, Moobot isn't being dumb and it puts it out into the. Because last time it did not. There, let's see if I can announce it in chat.
I don't know whether to worry.
There we go.
In the meantime,
announce in chat. Matthew 3869. Is that my French Matthew?
Matthew, Ricky's Matthew.
It may be.
Oh, if so, hey, wonderful. Or if not, hey, wonderful also.
Let's see. If
it might be.
No.
Is it spelled Matthew with an IEU?
Yes, isn't that cool?
So it might be the
I
French
should spell
Matthew.
my name that way.
You should spell your name that way.
I think that's our Matthew.
Okay, we'll find out if not. But well, congratulations to Matthew.
Well, congratulations.
And it is not Maddie. This Matthew. Don't worry.
No, not me.
If he ever did
it
win,
is indeed.
he doesn't get
It's our Matthew.
Excellent.
Okay. Well,
Yay.
okay. So you know the score, Matthew. I'm gonna actually put it in here.
You're gonna enter the info. Yeah, we just need to get a little confirmation that it's them, and
I do this for everybody, whether I think I know your address
even if
or
we
not.
already know you, even if we know you really well, and it's some things to every day, we always ask you, hey, can you confirm your address? Can you do this and that? Just because. Also, all you guys are moving all the time, so it's always good.
Layla's good at voices. Maybe she should be a voice.
Maybe so. I've known a couple people who do that. It looks like kind of a fun job.
There we go. There's my official message for you, Matthew. Or Matt, or whatever you want to go by currently. I go by all sorts of weird Matt combos. Yeah. So yes, if you can send us that email, then I will make sure that you get your day planner.
And then the next one, weekly.
Actually, you know what? That might I think that since Gabriel, you can put it with Gabriel's pin. That's exactly what I was thinking, Ricky.
Perfect. Wow.
Because the same family won that.
And I promise it's not a scam. It's completely random.
No, it's random.
It is random. We don't actually run Moobot. Moobot is its own software.
Warlock Redbeard won like 2 in a row.
Yeah.
Or 2 or 3, I forget. And he also knew the IT crowd.
Well, there you go.
So we'll have another raffle in roughly an hour.
And that will be for the Sweet Isabella statue?
Let me double check that, sweetie, because I am not sure. I'm awful. No, that's actually for Ruby Dragonling Pin.
Okay.
Ruby Dragonling Pin will be in an hour.
And I'll sign the little pin back.
Let me write down
it's funny, this is actually one from strangelinguk.com, so it's got the UK card, but I will sign it down here. Oh, thank you, Magic Noise. Okay, got a subscribe.
Oh, so, yeah, Ian got the, Ian got the last one.
And then this will be the one after that, and then the final one will be the White Rose of York Fairy. White Rose Fairy, rather.
I need to get a different pen. I have to use the one from my pocket.
Oh, I've got a bunch of pens over here.
No, sweetie, I've got it.
Well, make sure you have one in your pocket, though. Mm-hmm.
I'll put it back in.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is coming along nicely.
Right.
I've got her kind of turned away. She's kind of facing this dark, nebulous shape that will be in the middle of the panel. So this side of her face is going to be a bit darker and will have slightly less contrast and saturation than the part that is going to be in the light. So we're going to have kind of a light showing down from the upper right hand corner. I kind of put some little light bits in the owl's eyes to remind myself that, hey, that's Jasmine, where the light source is, and I'll do the same on her. Yeah.
Usually, Seattle Steve, he may be in the room. If you're in the room, hi Seattle Steve, but he usually asks about the light source.
Yeah.
I thought, and you always have really good insight when he asks that.
I got a lot of practice, yeah.
Can you explain about the light source?
The light source. That is a generic term that I will use when I'm working on a painting to determine early on, once it's past like the sketch phase, where the brightest thing in the room is, basically. If this was like a school picture, it's like, where's the light you're pointing at the portraits that are. And once I've decided that, that's when I can start figuring out other things like, hey, which part is in the background, which part is in the foreground? Is the skull, for example, closer to the viewer than her face is? Because I'll use the idea of where the light source is to be kind of a guide for me to say, hey, this is going to be brighter, more saturated, this will be darker and more muted. This is a kind of a strange sort of painting for determining light source because it is more of a symbolic sort of painting. It's not necessarily that this girl and the bird and the dead guy are hanging out in like a little room somewhere, but I want it to still have the consistency of the same light source so it looks like they at least exist in the same universe, if not as individual people.
Perfect.
And that will, now since I've decided kind of up in the upper right-hand corner, again, I'm going to get a little bit of Titan white here and put some lighter parts in her eye just to remind myself, hey, you decided the light source is going to be there. The little owl eye, I kind of already did that on him because the picture of the owl that I had from the Animal Kingdom had a light source up there, so that worked out nicely. So now that I know this, I'll know things like the thorn, let me turn this around a bit, that's kind of in her hair here, like let's say this one that's kind of coming over her eyebrow. If I know my light source is coming from the upper right-hand corner, the shadow from the thorn will kind of fall a little bit to the lower left-hand corner. Upper right, lower left. You just it's the sort of thing that you just know from looking at it over and over again. If I'm ever confused, I'll be in my studio, turn the light on, and I'll say, oh, the thorn's kind of shaped like my paintbrush. I'll hold my paintbrush up and think, oh, that's where the light would be if it was from that side of the room, and so forth. So it's just something that you get a lot of practice with over time.
Okay, Jasmine,
Yep.
I just told people I'm counting kitty references. We need 20.
Jasmine's talking about light sources. Bring out the cats.
No,
Wow.
no, because
Okay.
the thing is, when you're doing that,
Yeah.
you are giving people really good info,
Oh.
and I can chat with them about other things,
That
and
you
we can
sure
do both.
can.
And
I'll
that's
just
how we
go,
work
because I will
together.
go on forever until somebody tells me to shut up.
No, you're good. I
Or
haven't
some of
got
you may
20
have.
kitties yet.
What's that?
Oh, Kitty doesn't like.
Oh, kitty. No, it counts as kitty.
We need kitties.
Is it-
Oh, do we need I said, do we need a kitty? And Mary says I have 2 already. But
Oh.
that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for a
No.
kitty in the camera.
Yes, if we'll find one.
We
Certainly,
need
I'm
kitty.
just
If you want to see Jasmine hold a cat,
yeah.
and I'll try to find a nice one today. Just type something about a kitty or a little
Picture
emoji
of
of
a
a kitty
kitty.
or something. It just has to be kitty something.
Something
I need to.
about kitties.
I need to see that you guys are serious about this kitty thing.
Yes. Or you can not say kitty, and you can hear more
Yeah.
about light
If
source.
you don't want it, if you don't want to see kitties, actually, wow, you are really adding a lot of depth to that painting.
Well, that's kind of the idea. And if it was a larger painting and let's say it had more background elements, I usually tend to put multiple light sources in my paintings. Like if there's a fire behind them, I'll have a backlit sort of red, warm sort of light behind them, and a cold moon in the front will have kind of a blue off to the front. But this is kind of a more symbolic sort of square, especially since it's a square. I think that kind of makes it more of a imagery sort of thing as opposed to an actual scene.
And that's going to be a good show.
That again, yeah, that will be a good show there.
No, kitty, that's my pop.
Hey, I get that reference. But the show, the Art Collector Starter Kit at the Corey Helfer Gallery, will be opening December 1st. I think it starts at 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock that night. It's probably a Saturday. But I will not be there in person at the show. I just have the one
We are
painting
going
in
to
it.
be in a
I'm going to be
magical
in-
place called Vietnam.
I will be in Vietnam then, so I will not be anywhere, especially near California, unfortunately. But my painting will be there. And many of the artists who are contributing pieces to that show will be there. So it's kind of a neat place to meet a bunch of artists and see a whole bunch of different types of artwork that are all in the same little 12-inch squares and all sold at the same gallery.
Jasmine, this is a good question.
Oh, what's that?
With Disney, do you get to
Yeah.
pick which character, or do they tell you they want what they want done?
It is mostly the former, but a little bit of the latter. Usually when, periodically throughout the year, Disney wants me to have new pieces to schedule releases and have prints and t-shirts and things like that. I usually provide them with a list of different characters I would like to paint. And these lists are very vast and very overworded, and lots of descriptions and ideas. Are you bringing a cat in here?
Yes.
You ask me a question and then bring me some terrible beastie? Okay.
I think she was eating
Hey.
food.
Oh, God,
and
it's
the food
camera.
fell out of her mouth.
Man, you're kind of mean.
Here she is.
Oh,
Oh.
God, honey. I don't want to get wounded. Oh, my baby. There we go.
Well, don't get her near your face. It'll be
No,
fine.
I give her kisses. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
let me give her
camera.
food. Oh, it's slimy.
Oh, yeah, there
Oh,
we go. There's
that's gross.
camera. There's my baby. She actually, I think, I know I was joking that she only bit me twice last night, but that is actually really good.
Oh, she's being a sweetie today.
That's why I think she's happy to see us.
She's not biting us.
No, she's
She tried
being
to bite
good.
you at lunch, remember?
Yeah, she did, but she does that every time I have lunch. That's done. She's being sweetie. She's actually being sweetie. You good girl.
Aww.
You look like that owl in my painting.
She does.
Or my big beautiful
Oh,
girl.
can I pet Belly?
Yeah, you can pet her belly. Don't knock over anything. There's a good kitty. Oh, hey, I should show people my new coloring page because it kind of matches.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, for those of you who are in the Patreon coloring tier, we have a new coloring page, and it is Zombie Kitty. Tell me that literally didn't just happen, but she's actually based on another cat I had named Mama Wolf, who only had one fang in the front, and she'd been through a lot and was pretty cut up, so she was a little bit of a zombie kitty then for a while. But this is based on a painting of mine. This is one of the downloadable coloring pages we have up at Patreon, which are not found anywhere else. They are all different pictures than the ones that you'd see like in the Coloring Heaven magazines or the like the Blue Angel coloring books. The Patreon ones are only at Patreon. That's the only place you can get them. But it only costs $5 and you can download like dozens of them. And we have grayscale up there, which is not found in any of the coloring books. So that's kind of exciting for people who like to do grayscale. But we always have line art and grayscale on those. And you can sign up there for literally $5 and download everything and quit later that day if you want.
Yes.
I'd recommend hanging in there because I've got a lot more coloring pages coming out very soon and other goodies and all that. But
many of the people in the room are Patreon members.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of people here probably already are Patreon members.
If anybody in the room really likes Patreon, I mean, tell us of your experience up there.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what people think of Patreon, because I like Patreon a lot.
Do you like our Patreon? Are we doing a good job? Or Jasmine's Patreon, rather?
Yeah. I'm the past few weeks have been a bit harder for me to post as often as I'd like, since I've been obviously traveling to other countries and states, but I usually post up there more often than I do at like somewhere like Facebook or Instagram, because it is private and I can kind of control the content a lot more, and it doesn't show you ads all the time and stuff like that the way Facebook does. So it's a good website too, and they have memberships starting at like $1. It's basically to filter people out who you don't want to hear yelling at you on Facebook all the time.
Yeah, if you're in the room and you're a Patreon member, say hi.
Yes,
or say, I'm a Patreon member.
Yeah. Or they might not want to say. Some people do not like to.
Of course, every question I ask, if you want to stay in the shadows, please do.
Fine. It's also really good. There are a lot of other really good artists up there that I follow.
We have a lot of
I follow
people.
Dozens of people.
Oh, and coloring book people?
Yeah, coloring book people.
Yes.
Pin people. Oh my God, yeah.
Oh, thank you, H. Lennon. Yes, I recognize your name. You joined 25 last night.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah,
excellent.
It's very
yes,
good.
I woke up to you.
Pins. Aw. Yeah, the pins especially, coloring, people who collect the originals and like to know about shows ahead of time, it's a good place to go because that's where I show everything first.
Well, thank you so much, Princess Bullet. You're a sweetie.
They say something nice.
Yeah, they said they just... I joined and paid just to support you. I didn't even pay attention to the pins or pages.
Oh, that's...
Mine have been opened as the pins and how cool they are. Ooh. I just wanted to support you. Very sweet.
Thank you so much. That's really kind of how Patreon is intended, technically, is to be a kind of like a tip jar to show musicians that you like them or artists. And
I can't wait for the next two pins. They are gorgeous, says Rainbow.
Oh, you know, I should have printed out, or I don't have the painted versions here at the studio because it's ones I did in London, but I have... the next one will be, I'm doing the Red Butterfly Ferrets, which will be a charity pin that will be for sale at strangeland.com to help support AFA for American Ferret Association. And then the other one is the December pin of the month is the Mistletoe Fairy. So that will be kind of a wintry themed one.
Nice.
Then it's November now too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it November 3rd or
somebody asked
4th?
earlier if are the new pins that you're going to do at Pop, are they going to replace the old pin set?
I believe so. I think after whatever remaining stock they have, I think after that is sold, then there won't be any more of them.
Okie dokie.
So if you are wanting to get one of the Pop Gallery sets, it's a set of 3 that they do at Pop Gallery at Disney Springs. Get one sooner rather than later, because I think once those are gone, the new ones will be there instead.
Angel needs a new printer so they can start printing the coloring pages. The great thing about that, Angel, is you will, when you finally do get your new printer, they'll still be there for you.
Yes.
You don't have to wait.
Yes, exactly.
When does the ferret pin come out?
The ferret pin is in production now. The mold's ready. So it will, I'm guessing probably the end of November, early December, which will possibly be while I'm in Asia. So there might be a little bit of a delay because I need to color correct them and make sure that I've got them scanned in and everything for the website. So probably either November or December. And that will not be one that is sent through the mail like for Patreon people. It's not an automatic pin. It's not at a gallery or a free one. It is one that will be for sale at strangeling.com because a portion of the proceeds is meant to be as a fundraiser for AFA, which is the American Ferret Association. They help out ferrets.
Yes.
and raise
And
awareness about ferrets.
we have donated to those guys many times.
For many years. So now this way I can actually do some fundraising with the actual sales of the pins, and in addition to that, we will be giving some to AFA to use at their ferret events, etc. But anybody will be able to buy it on the website just like any other one, just some of the money goes to help ferrets. So you don't really have to do anything special.
Well, here's a nice story. Mary said, I got Deanna DeVoli's Alice print because I saw Jasmine supported her on Patreon.
Oh, see?
And we love Deanna.
We love
She's fantastic.
Deanna. We've known her for a long time. She lives here in Florida. She's at the Ren Fair right now, I think. Or
Yes,
one of
she
them.
posted photos of
Yeah.
her Ren Ferret
On
at our
Patreon.
Patreon very recently.
Yeah. But no, she's
She's a sweetie.
She's great. But that's a good example of how Patreon works. You find people up there,
Oh,
then
by
you
the
see who
phone.
they follow, and so on and so forth. What's up?
By the phone,
Oh,
Angelic says,
hi.
thank you for responding on Patreon in regards to your original Pop Gallery.
Oh,
The information was
absolutely.
very helpful.
Oh, happy to help.
No problem, Angelic.
Always happy to help. Whenever anybody has weird questions, I will answer you.
My BFF is excited about that pin. She used to have ferrets.
Aw.
Ferrets are great little guys.
I love ferrets. Yeah, I grew up with a little ferret, Mr. Waggles. I'll
And
turn this around.
he's like a really, that ferret, Woggles, was
Woggles.
like a really bad kitty.
He was like a very bad kitty. He was friends with a kitty, though.
And he would steal people's clothes and hide them underneath the couch.
He would, and inside mattresses. Yeah, I got a special green bagel I bought with my own money. I remember on St. Patrick's Day, and I put it on the counter. I went in to get my school books and stuff out, and then I came back and it was gone. And then we found the green bagel maybe a year later when I was moving out.
What did it taste like?
I didn't eat it after that. It had been chowed
Jasmine,
upon,
you're
but
wasting food.
it was chewed up pretty good.
Sweetie,
It was
don't
a year
waste.
old.
I don't care how old it is. We don't waste food.
To move out. Okay, all right.
We must eat all the food, no matter how many ferrets hide it.
Yeah.
Jasmine, do you like sugar
gamer.
gliders?
I love sugar gliders. Some came to visit me at one of my shows.
That was the best show ever because of the sugar gliders there.
Because somebody brought their sugar gliders to me.
I almost cried. They were so cute.
They were really adorable. I've done a painting of sugar gliders many years ago. I should do one again. That's another one that I often use to like donate off to animal rescue groups and stuff because it's a cute little animal picture.
Husky says, I'm a Patreon member and so's a hubby. I don't have the volume on since working, so just saw this. LOL.
Aw, thank you very much.
I will thank them.
Thank you. Yeah, she's really starting to take shape here. I'll turn her around real quick so you can see. I don't know what the glare looks like, but you can see how obviously the side of her face is going to be brighter. She's kind of got her shoulder up, like how I take a picture maybe to the side. And then this will kind of get darker underneath in the corner, kind of a big amorphous shape through the middle, and Mr. Owl will be kind of disappearing in the background and watching everybody.
Sugar gliders bark?
They bark?
That's what Phantom
Oh
Fairy
my
just
gosh,
said.
that's adorable.
Aren't they great? They bark at the cats.
I've never heard one make noise. I've only ever seen them kind of being cute, like a little squirrel, but squirrel. Gosh, my new apron is getting so much paint on it already.
That's okay, sweetie. We'll put it on eBay too. We should auction off here on Twitch.
I've got so much stuff around here I should probably auction off or give away as prizes or
A
something.
Princess Bullet says, first Twitch and I've been whispering and tiptoeing around so I don't disturb you. Just
Oh.
been told with an eye roll, but my son, you can't hear me.
Ah,
Oh, that's what your
gotcha.
son... Oh, I see.
Well, it's kind of an odd setup really here, so.
They sound like puppy yips.
Oh my gosh, that's adorable.
That's so cute.
That's
And
very
Princess Bullet,
cute.
you can ask whatever you want.
Yeah. We try to keep it relatively family friendly up here. We've got people of all ages, but in general, you can ask whatever you'd like.
Yes. Sometimes we say darn and ship, but there you go. Oh, I can't wait for that spider. Is that a black widow?
You know, it's actually a brown recluse, which I've
Those are very okay. I don't know if you have them where you live, but
you know,
brown
I've never
recluses
seen one
are
in
very
Florida,
poisonous.
but we certainly had them in Kansas City when I grew up there.
Is Jasmine still planning on doing the Once Upon a Midnight Jury pin set?
I am. I do not know. Well, it is. I am about was going to say, I actually started doing the layout for them. It's more of trying to figure out a time when I can get the final line art and the painted versions and the colors done, and when I can figure out a time of year is good to come out with a 5-piece pin set that isn't going to interfere with all the other pins I have coming out now. So if I were to guess, I'd probably say early next year. But I am definitely planning on it.
Yes, Wild Elf Fairy says they rot your flesh, talking about the brown recluse.
They sure do.
Yes, where the area they bite in becomes necrotic.
Necro means death. My Uncle Nelson's got like a big chunk of his leg missing because of a brown recluse. It's
so
like a hole
based
in his
on
leg.
where they bite you, for example, if they bit you right on the chest, that could hurt
right
some
by your
internal
heart,
organs.
yeah.
But usually they bite a extremity.
Yeah, usually it's going to be on your leg or something. It's not like they're mean. They're just very necrotic. I don't know. But we'd see them in Kansas City. I don't think I've ever seen one here in Florida. But they might live here. Maybe my cats eat them. And they're reclusive.
Nikki said, I thought people who were live on Instagram could see me.
Oh, gotcha.
My kids rolled their eyes at me and were like, Mom. Aww. I was embarrassed.
Hey, there's plenty enough websites that are like that. How would you know if you haven't been to it before?
Years ago, we're talking like 1993, I hooked up the phone to my computer, and I called like my sister's house or something, and my niece answered, and I said, hey, I'm talking through my computer, and they thought I could see them, so...
Yeah, just on like an old landline sort of phone, so that is, I've always been freaked out the few times somebody's tried to FaceTime me, usually people I don't know because they're calling the wrong number, and it just like, there's somebody looking at me. Yeah, I can't get used to that. I've done that in at shows sometimes, like if somebody wants me to say hi or somebody, and they're like, here's Jasmine, and that's fine, but when it startles me in the middle of working, I can't abide that.
Big Brother is watching.
Exactly. All-seeing owl.
They do have a lot of CCTV in the UK.
They do have their fair share of CCTV there. I've got one on George Orwell's house.
That's hilarious.
It is kind of hilarious, but I don't think it's meant to be. It's like right by the blue plaque on it. George Orwell, of course, we're in 1984, and it's got his little George Orwell plaque, You Still Have Hair, and then there's like a CCTV security camera right next to it. Maybe it was done on purpose by some city planner who thought it would be a funny joke.
Oh, Banksy probably put it up there.
Oh, maybe Banksy put it up there.
And then shredded it or something.
Maybe so.
I have a camera doorbell, Princess Bullet says. Yeah, those are really popular. My brother-in-law had one, and it kept going off when the wind blew.
Yeah.
Shaylee says I'm reading 1984 at the moment.
Oh, see, there you go.
I love the book 1984, but I will say that the sequel 1985 is even better.
Is that a joke?
It's a joke, Jasmine. Okay. Yes.
Hard to tell.
If I get an LOL out of that, I don't know what I'll say.
Me.
Maybe I won't get an LOL.
Maybe not.
The room just got silent.
Oh, okay.
424. We're at 99 viewers.
Excellent. Well, thank you everybody for watching me on this Saturday or Sunday. Jeez, I'll see some of you guys next weekend. Actually.
Oh, I got an LOL.
You got an LOL. Good for you. I will see some of you next weekend at Disney World this time in Florida. I will be there at the Wonderground Gallery at Disney Springs next Saturday from 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock. I'll just be there autographing, and they'll have my current new pieces as well as many other Disney pieces I've done.
Yes, and let's see, at Disney Springs, it's there. Besides Jasmine, there's a lot of fun things to do before you get to see Jasmine.
That's very true.
So our line was pretty crazy last time, and people often ask us when they should start lining up, and I never know a good answer.
I never know what time to say to line up, but I do recommend coming earlier rather than later. Part of the reason is that when people like me who are independent contractors come to Disney, we are there for a contracted amount of time. So I literally have between 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock, and then I need to leave the premises, etc. And if the line looks like it's going to take longer than the amount of time I'm scheduled to be there, that is when sometimes the cast members will say, hey, sorry, we know it's only 6 o'clock, but there's more than an hour's worth of people here, so they might cut off the line. So if it's really a big part of your trip, or you haven't seen me for a while, or you really want an autograph, come a little bit earlier rather than later at any sort of Disney thing. Some exceptions occasionally are things like the Pop Gallery, which is located at Disney World, but is not a Disney gallery. They'll let me stay later. If it's like, hey, the line's still here and it's supposed to have closed an hour ago, I can keep there, stay signing all night. It's never me saying I need to leave. It's whatever the store or the gallery's rules are. Usually we get to see just about everybody. This is turning out very, very nice. I'm liking this painting a lot. And I have not decided yet things like color, like what color hair I'm going to give her, but I'm going to start using some of the same colors that I've been using to build up the sketch and to build up the flesh tones of the character, to start putting some highlights on her crown of thorns and also on where the light is hitting her hair. Whether I make her hair dark or light or purple or black or whatever, her head is still going to be basically a globe, and the light is going to be hitting her on one side, and it's going to treat it like a globe. And it will also be hitting the skull, who's facing the other way, similarly, so it will look like they exist on the same plane. So if I was deciding yeah, she is cute. If I was deciding the light was coming up from the upper right-hand corner, as I was talking about earlier, I'm just going to come in with my brush, start making that part of her head a bit lighter, because right now it's the same gray color I usually tint in with my gesso for a medium tone painting like this. A lot of this I might be going over, because I'm kind of working from midtones up by brightening things and adding some lighter colors on top. After I've done that for a bit, I'll probably come in with some darker tones and start darkening some areas that I want to be darker than the midtone. It's almost like working on a piece of toned paper, but I'm doing it with a big fuzzy brush. Again, I am hard on my brushes. I have brushes I've had for years, and I just make them fuzzy, 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 and it ends up like a big dry brush. Yeah, it makes this horrible scrabbling noise, like a little rat in a cabinet or something.
Oh, it's nice to see the depth on that cutie just come alive.
I actually really like the size a lot. Usually when I'm working on a square format painting, it tends to be a small one, like a 3" by 3" or like 6 by 6, like a Faces of Fury one. And this one is a 12 by 12, which is technically 4 times as big as a Faces of Fairy. And I think that I like the size because I think I can probably end up putting a lot more detail into the reflections of the eyes, little feathers on the owl, some jewels on the crown, and things that I might not be able to do as much if I was working on little ones. Like, oh, last time I was up here on Twitch, I was working on the tiny treasures that I had for Whitby. And as I mentioned, they were for Whitby, and they all sold very quickly. So unfortunately, we don't have any more of those. Originally, I'd planned if I had leftovers, I would sell them up here at Twitch or give them away on Patreon or something like that. But they are all gone, so you're just going to watch me work on this one today.
Ah.
But I might do some more soon. I'll probably do some, no promises, but I'll probably do some for Pop Gallery for my December 22nd show. Man, we're going to be flying right after that show to come to Kansas City, aren't we, Manny?
Yes.
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of insane.
Yeah.
The whole time traveling thing.
Yeah. When the birds are singing, I bet it stopped raining.
We saw some amazing birds today.
It was one of the most amazing bird spotting days I've ever had. We had walked downtown.
Can we name all the animals we saw? You name an animal, then I'll name them. Because this is how many animals we saw.
Relatively short walk this morning. We saw countless alligators. I don't even remember. We saw a limpkin, yes.
Okay, so now it's your turn.
I saw a very big black snake.
A great blue heron.
I saw probably about 70 egrets.
A sleeping deer.
Oh, yes, a sleeping deer. I saw a monstrous catfish carp thing that I don't even know what he was, but he looked like a shark, but he was a catfish sort of thing. He was beautiful.
Not see a gecko, that didn't. Okay.
What's
we
that?
saw tons of lizards.
We saw tons of lizards.
The first,
literally,
and we were greeted by a blue jay.
Yes, lovely
Red-shouldered
little
hawk.
blue jay. Red-shouldered hawk, very close up red-shouldered hawk. That was nice.
Many terrapin turtles.
Yeah, I saw soft-shelled turtles, red-eared slider,
And that's probably the bulk of it.
anhingas, cormorants, grasshoppers, anoles, and other types of anoles. Those are little lizard fellows.
Squirrels.
Did we see any cats other than our own?
Grizzly bear.
No grizzly bear.
We did not see a grizzly bear. The
No.
sleeping deer was
great
amazing.
because it was about a foot away from me.
She was so close to us, and she
lovely.
just looked at us and she sniffed.
She woke up and just
And it was
blinked at
so
me, and
cute.
was like, "Hi, honey." Yeah. Did not see an owl, but we were walking through the woods, and the people in
We
front
did
of
not
us had
visit
just
Noah's
seen
Ark.
one.
We walked through
This
a
is just our
small
neighborhood.
village in
This is-
Florida.
yeah, a small town, Florida. Just what we saw in our morning constitutional.
I
there.
had no idea that we would be in such luck to see all the animals.
No, but when we saw
Those alligators.
several of the alligators we saw were tiny little baby ones.
We did see a gruffalo.
Yeah, we saw a couple of gruffaloes.
We saw a mar
yeah.
gruffalo.
Oh dear. Got a LOL out of that one. Now, since I've pretty much decided the lightest bits of her flesh tones, I'm going to smooth a lot of this out later, but I'm going to get a couple little highlights on the further away side of her face. What would be the viewer's left, and it would be her left too? No. Yeah, she's
Jasmine.
kind of facing that way. I'm going to put a little bit of highlight on the cheek there and a bit on the eyebrow. Yeah.
So Ricky said, "Did you see the massive seagulls at Whitby? They're as huge as dogs." Oh
Yes.
my God! Did we comment on that?
We're used to our little Florida seagulls.
Whitby has the fattest seagulls ever.
fat, massive
They're
seagulls.
basically-
They are like dogs. It's like
Turkeys.
seeing the tower ravens in London compared to like a little crow or something.
Yes,
It's like
we kept referring to
giant-
them as healthy.
yes.
My
Yeah.
God, they were huge.
And they are laughing.
I'm a
the whole
vegetarian, but I
time.
thought, man, I could live here and feed
Oh.
off the land because they were so big.
People don't eat seagulls, do they?
Um,
Like as a general rule, it's not something you'd see on like a
I have
menu
never eaten
or
a seagull.
anything like
Has
that.
anyone in the room ever eaten a seagull? Angelic says there's several baby gators in our backyard, back
Aw.
sanctuary pond. So I guess their two large ones are a breeding pair.
Must be.
Aw.
That's sweet.
The pigeons in the UK are scary. They were huge
The
too.
pigeons are huge. The swans are terrifying. Yeah, you guys got some scary birds there.
People eat puffins in Iceland.
Oh,
I'm not going there now.
I was gonna go to Iceland.
I was going to go to Iceland.
No. People eat what things live there mostly. I understand
We eat
that.
puffed wheat.
Yeah.
We don't eat puffins.
But
It just sounds
it seems
similar.
like people would. I mean, why didn't people on like fishing ships or something a long time ago who were starving or got shipwrecked? Why didn't they eat seagulls? Are they just too wily and they can't catch them?
Because seagulls are
they
they're
poisonous?
fantastic friends.
Are they really salty?
They
'cause
can
they live
talk.
in the ocean?
You can play.
No, I
cards
love
with
seagulls. I don't
seagulls.
even eat eggs, man. I'm a vegetarian, but
People
they're
eat Chipotle. What?
I eat.
I love Chipotle. That Nintendo guy's
they do
working on a
some
band
frito
from the
tofu
room.
there.
I think.
What's that?
I think that Nintendo guy's working on a band from the
Maybe
room.
so. We're talking about Chipotle. I haven't actually been to one for a while, but I have
People
been to
ran
Chipotle.
from
It
the
was good.
seagulls. I'm certainly not afraid of seagulls.
Well,
but
remember
I know
they
they
have
steal
the sign.
food.
Remember the sign there that talked about avoiding attacks from seagulls. Right there.
Seagulls don't mess with me. I see them messing with other
I
people.
think
They
it's
don't
because
mess
we
with
don't
me.
have food they want.
I think it's because I
You
mind my
want
P's and
grapes.
Q's.
Yeah, I don't know.
People ran from the seagull. That's
Well,
so
they
funny.
did have signs warning of seagull attacks right there by where the Goth weekend was at. So
Like, oh no,
Exhibit
there's a
that
seagull
well.
coming. Watch out, duck.
yeah, well, yeah, they're not ducks; they're seagulls. No.
Seagulls are mean. I think that's a gross generalization.
It probably depends who's saying it. Other seagulls, fish. I bet
Yeah,
fish
people feed
think
them
they're
and
really
then they
mean.
attack.
Yeah,
It's true.
If you
Ricky.
didn't, if people didn't feed them, they probably wouldn't attack people.
Yes,
so
this
much. Same with alligators.
Jasmine and I do not officially
Mm-hmm.
say that feeding seagulls is okay.
No, it depends where you're at. Some places it's illegal. Some places they don't care. Some places have signs asking you politely. It depends where you're at. and what situation it
Linda,
is.
walking
it?
along the beach and they just fly over and ship on you.
Oh.
You meant to type
Goodness.
ship. I know you did. Right,
Yes.
Linda?
Because they're like little boats, yeah?
A baby seal was hanging out on the beach near me last week. Aw.
Oh, that's darling.
Baby seals. Avaznan says seagulls have no morals. They'll snatch anything. I don't think that it's true. I don't think they have any morals. I don't think they read religious books or anything.
Are you saying they're not ethical?
No, well, they're not ethical. They may be moral.
Animals live outside of human
Out of
morality.
ethics and morals.
Yes, they don't
Siren
have any
Moonby
of
says
that
they
in
often
Jeff.
attack, especially in Cornwall.
Yeah.
Robbed a whole sausage off us. I'm sorry, but I think that when I see people at Disney
We
World,
see people at Disney
the
World
Magic
sometimes
Kingdom,
with our little Florida
the seagulls will
seagull.
take off with entire hamburgers.
Oh yeah, they'll get
And-
an ice cream cone and just go away and
And the
poo on the child.
the quick struggle between the people and their hamburger that's quickly gone makes me laugh so hard.
Yeah.
I have to hide my face so that people don't.
And
that
we do
lost their
see it a
hamburger doesn't-
lot. Our seagulls are small though; they're not.
I will
it
tell
would
you a
be very
secret at
different
Magic
there.
Kingdom though. If you get a hamburger or whatever else seagulls want, but maybe it's because I'm vegetarian. I never have anything they want. If you tell Disney a seagull took my food away,
Yes.
they will make you another.
As long as you're reasonably close to the area you got it at, and
Yes.
there are obviously seagulls there. Don't lie to get free food, for heaven's sake.
No, don't
but
lie.
If, but
No,
if
no,
a
no,
seagull
no.
does
No, I'm
get
not saying
your
lie.
food,
I'm just saying talk to
if
a
a
cast
seagull
member.
gets your food, you can usually
Oh,
get a
Lucinda says
replacement.
seagulls are sweet. I'm living by the sea and they never bother me.
I love
But
them.
magpies are nice. They try to attack all the other animals. I love magpies too.
The grackles
I
are.
just think-
They're kind of like how our grackles
Oh,
are.
I love magpies.
I love our grackles.
I
but
was
they
the
are
first
bastards.
person
Yeah.
in our group, and that would be me, Jasmine, her father, and her stepmother,
Mm-hmm.
that saw a magpie in Whitby, and I
Oh.
was so happy.
Yeah.
And I was like, magpie,
We saw
'cause that's
many, many
one thing.
more, but I love magpies.
Have you seen the Stop It Now bad lip reading video? It's a music video about Yoda being upset about the seagulls. Definitely worth the watch.
I have
That
not
does sound
seen
funny.
that.
I made the mistake of throwing a FF out my window. French fry?
Oh,
out my
uh-huh.
window for one, and before I knew it, there was a whole flock.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
the
that
thing.
happens.
That,
The
they
signs of
all
Wimpy
just-
said, don't feed to avoid the attack. It's true.
Yeah.
One guy had his chips taken. I thought I'd pee myself. Yes, Ricky,
Yeah.
it's very funny. Magpies are beautiful, Melville. I
Magpies
agree.
are lovely. There's
Angel
a lot
says-
of interesting symbology behind them too. That I
Angel
like.
says, I went on vacation with my friend and her family to Ocean City, Maryland. They kept feeding the seagulls at the beach, and they got mad when they tore a hole in their beach bag and pooped all over the stroller.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I mean. They are kind of little.
I'm sorry.
buggers. They're
I
just-
think that's funny. I'm sorry. I think that's funny. I apologize.
I think it's because we see it from
I shouldn't
a
laugh,
local
but it
standpoint as
makes me
opposed to the
laugh.
tourists sometimes, but it is a little funny.
We always go to Panama City. Don't try to eat Doritos on the beach.
Yeah. I know. I've seen them. Yeah, dig through
Crows seem
people's
to follow
bags, and
I love crows.
people
and
have a
kittens, too.
picnic basket and just leave
Yes.
it and go in the ocean, and the seagulls just kind of
Oh,
take over.
it's funny because there's nothing you know. Honestly, I laugh at other people, but if it was happened to me too, I'd probably laugh.
You probably would, unless it was like a special picnic that you made for the beach or something, and
Well, then I might cry.
or food for a
I
small
have sad food
child.
stories. I once made a beautiful chili dog. Now, this was a veggie chili dog that I took. Jasmine
I
used to
know
live in
this
her father's
story.
basement where she had this nice little cozy room.
Oh,
And I
that's
made these
cool.
chili dogs for us,
Yes.
and the plate was flimsy, and they fell on the floor. And I almost
It
cried.
was
I
sad.
really almost cried.
Matt doesn't usually do a lot of cooking, so he had his little veggie dogs and his little veggie chili, and he put little onions and put little toppings.
I
and you don't-
remember that.
and you- and it was a death trap of a basement, almost literally, and just fell all over the floor. It was awful.
Yeah. And Jasmine wrote all the lyrics to Downward Spiral all over her room.
I did, and I accidentally burned it down.
Yes. And then
It really was an accident. I'm not being mysterious.
and your dad tried to paint over the lyrics, and "Help Me, I'm in Hell" kept coming
It
up.
did. It was
wouldn't. He kept
awesome.
painting it,
Yeah.
and the words "Help Me, I'm in Hell" kept coming up.
Yeah, it's a hand embellished basement somewhere in Kansas City now.
Yes. Birds are hilarious. I agree, Shaylee, and I love them so much.
I do too. I love.
We went
birds.
to two places in mind where we specifically wanted to see a ton of birds. Was Mexico and then Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Well, specifically, I was doing when I was doing the Birds and Beastie show, so I was wanting to see birds and take reference photos of birds, so I don't have to use other people's.
And Jasmine and I were both attacked there
by
birds.
grackles. Yes.
Yes, the grackle there, the Mexican grackle, which looks just like our grackle, but it makes a different sound.
Are they boat-tailed grackles there?
I don't know, but it kept flying over and
It
scratching
had a
our
nest
head,
nearby, I think, and was trying to knock us away.
and it hurt like heck.
Yeah, it just peck you in the back of the head as hard as
I think it was
can.
actually, it wasn't even It wasn't the peck, it was a scratch with the
claws.
talons.
Yeah.
So
Talons.
grackles will mess you up, but they're much like for those who don't know, a grackle is in the same family as crows,
It's
ravens,
a corvidae.
blackbirds,
Yeah, it's a corvidae like a
magpies,
magpie.
and the rest. I hope one day you can meet Viago. I would love to, Shaylee.
Oh, that would be lovely.
And if I could get kisses, that would make
I've
me
seen
happy.
his picture. I'm gonna scoot down this painting a little bit. I don't know if you can see on the screen, but this is my table sort of easel that has a kind of a wood lever I can make longer here, so you can see more while I'm working on the owl.
I think that's a great idea.
'Cause I've
Oh, thank you. Nigel is streaming your cast now.
Oh, fantastic!
Cashew. You know what? Cashews sound great right now. Thank you so much, Layla.
Yes, thank you.
We did eat all your cashews.
We did. My parents had some also.
I think we actually had enough to take with us to London, but we finished them off there.
Yes, and we had actually all the num-nums that people brought us.
But the bounty bars did not make it out of Whippy.
Yeah. We had the in London is when we had the fancy chocolates that we got from Rashama.
Yeah, Rukama.
Yeah.
Yeah, is Rukama in the room?
I don't know if she's in here, but she came all the way from Israel to see us in
Yes.
Whippy.
And I had been
you guys are
pronouncing
awesome.
her
Yes.
name wrong the whole time. It's actually Rukama.
Rukama. Yes. No,
And
it's-
she was
see,
very
that's
happy
when
when
you
I
see
said
people in
it.
real life, you know how their names are pronounced properly.
Okay, I will be back in a moment, folks. If you have any questions, please tag my name, Matthew Beckett,
Yeah.
in there, and I will come back and I will read through those messages. In the meantime, I'm probably going to make myself a coffee as well.
I'll go for it.
And
Because I can't see the screen, so I don't see what people are typing. I only hear what Matt says that people are typing.
yeah, so if you have any questions, please let us know.
Let us know. Tag Matt's name or wait a minute or two, and then he'll be able to read it to me when he comes back. And I'll talk a little bit about what I'm doing here in Owl. That's true. They can probably still hear you.
Yeah.
He's in the sink area by my studio here.
I can have them. They've done this in the past. Let's see.
What's that,
What
maybe?
Disney mug do I want?
Oh yeah, pick a
I'm
mug.
going to choose Jasmine or Aura.
I usually vote for Jasmine. Here.
Well,
These are
you
available.
influence both. Be
I
careful.
do. No, okay, no.
So,
whichever.
these
Once,
are-
are
yes.
they? Do they both have the same amount of coffee?
Actually, they do.
Let's see.
They're just different sizes.
These are both from Disney World. There's Princess Jasmine and Raja, and then there is Princess Aurora. Oh, she's got an owl too. It's actually such a cute mug. There's a lot
Oh, she
happening in
does.
that one. Yeah. Little owl
Well, you know
friend.
those Disney princesses, they're basically druids, aren't they?
They kind of are.
All right, so
Let's
I
see.
will
So
I'll set these over here, grab some cashews, and then I'll look at the screen and see.
sure. Tell
Which
Matt
one should I have?
Aurora or Jasmine.
I'm sorry if I'm echoing now. It's just how it works. How many cashews would you like?
4. Change his expression a little bit. I'm gonna make him look not malicious, but I'm gonna make him look like he's concentrating more. Sorry, I don't want to crunch in people's ears.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So the owl at this point I haven't done a whole lot of work on. I've just kind of scribbled in. He almost looks like a cat. They look a lot like cats, so we're not done with the painting yet.
Let's see.
He's got a little pointy beak. See if he had a little kitty cat face, you wouldn't even notice.
I see more Jasmines. Of Osnan, it is called Empire of Dirt.
Empire of Dirt. And this
I
is
still see more Jasmines. I'm gonna go
Okay.
ahead and do a Jasmine, guys. Next time I'll do
Jasmine
Aurora.
guy. Sounds good. I'm taking a different brush. Instead of the big fuzzy brush I was using to kind of do the soft sort of dry brush light filter on the skull and the girl here, I'm using a pointy brush. This is the brush I use when I'm sketching. Like when you see the lines and the drawing and all that on my paintings, that's what I've done with a very skinny brush that is called a script liner brush. A script like a TV script or a music script. And it's kind of about 1/2 inch long, very, very pointy. I keep these separate from my other brushes and I don't grind them into the ground so much. I use them for making fine lines and details as opposed to my big fuzzy brushes. All of my brushes pretty much are Royal Langnickel clear grip golden Taklon. Again, I'm a veggie girl, so I don't use the animal brushes. I've just got these. They're cheap. They're like $1. I heard a magic noise. I think somebody followed me or something.
Yeah.
And
Thank
these
you
are...
so much, Wild Elf Fairy.
Oh.
6 months in a row. Thank you
Yay,
so much.
Thank
you. Rock.
you. Thank you very much. Yeah,
That's Erica, by the way.
Yeah. Thank you, Erica. So I'm taking...
I'm actually getting better at knowing whose name is...
See, you don't need a cheat sheet. Yeah.
Without the cheat sheet.
That's what I mean. You're doing good. So I'm kind of outlining his eyes with the same sort of dark color that I'll be outlining her eyes, almost as if the owl has beautiful makeup on. Because owls do have beautiful makeup on. I'll make him look a little bit more grumpy by putting some lines kind of in between his eyes, just as if somebody else is making a grumpy face. You get a little line there. Huh?
Making things grumpy in your paintings.
Well, just the evil, all-seeing owl. No. What, boiling water? Yeah. Go figure.
After the cold water.
When I eventually come in and do some of the finer details and add the pupils and more of the harsher lines in this, that will probably be the focus of the eyes, so that's the first thing your eye looks at. I will use darker paint. This might look like it's black paint, but really it's raw umber mixed with some Titan buff and some Payne's gray. So when I eventually make a blacker, darker paint, that's what I'll be using. But in the meantime, I'm just deciding this is going to be darkish. This isn't the final layer of the dark paint.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Nigel's going to bring more bounties at Tintagel.
Sounds good.
I really put those things to use right away.
Yeah, very true. Well,
felt like a
especially when
squirrel.
we're jet lagged or something,
"Arr."
it's like you need food in your stomach.
I will admit that I did share them with a
Airplane
few
is flying
friends
the whole time.
because you gave us.
Yeah,
it
yes,
was
yes, we did.
amazing.
We
I
definitely
tried the dark
shared.
chocolate. I think it was dark chocolate.
It was at
Yes,
least
those
one
are
of them.
amazing.
Yeah, the one I had was. It was
Yeah.
dark chocolate.
Lucindle says, I would like to know if Jasmine will one day paint the characters of the Labyrinth movie by Jim Henson, or if she already did.
I haven't yet, but I would very much love to because I love that movie. I love David Bowie.
And the Frauds are amazing.
The Frauds, the people who did the artwork and the sculptures for it, I know them and they're very nice and very sweet people.
I don't know if people can be sweeter than those guys.
I know. Brian and Wendy are both wonderful and Toby's great. But so I would love to. I have not yet. It would just be a question of getting the permission. Now, it is Jim Henson. I think that might have gone to Disney with the acquisition of the Muppets and some of the other Jim Henson properties, so I don't know. So it might be something I could theoretically get to paint someday.
I would love it also
Which would be great.
if you
And I
get
could
that
be
maybe
David
some of the Dark Crystal characters.
Yeah, and that would be great too. That might be a similar licensing
I
thing
don't
with the
know,
Dark
but-
Crystal. So yeah, if I could get permissions lined up on that, I would be all
We
about
certainly
that.
grew up with that.
Yes, exactly.
Brenda asks, Jasmine, will you be at D23?
Oh, I don't know yet. When is D23? I should know that.
2019.
2019 D23, and it is in July-ish. Depending on my schedule, also depending on my other Disney schedules, whether I'm on the West Coast at Disneyland or at Disney World during that time, I may be. So they'll probably send me an email in the next few months or something and tell me if I'm invited or if they need me there or if they want me to do something in Florida instead. So if I know, I will definitely let you know. I have been there twice before. D23 is a
Has it been twice?
I think
I'm trying to
it's
remember.
twice or 3 times.
I think it's twice.
It's D23 is a convention in Anaheim, California that is owned and operated by the Walt Disney Company, and it is specifically for Disney stuff. It's like going to something like Comic-Con, but it's all Disney, and it's run by Disney, and it's right next to Disneyland. So
Jasmine,
they often have me in the celebrity walking thing where I sign stuff. Yeah.
what happened to my last Rolo?
Your last Rolo. I'm sorry, I can't.
Last Rolo would be.
I'm trying to remember.
I gave it to you.
Oh,
remember?
you gave it to me. Yes, you did. Yes, you
Yes,
did.
and
Sorry.
why did I give it to you? Because I have a thing in the UK.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, I was thinking the Bounty Bar still. Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No. Yes, Matt gave me the last Rolo and I ate it
Because I love
because
Jasmine.
that was polite. Yes.
You're supposed to give it to the person you love.
Aw.
But I guess if you're,
Or you can give it to me.
yeah. Brian Henson, right?
Brian Henson is
I'm
at
not sure.
Disney, or he works, he's somehow involved with the company. I don't know specifically what his job is within the company, but I don't know if he would be involved with the rights handling or not, but if anybody knows him or if you're watching, let me know.
They were all dark chocolate. What you had to hunt them down is mostly milk. Oh, you don't have to hunt them down.
They are superior.
You're very sweet.
They're very good.
You spoil us. We don't need that. Lucinda met Brian and Wendy some years ago at the Trolls et la Jambe festival in Belgium.
In Belgium, I have heard of that.
They're really sweet people. Yes, they are.
They are super nice.
And Kitten says, I also have a lot of pictures with Labyrinth as an exhibit. The ball gown and other clothes and Mr. Worm.
Oh, how nice.
I love Mr. Worm.
He's a cutie. Yeah.
Actually, Matt photobombed me and Brian Froud. I think I remember that. I didn't, but did I mean to?
You may have.
Probably. I was messing with Shaylee the whole time. But Shaylee's funny. I wish you could do more pirates or even Pirates of the Caribbean like Jack.
You know, I have actually twice now done concept art projects for figurine series that were my fairies dressed up as the Pirates of the Caribbean characters as cosplay with a co-branded Walt Disney Pirates of the Caribbean Hamilton collection project. So far both of them have been test marketed, and they had them with wings on them, and there was like a little Jack and everybody. And Disney, I think, eventually said, no, we decided that we didn't want to have them portrayed with wings, and I think it's still on the table somewhere, so that might be a possibility. We shall see.
Brenda says we've been to all but the first D23. I think we missed the first two, maybe.
I think I've only been to 2, yeah.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember what I did. Usually when I do D23, I'm there with a couple different segments of the company, like I'll be there for Wonderground Gallery, and they'll have me in the Wonderground section, and then they just have me on the Disney celebrity lineup thing, and I'm just signing my autograph just for random people there. So it's spread over the course of a few days, and I'll go there for like 2 hours at a time, and it's quite an experience. It's if you want to see some crazy lines, D23. But it's if you're a Disney fan, it is a pretty neat thing to go to. That's also when they do a lot of company announcements, and they'll have they'll unveil new projects that Disney's working on and show you previews for movies that aren't out yet or rides that are in development, and they'll have artists like me and Imagineers there to talk to the public and show what we're working on.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
That guy says, Ard, I heard some pirate talk.
Oh.
Any further information with the pin set?
Yes.
Or are you going to walk the plank? And then he starts typing like this. It
is pirate related and Disney related somewhat, but yeah, that will be the next Pop Gallery pin set will be pirates. It's not Pirates of the Caribbean pirates. They're actually my little girl pirates, different paintings I've done that are pirate themed. There's Bootstrap Betsy, Captain Molly Morgan, and Pretty Pirate Polly, and those are going to be 3 pins in a little set, much like the set that Pop Gallery has now, but with those 3 pictures. And those should be ready and available in time for my December 22nd show at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs here at Disney World.
Type her the info on pirate pins since I can't turn on my volume, pretty please. Okay.
If you can remember that. So that will. I haven't really made.
They'll be at Pop.
They'll be at the Pop Gallery at Disney Springs in time for my December 22nd show. There'll be a set of 3 pins available for purchase. And Pop Gallery does ship worldwide. If you guys are pin collectors and you aren't coming to Florida anytime soon, I recommend.
22nd, sweetie?
Yes, 22nd of December. I do recommend going up to the pin group on Facebook. It's free. You can just sign up there, and there are 1,000, 2,000 people up there who, a lot of you guys probably, who collect the pins, trade the pins, and often people who live locally, for example, here in Florida, might go buy them on your behalf if you're not able to go in person. So that's always kind of nice. And the Pop Gallery does ship worldwide, so they can also mail it to you. Sometimes, since they have to use the Disney shipping and tracking, it might cost more than if you had just a regular person go do it, but at least it will be well insured. But they should turn out pretty cute. They're taking a little bit longer because they all have little tattoos on them, so I actually, on the mold for the pins, I've actually got to design the little tattoos, and then there's color that goes inside the little tattoos, and it's a bit of an endeavor, but it is should turn out super cute.
Brenda says, will you be having an exclusive release at Pop?
I will for pins. There will be a free pin that they're giving away with purchase also at Pop Gallery. So if somebody went and bought like the set of 3 pins, they'd get a special pin that will only be available that night that I have not announced yet.
Sweetie,
Yeah.
well, so you, someone's
If
asking,
they're asking about pins.
Bootstrap Betsy.
Bootstrap. What about her?
As a pin.
That's what I already said.
Okay. Yeah, it was
okay,
Husky.
gotcha.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you typed. I didn't know what you've typed because I cannot see the
Gotcha.
TV from here. Yes, Bootstrap Betsy, Captain Molly Morgan, and Pretty Pirate Polly will be the 3 Pirate Girl pins that are there at the Pop Gallery. Pirate Girl Pop Gallery pins. Yes.
That's a lot of pins.
Yeah, it is. But that will be
Pop Gallery, Pretty Pirate Polly.
Pirate pins.
Pirate pin.
Yes.
Pretty Pirate Polly Pirate pin.
Precisely. And yeah, there will be an exclusive free one that will be there for free with any purchase that's Jasmine related, even if it's something small. Might have to wait in line for it because a lot of people might turn out for that one. It's right before Christmas. It's December 22nd. But Disney Springs is it's a very pretty place to be at Christmas time. It's all decorated and lots of shopping and such. Oh, too grumpy. I'm trying to decide how grumpy I want him.
Make him grumpy, Jasmine.
I'm gonna make him grumpy.
Do it.
Yeah.
We need full grumpiness for this painting.
Okay. I'm gonna make him look like he's.
I don't know. You might start scaring children. Like,
It's already got a
owl's
dead
too scary.
emperor on it. I don't know. I don't think that's probably the scariest thing about this painting, unless it is.
I'm not good at saying tongue twisters quickly. The
I'm
whole
not
woodchuck
either.
thing I can, but I don't believe that's a. I don't think that's a tongue twister.
What is?
How much would woodchuck chuck a woodchuck could chuck wood? That sort of thing. Angel says, I wish I lived in Florida so I could get one of the exclusive pins. You could travel.
You could travel. That's what actually a lot of the people do. Or, like I said, if you go up to the pin group, you will probably find some people who will be trying to bring friends to get extras, and will no doubt sell and trade up there, which is always fine.
You could, in the same day, well, actually, yes, you could ride Pirates of the Caribbean,
Yeah.
then come to Jasmine's show
Yeah.
and get the pirates.
Yes, you could.
The 3
Get
pirate
the
pins.
Yes, you sure could.
And then say, "Arr."
And the free one, again, I haven't announced that one. That will just be one that you could get with if you buy anything there. The ones that come in the set of 3, again, Pop Gallery does ship worldwide, so you don't. They are only sold at Pop Gallery and Hoi Polloi Galleries. Hoi Polloi Galleries are owned by the same people who own Pop Gallery, but they're located in Chicago at O'Hare Airport. There's a couple of them. There's one in Chinatown, etc. And they stock them there also. And they can alternately ship from that location, but they'll ship anywhere in the world for those 3. That's the only place you can buy them. I can't sell them on my website. I can't put them on eBay myself. Other people can, but I can't. It's complicated. Actually, there's a lot of things people might be afraid of in this one. There's a spider. There's owls.
Any UK exclusives on the cards? Avaznan asked.
We
just did a little baddie.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2 days ago we had some. Yeah, little baddie. Do I not have her here? No. Usually I keep kind of the more recent ones around here so I can show people. But a little baddie is the strangelinguk.com exclusive that has just come out. I haven't even put a picture of her. I don't think on my website, but some people already have her. If you've gotten them from the strangelinguk.com website or if you were at Whitby, Paul had them. And that is the newest one. So new that I don't have her here yet, but. We will, as far as exclusives as giveaway, like the free pins that we do for event exclusives, the next one in the UK will be Tintagel in May. I'll do some sort of pin for the Tintagel Fairy Fair, and I will do one for Glastonbury next year too.
Lovely.
No, I won't do one for the Coloring Book Convention because it's like right after Glastonbury or right before, I forget. And it's not that's not like a festival. It's an actual convention, like serious people coloring and networking and stuff. But I'll be there. I'm gonna give her a little bit darker lips here. I'm gonna kind of, when I finish and start adding color, I'm gonna kind of give her a cyanotic, sort of like she's not long for this world.
No.
Sorry. Oh my
Jasmine,
darlings.
there are sensitive people in the
I'm
room.
sorry.
Don't kill any
I
more
won't
things.
kill anybody. Well, this guy's dead. Look at him.
Oh yeah. So we were lucky enough in London, and we went to a cemetery.
We did.
Oh.
We went. Oh, is that the giveaway?
Yes,
Which one is
I will
it?
shut
No.
up.
Who's,
If you guys, I'll give you guys a minute if you want to get back in the raffle.
Oh yes,
And the
exclamation
raffle
point
for
raffle.
this hour is. Let me look. It is
I don't
the
know what
I
time it
believe
is.
it's the Ruby
Ruby Dragon?
Dragonling pin, and I'll give you guys a minute or so if you guys want to do exclamation raffle.
Yep, all one word. It's not it's a computer command prompt, so it has to be written right, or the robot that picks the random person won't do it right. So exclamation point raffle. All
And if
one
you've
word.
already been in
And
there,
you might get a ruby.
you can do it again.
You can do it again. You
It
can.
does not
it's
hurt to
random.
put it in
If you
twice.
you're not sure if you typed it right, type it again. It doesn't give you two chances.
Yes, it won't help or hinder
It won't
you.
help
but
you. It won't help or hurt if you do it
sometimes
over and
peace
over
of
again.
mind is worth it.
Yeah. But here's a little ruby, courtesy of Tanya at Enchanted Treasures Gifts, formerly known as Burning Desires. And Ruby Dragonling is a retired pin. We no longer have the mold in production for her, so she is a harder one to find.
I think Moobot just got a workout there.
Oh, excellent.
I can hear him.
Well, Ruby's
It's okay,
she's
Moobot.
on a lot of people's
Yeah,
wish
they're
list.
just antsy. Okay,
Aw,
Moobot.
You gotta
Calm down, Moobot. No.
You arguing with Moobot, Maddie?
I will milk you in the morning. Yes, ma'am.
Sounds unpleasant, Maddie.
Moobot's kind of upset. They're in like the 4th season of Dexter. So they're way behind. So
I
no
see.
spoilers out there. Moobot does not want to hear any spoilers about Dexter. So okay, let's do this. And I will announce the winner in chat.
You can tell me too.
Believes in dragons.
Believes in dragons. Congratulations. You won, and it's a dragon, or it's Ruby Dragonling.
Perfect.
So that went to a good person.
And that's Danessa. I don't know if Danessa's still
Danessa,
in
if
here.
she's not in here,
If you're not
make
in here,
a note
Danessa,
of it.
that's
Let
okay.
us
I
know.
will contact
We'll
you.
try to let you know. Yeah. Again, if we don't always know everybody's
see.
real name, but when we do our best.
Well, I am learning really well.
You are.
See.
It's harder for me because, again, I don't see the TV or the whatever computer thingy. I just hear Matt talking. So. But I gotta look at the painting. Now he's looking cute. I'm gonna get a slightly bigger brush and start outlining some of the darker areas and shadows away from the three figures. So I kind of will have a better idea of where his little feathers are gonna start and stop. There isn't really a background properly in this one since it is laid out as three kind of more symbolic images. With it's just gonna have kind of a dark smudgy background, but I want it to kind of blend in with the edges. I don't want it to look like there's a black outline around everything. Not for this painting, at least. It makes sense for some of them.
I'm doing a little clerical work here.
Oh, okay.
And feel free to keep talking so I can
I will.
record.
I've got one of my
this
big
info.
fuzzy brushes again, and I've got some of that blue, black, gray, and titanium buff, or Titan buff rather. I'm just kind of mushing in some dark colors here. And it doesn't matter if I go over areas of my sketch because this is somewhat transparent. I keep adding little bits of water. I've got water at the bottom of my palette here, and then I've got a jug of water here that I'm using. And I'm mixing that with the paint, so almost treating it like watercolors, but I'm doing it specifically to figure out where the dark areas are. So when I do start adding color eventually, I won't be putting it off into the background or confusing which part was her hair and which part was supposed to be the owl. And it's not like there's a right way to do this. I'm making this up as I go along. If I change my mind and make the skull facing that way, I can do that if I want to. I don't want to, but if I wanted to, I could. There isn't a wrong way to do it. This is just how I'm deciding to do it while I'm doing this. It's not a real portrait of somebody in front of me, so I don't really have anybody to look at.
Yeah, but you have good layout skills.
I do, yeah. I get again, doing the same thing every day for 20 odd years. Gets lots of practice. I don't know if you can see it here. My apron is already getting so dirty. This is my new apron, I think last time, but
You know, I don't know how much those are, but you should probably get a couple.
the aprons, yeah, you know what? I think I will. They had different colors, but I like dark green kind of. And it's not going to matter after a while. But it has very good pockets on it. It has pockets up here. It's got pockets on the side. It's made for somebody bigger than me, so I've got to wrap it around a couple times, but it's reasonably comfortable. Let's see. I don't know. Can you see the lower left-hand corner of this, Maddie, on the screen?
Not the very, very lower left, but it's very close.
Okay.
I can certainly see the whole skull. I can't see where you're painting right now.
Okay.
And not live, but about 15 seconds
about
after.
15 seconds prior to me. I wonder if this will... You see it now?
Give me 1 second.
Hmm.
Almost.
Okay.
But,
That's
I see you painting out of that, too.
Okay, gotcha. Well, again, I'm putting some Naples yellow in it, too, to warm it up a little bit. Sometimes when you have something that is, I'm wanting to look kind of antique or vintage, I will have warmer tones as if it was almost sepia toned a little bit. Instead of like a cold blue black, it's going to be kind of a warm ambery black. But I might change my mind later. And since I work very transparently, you can probably see every little brush stroke, and I'll be going over this with 10, 20, 100 layers of paint by the very end, so I can change my mind later or add other things, put some more spiders. We'll see. Put some raw umber in here and some Van Dyke brown. I'm kind of, this part that I'm painting here in between the skull and where the girl is, it's going to be kind of a vague, dark, slightly ominous, negative space here that is going to turn into her hair, theoretically. So no matter what color hair I give her, even if I give her silver hair like I seem to do with like half my characters, it will still be very dark in the darkest shadows of it. Even if she's got light blonde hair, it's going to be dark underneath, where it's going to turn into the skull, which is going to turn into the background on the side of the owl, which will turn into the background behind the owl. And I'll have the spider off here a little bit too, kind of have a couple highlights glinting off him and some bit of spider web, but not on that bit. But
oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Jasmine.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky
Yes.
can win sausages at her village bingo.
Okay. That's
and also underpants.
And friends?
Yes, apparently, and well, I'm not gonna say where Ricky lives necessarily because she may not want people to know. Yeah. And all sorts of rubbish.
That's great.
And she can't even win those.
Oh.
Well,
she's here
your
often.
husband and your son won. That's good enough.
Just won a calendar. You know what? If you're here long enough, you'll eventually win.
Yes,
probably.
Moonbot will eventually pick you.
It is random. In fact, you might win twice in a row if you're lucky. But the only one who can't win is Matt.
Yeah, if I win, I would guess I would.
Or
I could probably.
Does it let you pick somebody else?
It does. I think it does.
Or would you
I think
just have
you
to
could
pick a random number? Or...
I don't know. I'd probably have to start a. Well, I wouldn't have to start a new raffle.
No.
I would just have to maybe choose it to draw again or something.
Oh.
If I win,
well, is it like how you do it when you do the second drawing or the third drawing of the night? Yeah,
yeah I guess it would be.
Yeah,
you just hit draw.
Moobot doesn't know how many draws we have. So.
Moobot doesn't know. You're correct.
Moobot's just a robot cow, apparently.
Well, Moobot's watching Dexter.
Oh, okay. It's hard for me to keep track.
Moobot's very clever, actually.
Really?
Well, apparently.
Oh, Dexter.
It's okay to say where I live. Okay, Leon. So apparently in Leon, you can win a sausage, underpants, and all sorts of rubbish at a village bingo.
There you go.
Europe is a magical place to me.
It is, yeah.
At our village bingo, we don't have such a thing. I don't know what
we
you
might
win.
do. I don't know. I've seen places in Florida that say they have bingo at them, like churches and things, like VFW halls or something.
Moobot doesn't reject you, to jokey mom. Moobot just didn't choose you.
Yeah.
Well,
Moobot just ignored you. They didn't.
Imagine
reject
Moobot
you.
as this cow, a beautiful cow, maybe a
like a big Brahma bull.
a beautiful Brahma bull.
It'll be a cow though, right?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Because you're talking about milking.
A Brahma bull that has no huevos.
Okay.
And is watching Dexter on TV.
Okay.
I
Is
say,
that
hey,
what
Moobot,
is?
pick a name. And then it sticks its cute little maw, like in a witch mouth, into a little cup. And it pulls out a name and then hands it to me. And that's all Moobot does.
Yeah.
And it watches a lot of Dexter.
Really?
And Moobot keeps rejecting Menace the Dentist, too.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
They're not rejecting. They're biding their time. They're waiting for a better prize. And these times I'll do an original up here. I do give originals away at Patreon. Or I surprise people randomly. You can't technically do giveaways at Patreon. Like
You surprise people
I surprise
randomly.
people randomly.
Jasmine,
with original
Jasmine will
yes.
basically hide in your closet,
Yeah.
and she'll jump out.
Kinda.
That Nintendo guy says Season 4 is the best, though. I honestly don't remember what Season 4 of Dexter is.
I remember I liked the Dexter.
Was Season 4 John Lithgow? That's the best season, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Gadget says, what is the percentage of men to women on here, do you think?
Hard to
I don't
say.
know. Actually,
Well, who's one?
if you feel the need,
You could
type
ask.
boy or girl or man or woman or male or female.
Or
in the room,
other.
if you want. Or other.
Or Moobot.
Just to answer Gadget's question, because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we can tell really.
I thought
I can
Moobot was in
guess
the bath
what it
rubbing,
means.
rubbing lotion into its skin.
Wow,
Wow, Layla, you really like that imagery.
I was gonna say that's more of a Silence of the Lambs.
It is.
thing.
Moobot rubs the lotion into its
Yeah.
skin, or it gets the hose again. John Lithgow's season was great, yes.
I like
He's looking for the next wife in Season 4.
Ah,
I don't remember. Still blaming you for the divorce,
looking
lol.
good so far.
Wait,
For me?
Vix Allen is... I don't know if Vix Allen's talking about Dexter or what.
I don't know either. 'Cause I didn't.
I'm staying out of that.
Divorced. Yeah.
Yeah. The Manchester to Scarborough ain't too bad. Oh, they're talking about traveling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It was. Yeah, that wasn't
we
bad.
ended up flying into Manchester because we were going to fly into York originally,
Yeah.
but it didn't work out because we wanted to get a direct flight from Orlando. So we did
Yeah.
Orlando to Manchester.
And they didn't
then-
have one that morning.
Then we trained into Whitby. Did we have any changes on the
We
train?
actually took a car.
Took a car. That's
Yeah.
right. We took a car. Never mind.
Yeah.
And then we had
We didn't drive.
one,
We had
two, three
somebody
trains
drive
to
us,
London.
but yeah. Yeah, 3 trains from Whitby to London. There's always 2 changes. Whenever you come from Whitby to London, you always have to change 2 places. Usually Middlesbrough and York. Sometimes Darlington or somewhere. Places I only know as train stations, basically. Well, I got to see more of Manchester.
Leila is laughing now. Well, good. It's important to laugh.
It is. Yeah, this is turning out pretty nice. The detail.
I've done a lot of Buffalo Bill impressions, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
I fell in love with that movie as a teenager, and it kind of stayed with me.
I fell in love with that movie as a 10-year-old, and I had not seen any rated R movies before that.
Oh
so
my, that's a deep one to jump
explains
into,
a lot, doesn't
sweetie.
it? Yeah, I know. I saw it.
Silence of the Lambs.
I saw it at Sonia's house. Robin let us watch it. She was really tired and had to go to sleep, but she let us watch it.
We certainly didn't drive, Matthew.
No,
I'm not going to
God.
drive in.
I don't even drive
crazy
here.
ass or crazy crazy
Ours-
England.
No, I don't drive myself at all, so I wouldn't want to start in England.
You can do his
probably.
voice to a T. That's disturbing, Leela.
He does voices, huh?
I do it to Jasmine when I want her to like go ugh at me.
Yeah. That's
Because
bad.
I've learned that Buffalo Bill might be a lot of things, but he is not a lady killer. Or
he
is he?
is.
Hmm.
Oh, that's bad.
Matt made a joke.
Yeah, I like that one actually.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty quick.
Mhm.
And smart people get it. I actually make a ton of jokes, and I think people just.
I like making jokes that only I get. Those are the funniest.
Oh,
ones.
I understand.
That's mostly what I do.
I remember making jokes at Rainforest Cafe. Remember? Jasmine and I used to be servers at Rainforest Cafe. So what I would do, there'd be a horrible song that come on, and I'd say, to another server, I'd say, this is Jasmine's favorite song. And they'd come up to Jasmine like, "Do you like this song, Jasmine? Isn't it good?" And Jasmine's like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, that's why I don't work with people anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Driving an automatic on the right side of the road to driving a manual on the left side of the road, that sounds awful.
That sounds like too much confusion. Mass confusion.
So Layla's impression makes her mom laugh. Oh, thank you, Bakaloo. Bakaloo, which means, actually, Baka means cow.
Oh.
So maybe that will win points
with Mubot. Maybe so. Oh.
At least you drove a French car. Ooh.
Ah.
A fancy French car? Was it fancy? When I think French car, I think fancy, but then I've seen a lot of French cars that are just normal. The ones that finally make it to the United States become fancy.
The ones that bother to
Bakaloo is voodoo.
Ooh, nice.
I'm very interested in voodoo and hoodoo and whatnot.
Too. I don't know if you can see it. I've got it really cool. Back here. Oh no,
I can fetch. I'll actually show. Are you okay, sweetie?
An I voted sticker got stuck on me. I'm okay.
Jasmine voted via elbow.
Actually, I voted via mail because.
Would you like me to hand that to you?
Huh? No, it's stuck on the wall. But
anyways,
I've got it. No, that's fine. I just thought maybe people could see it from here, but probably not. I've got a cool voodoo doll from New Orleans that has part of a human vertebrae on it.
A Citron C3. That sounds cool. It sounds like you would not get scurvy driving that. It was a cactus. You guys are strange. Evil spirit in voodoo is a Bakaloo.
Yes.
Ooh. I'm scared of Bakaloo now.
Should be. Or maybe they're gonna.
I'm not scared because if I don't believe in it, Bakaloo can't hurt me, right?
No.
I'm thinking skeleton key.
I think you are thinking skeleton key.
C4.
C4.
Citron 4?
The final chapter.
Aylin Wild said, I would subscribe but can't until November 27th. My Twitch Prime won't let me change my Prime subscription, which I didn't even choose. That is fine.
No worries.
You subscribe whenever.
The fact that you're here is good. Thank you.
I have a voodoo doll tattooed on my left arm.
Oh,
cool.
Neat. I've certainly painted a few. Let's see. I'm using some of the same shadow colors that I was using to tie these characters together, kind of around her eyes. Kind of giving her a little eye makeup and making this side of her face a bit darker so the shadows will look even more directed and slightly like it's more, not quite a spotlight, but it's kind of showing her from the upper right. And have a nice little hot point of white right here, another one on the skull, and then owl in the background. Probably mostly see the owl from his eyes by the time I'm done, and a sharp little beak. I'm gonna let this dry a bit and get some of this black stuff off my fingers and run to the bathroom real quick. The Matt can disturb you with impressions or whatever he does when I'm gone.
I'll tell them about that. The people who tried to hold up the guy. I told you.
Oh, yeah.
So, recently I heard this news story of two men who were trying to rob a convenience store. And they went up to the clerk and they, with guns in hand, and said, "Give us all your money." And this was about noon. And the clerk said, No, we don't have any money yet. Why don't you come back in a few hours after we make some more money, and you can hold me up then, and then you can take more money. We'll have more money by then, more customers will come in. And the guys fell for it. They came back at roughly 5 o'clock, and there were undercover officers inside the convenience store, and then they arrested the men right there on spot. This is a true story, and I could not believe how dumb these guys are. I thought that was hilarious. I love it when criminals get their due. It's amazing to see how long it takes to paint a picture. I have only tiny treasures, never actually thought about the time you put into them. It's also amazing how long you do the Twitches for to let us see. Makes me appreciate the artwork more. Oh, thank you, Princess Bullet. Linda Lunda doesn't believe in voodoo. I don't think that I believe in voodoo either, but I think it's really cool. Sometimes I'm interested in things that I don't believe in. But voodoo has always fascinated me. I don't know why. I just think it's very dark. Also, the way it's kind of has some Catholicism fused into it. Makes it even more cool. No one ever said criminals are smart. That's true. Well, the ones that are caught are not. The chair still rocks. Jasmine's chair? Or mine? I'm not sure. Like her chair's moving? Now I'm getting creeped out. Kelly Sarah was a robber. She'd have fell for that too. You're so mean, Ian. Ricky, what do you mean by the chair still rocks? I'm not seeing it. I'm looking at the chair. I don't see it rock. I should rock it. I should like just get off camera and rock it and creep you guys out. Maybe we have a haunted Twitch. I guess that would have been a better theme for last month. Yes, her chair is yes, we should auction it off. It's not rocking. Does it seem like it's really rocking on your... Okay. It's not rocking. Okay. As long as it's not rocking. It's really moving, guys. It's not moving. Haunted Twitch sounds like a condition. It does. Excuse me, doctor, I have a haunted twitch in me left elbow. I'm making a rocking sound. Is that what you're thinking? You hear that? That's my chair. I am terrified right now. I think it is moving. I think there's something inside of it. Should I go touch it? I'm 10 feet away from it. You think there's a ghost in it? It's the spirit of the foot moving it. I'm gonna go look. Jasmine, your chair's been moving by itself. Yes, it's a haunted chair. No. It's the spirit of the foot. According to that Nintendo guy. I think he's referring to Frankenfoot.
Yeah, probably.
We do have a lot of dead things in here.
Yeah, don't I?
Oh my god. A ghost just sat down in it.
Yes.
She has beautiful long black hair.
Hey. Let me see.
I just meant her chair was awesome. Jeez, I love the chair. No one should love the chair.
I like this chair.
I see a face and the feet of the chair and I just saw it move. Wow.
Ollie.
Weird.
Okay.
The skeleton foot. That painting's looking fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm imagining it in my mind with color. But it could go any way. I'm wondering what color her hair will be.
I'll scoot her down a bit. I have not decided yet.
It would look beautiful in any color.
Yeah. I'll probably have to... I'm trying to think. The owl will be neutral tones because I want him to look like a great horned owl, really. I might make her eyes kind of match the owl's eyes, or I might go in a completely different direction with it. There's going to be gold on the crown here.
Somebody said flame red hair, and Kieran says that mom and dad have a lot of phone calls to make tomorrow as we're moving house soon.
Nice.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Moving is stressful.
Move goes smoothly, because yes. It can be very stressful.
Ren Girl says, I love burgundy hair.
Burgundy is a very pretty color. Oh, maybe I'll go
Can that even be? I mean, I guess that's...
You color it that way.
Yeah, that's true. I think she would look pretty with black hair. I think brown curly hair. Yeah. I think she should be straight bald.
I would have laid it out differently.
Is Medusa bald?
Medusa's kind of bald. That's neat.
Because those are just snakes, right?
Yeah. They're friends also.
You sitting there painting in your haunted chair.
Yeah. What I do.
White or silver hair?
Right. I do paint a lot of characters with silver or white colored hair.
Blue with silver.
I'll probably keep it somewhere in the warm neutrals or dark
I was thinking that's what I was thinking personally. I mean,
but I want to hit. I want there to be a good kicker of light, like shining on her hair.
That's the thing, is
very directed light source. So
you have to think about the artistic integrity of the piece.
I do, yeah.
So, but I'm excited. No matter what, I can't imagine it would be a bad hair color.
Yeah. Pretty much anything, and that's kind of what I like at the stage of a painting. I can really kind of take it in any direction. I could give her bright pink hair, if I could decide to make her hair short. I could give her snakes. I could do any of those things at this point.
You are really good at painting skulls.
Thanks. I like painting skulls. Got a lot of practice. So since Owl, I've more or less decided, is kind of behind everything else. He's kind of the shadowy watcher back there. So you're going to see his eyes gleaming, and there's not going to be a whole lot of shape to him other than his face, and he's just kind of, I haven't really drawn him out that much. He's just going to kind of turn dark, then her hair will turn dark, no matter what color it is here, and then underneath the skull will be kind of dark. That way too, when I do the lighter tones with the eventual spider web that I want to have weaving this way, that will really show up on top of the dark background. Theoretically. I can kind of see it in my head at this point, but I haven't done things like make minor color choices. If it was a painting I was doing as a commission, or somebody had hired me to do it, usually they would tell me, hey, I'd like her eyes to be this shade of green with this sort of purple lipstick, and have very specific requests. But when it's something like this that is not based on a specific person, and it's just when I'm getting to make up for myself for a show that doesn't have any specific theme, I get to kind of have more fun with it in a way. I probably will do some sort of custom one like I did earlier on Twitch, like a few broadcasts ago, like one of those little minis, how we auction those off. I might do that next time we're up here at Twitch. When is our next time at Twitch? Is it a week from today, Maddie?
Yes, we will be doing it a week from today, same time, 3 to 7 our time.
Eastern time.
So whenever you came in today, you'll see us again.
And that will be 1 week exactly from today. So next Sunday.
Yes.
So that will be after my Disney show in Florida.
That will be one day after.
Day. Okay. Gotcha. And we do always put when our next broadcast schedule is here at Twitch. On my main page, you see that big picture of me like sitting next to this easel with, I think Princess of Bones is on there or something. And it will say, hey, Sunday from 3 to 7, November 4th. It will always tell you a week ahead of time. So you never have to miss me. You can put a reminder on your phone.
And we didn't switch to Sundays. We just
got home yesterday.
The thing
so
is,
we're here.
we need time to work during the week.
Yeah.
So
it
Sunday
depends.
to Sunday.
I mean, last Thursday we were in England, so we couldn't really do it. It depends where I am and where I have cameras at. Sundays tend to be an easier day for us because the post office in America is not open on Sundays, so it's not a day we have to hurriedly get everything to be shipped. So it gives us more flexibility and time. And of course, Matt is often working at the other office, etc., throughout the day, so he's not here to run Twitch when it's just me painting by myself. You basically get me and no talking and just see me painting. If it wasn't the time when Matt could also be scheduled to be here.
Oh, Princess Bolt says, my birthday party's that day. Is it rude to kick everyone out? Yes, it is. I'm getting old. LOL, birthdays aren't as big a thing as they used to be. I understand, Princess Bullet, but
I've never been super into birthdays. You can always catch up too. You can watch the next day up at the Twitch video archives or on the Jasmine Becket 1T up at YouTube. Kieran makes compilations of videos up at Kieran's World on YouTube.
So
There's a lot of ways you can watch.
Jokey Mom says, since Jasmine was always painting, what does she do on those long flights? Actually, last time she was writing ideas down for paintings.
I was writing ideas down for paintings, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll do little thumbnail sketches or...
On the plane ride back, there were virtual jigsaw puzzles, and there were like 10 of them. And
on the monitor thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I did all of them because I love puzzles. Sometimes I think you just set down a puzzle in front of me. If you wanted to shut me up, I had all the time in the world. I just do puzzles all day because it's something I've always loved to do.
Yeah.
When I was little, there was this old lady that lived upstairs from us. We lived in these really, really horrible, crappy apartments. And there was this lady upstairs, and her name was Helen. And she invited me once to do puzzles with her. And we would put together all these puzzles, and then she'd glue them And then she'd have
Puzzle saver.
all these puzzles. So she got me into it. You know, I think she was only maybe like 60 then. But back then, when people were 60, they looked like they were 108. But she was I liked Helen a lot. She was neat.
Aww.
I wonder if you'll have Twitch on my surgery date, 29th of November.
29th of November.
I think that we
will be in Vietnam then. So we will be thinking of you and hope that your surgery goes smoothly. But we will.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be in Vietnam for pretty much after Thanksgiving time until the mid part of December. So there won't be a Twitch then because I won't be here with all my cameras in my studio.
And Kieran says thanks for all the shout outs.
Oh, absolutely. I will probably, while we're in Vietnam, at least on Patreon. Again, I don't post a lot of private stuff on Facebook, etc., but I'll put photos and stuff probably up at my Patreon while we're in Vietnam. And I'll probably get some either small pieces done or ideas for upcoming pieces. I have confirmed that my next big solo show will be 2020 at the Corey Halford Gallery.
Yes, we needed to mention that.
Yes, we don't need to. I'm just excited about it because I've got plans. But yeah, probably the later part of 2020, I'll be doing another big solo show at the Corey Halford Gallery in Los Angeles. Much like how I did the Magical Thinking Show this past July, where I get the big room and I get to put everything in it. So a lot of the paintings you guys will see me working on over the next 2 years, wow, will be going to that show. Some of them are going to be big paintings. I'm making a special effort to spend a certain amount of time working on big paintings, so I might be at my other easel. So I might have a slightly different setup for Twitch.
Yeah, we need to figure out how that'll work with me and you there.
Yeah.
We'll work it out though.
Yeah. But some of those are going to be large. I'm very excited about that.
We will announce the theme when Jasmine knows better. We still have 2 years, Brenda.
It's 2.5 years from now, so yeah, I will well, to be fair, I already have a piece kind of in the works. But I've got to kind of see how all the dots connect in my head and see where I'm going with it. And I will definitely keep all of you posted. And that's at the Corey Halford Gallery, is right in downtown Los Angeles. And that's where I've had my last 2 big solo shows really have been there as far as galleries go. Run by Jan and Bruce. They're very nice people.
Yes, they're fantastic people.
And that's an important thing when you're dealing that intrinsically with a gallery, that you have nice people working with you.
No kidding.
That can make all the difference.
I'm going to use the restroom very quickly. And I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Good. I'm going to be painting on this owl. I know, since I keep saying, he's very much in the distance. I want him to be kind of hiding in the shadows. So I'm going to take kind of a wash of this blue and brown paint I've been using, mix it with water, and I'm going to paint over the whole owl's head there with a larger brush. And that will make me remember, hey, he's kind of in the dark, and it'll also give me a darker kind of mid-tone range to draw from if I either want to take it up with lighter colors or knock it down with darker colors. He'll be automatically a little bit darker than the rest. I'm going to use my hairdryer really quickly. Hopefully this won't be too noisy on the microphone. Acrylics dry very quickly, so that's probably already dry since it was mostly water. I'm basically taking water, I'm kind of mixing it on my apron. I don't know if you can see it, but that's why I wear an apron. I'm going to take some of that blue and brown, add some more water, more blue and brown. See how dark this is? And I'm just gonna, it needs more brown. I'm basically gonna paint over this whole owl face, and it might look darker than you would expect, but I can see my original little sketchy lines underneath there. This is just gonna knock it back into the shadows more. And when I do paint his eyes, I'm not going to, you'd think, oh, that'd be the brightest part, it's an owl's eyes, they're gonna be yellow and reflective, but I'm gonna actually kind of keep them pretty dark, so he's kind of the lurker in the distance here. Yeah, I'm gonna get my hairdryer out again real quick. I'll turn this around to show you. And you can see that the skull and the girl have much lighter lights than the dark kind of owl looking there. But you can still see that. You can see the little painted lines I did around his little beak and suggestions of where his little ears are. Because I'm going to make him kind of like a great horned owl.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Gadget says, you paint so fast, but still absolute perfection.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I hear a helicopter.
I was going to say, I hear a noisy helicopter outside. I do paint quickly, but I have a lot of detail on some of these pieces, so some of them will take me 100 hours or more, really, from start to finish. But I paint a lot every day. I paint usually anywhere from 10 to 18 hours a day. So if you think, oh, it took 60 hours, really I can do it in about 6 days, even if it's a pretty complicated painting. Because I don't really do anything else much, unless I'm traveling to go do other painting stuff. But that's fine, because I like painting.
Oh, night, Nigel.
Oh, night, Nigel.
We'll let you know somehow if you win.
Yeah.
Because you have won before.
Yeah, a few people have won twice.
Yes.
Let's see, this owl is pretty dry here. I'm going to scoot him over. I don't know if he's shown on camera. I'm actually going to make him even a little bit darker than he is now. The owl himself won't be completely brownish gray like this when he's completed. I'm just wanting to make sure I'm making him distant enough. So the brightness of anything I do paint on him that's lighter colored, like the reflections in his eyes or the yellowness maybe on his beak or something, it won't interfere with the bright lights I want to put up on the crown of thorns on her and the reflection in her eyes and what will look like kind of tarnished sort of gold. I mean, I guess gold doesn't tarnish, but old-timey antique gold in the lovely crown. And again, this painting will be at the Corey Helfer Gallery show, not the one I'm talking about in 2020, but the one that's coming up this December. That is the Art Collector Starter Kit, where many, many artists who work with the Corey Helfer Gallery will each be submitting a 12 by 12 panel. Each one is a perfect 12 by 12 square and about 2 inches thick cradled wood. And everybody will have a different one there, and it'll be all different themes, so it should be an interesting show to go to. I won't be there in person because I'll be in Asia, but a lot of the artists will be there in attendance. And you can buy the painting there if you like. It will be for sale.
Oh, yes. And
in fact, you might even be able to pre-reserve it if you like what you're seeing. You can email Sherry, SHERRI, at CoreyHelfordGallery.com.
Let me go ahead and find that.
I was going to say CoreyHelfordGallery.com. And you can tell them, hey, I like that painting Jasmine's doing called Empire of Dirt that is going to be at the Art Collector Starter Kit show in December, and they might be able to hold it for you. Sometimes they can do that ahead of time. They also will ship anywhere in the world, so even if you aren't in California, they can mail it to you. And they also sometimes work with payment installment plans, but I don't involve myself in that. That's between you guys. I think it will. The price on this one is 12 by 12. I'm guessing probably around $4,200. I think that's usually what they do for a 12 by 12. Around $4,000. We'll have prints and canvases and all those good stuffs up at strangeling.com on my website sometime after the show opens. So if the show opens December 1st, then we're going to be in Vietnam for a couple weeks after that. Probably mid-December, we'll have prints of this eventually at strangeling.com, and we'll ship those worldwide, and those start at just $10 each.
Yes.
So I don't know how well the owl
deal.
is showing up, but I'll turn him around so you can see him a little better. You can see he's he looks more scribbly because he's got a lot of brush strokes on top of him, but eventually when I'm working on his feathers and modulating the colors a bit on there, it will show up pretty neatly in the dark. I was guessing I'd probably spend about maybe 40 or 50 hours on this one, judging on size and complexity. So I might be done with this one by the time our next Twitch session is next Sunday. So I'll probably be working on a different painting by then. But I can maybe give you a sneak preview of how it turned out.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Of course, the Patreon people get to see the sneak previews too.
Wow, Jasmine, it gets darker earlier, huh?
Yeah, that's what.
Do I need to put the
daylight
seeds down
savings
earlier?
You know what?
For the
Would you
raccoons?
mind doing that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do it now. It's getting dark.
What I'll do is I'll see if any birds are out there.
Yeah, if there's any birds on the feeder, take it down. But I have a bird feeder right outside my studio window, and I take it. There's part of it that is up high. I take it down at night because the raccoons come, and if I don't take it down, they will climb up our screens. They've ripped the screens out of my windows before, and I don't want to deal with that. So I just put the bird food on the floor and let the raccoons eat it. It's like, hey guys, it's just easier. Knock yourselves out. There's no way I can stop them from doing it, and I like them. I love the raccoons. What's up?
Packed a lot of water back. I'm gonna.
Is it still raining, or is it?
It's wet outside. It's not raining, but it certainly was wet.
It has been rained. Darken the area around her right eye, the viewer's left eye, a little bit more. That's gonna help make her look a little bit three-dimensional more.
I like the sun.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to show you too. While it's still Sunday, I think this might change by tomorrow. So if this is when you get it now. The print of the week. Again, this goes from Sunday to Sunday, and it's Sunday now, so you've got like one day left to do this. The print of the week at strangeling.com is Bleak Morning. Kind of went with a scary, wintry one because it's that time of year. She's an earlier painting of mine from about 12 years ago, maybe. I forget. Lovely Victorian lady with one of those magnificent mourning lockets they used to do with human hair. We just saw quite a few of them actually in England, and we've got a lovely funeral hearse, the old-timey part with a horse carrying.
I love that piece.
I do too. In the backyard, I think is that based on my dad's farm? I forget. I think so.
Maybe it's a bit flat.
Yeah.
But the tree line.
Yeah, I think the tree line's based off that. But it's a lovely, kind of creepy, wintry / autumny / Halloweeny sort of painting. And we've got prints of her up at strangeling.com on sale again till the end of today, basically, for $9.99. Matt might have a link. We ship worldwide, and I signed the back of them. We also have canvases that are nice that you can hang up. All the limited editions and the original have sold, but open editions, glossy paper canvases, and all that. Paper prints, rather.
So we will be on for about another hour and a half, Karen.
Oh, okay. So we've got two more giveaways, yeah?
2 more giveaways.
Okay. Is the next one Sweet
Isabella?
Isabella? Oh, I'll show that one off. This is neat too because this is the original painting was the one I did at Twitch just a couple broadcasts ago. But here is Sweet Isabella, the limited edition figurine. Very cute. She's cast in artist resin, has little hand painted details, and is numbered, and I will sign the base of her also, and we will send her wherever you live. You can also purchase these. I think there might be some left at Enchanted Treasures Gifts, which is Tanya's new company, previously called Burning Desires. And they ship worldwide, and you can purchase them up there. But they are limited edition, and I believe they might already be sold out at Hamilton Collection, so you can get them, at least 1 or 2 left up at Tanya's shop. Might be able to find them on Amazon too. No doubt eBay. Let me see. I might at this point. I'm gonna paint a couple shadows in, since she has obviously a crown of thorns. There are going to be, and they are 3-dimensional, sort of pokey out thorns. There are going to be shadows underneath them. So I'm going to start drawing those in a bit now that I have a dedicated light source, and I'm starting to think about where colors are going to be and where cool tones are going to be and where warm tones are going to be. Taking some Payne's Gray mixed with mostly just water and... Who was that? Is that Sunshine?
Let me see.
Okay, sorry. Kitty cats. Anyways, mostly mixed with water, and I'm kind of using it as a transparent glaze underneath where I think the shadows would be. Again, I can look and think, oh, if the light's over here and I had a paintbrush there, where would the shadow be? Oh, it would be over here. She's just climbing up. She was.
Hold her?
I'll hold her for a second. Why not? Our kitties miss us a bit, so I'm indulging them a bit more than usual because we've been out of town.
Here's the little sunshine.
There, my baby.
Oh.
Smack the light with her
Shot,
hand. Yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, you little purring honey. Oh, she's purring, baby. Okay, you want to go up there? That's fine. Want to sit up there, Sunshine? You can sit up there. She sits up there a lot during the day. Don't know if you can hear her purring, but she's purring quite loudly. Might get cozy up there.
She is a weird kitty.
Yeah, she's a very unlike our other kitties.
Yep, which are completely normal.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, getting some more water on my brush because I want it to be kind of transparent. Yeah.
Lainey says they've been listening as they clean.
Oh.
And I might have to do this more often. It makes cleaning less of a chore.
Oh, good. Thing that makes cleaning easier sounds good to me. Matt does most of the cleaning around here.
Yep.
Pretty much all of it. Because I'm painting. There we go.
Lainey says the painting looks gorgeous.
Yes,
Thank you.
So good. Thank you very much.
You guys got 2 kitties, and kitties stay in there.
There we go.
I remember when Mama just sat on your lap.
Yeah, Mama
people don't
Wolf.
know Mama Wolf, but that was a kitty we had, and Jasmine mentioned her earlier.
Yeah, she's the one in my zombie cat painting. But she was a Maine Coon, and she'd just sit right here if you were to be watching, but she would just be sitting right here by my hip, and she'd just look at my paintbrush and I'd move it back and forth.
Yeah.
It was my little friend.
We
had her for a very long time.
I miss her a lot.
But if you can look, you can see some of the shadows I painted in. Like this little line here, that's a shadow. Putting a little bit of water and a bit of smudge on it. There'll be a little shadow under this thorn, so I'm just kind of smudging a little shadow there. Smudgy little shadows.
That is cool.
Yeah. Looking pretty neat.
It's elements like that that I wouldn't think to do if I tried to paint anything. I'd be too worried about making it look like something that someone might like.
That's the thing, you gotta kind of give up on that after a while and hope if you like it yourself, then enough other people will like it. Even if it's a weird owl painting. Yeah, Sunshine being a good girl. She just sitting there nicely. Thank you, Sunshine. I'm gonna take some Payne's Gray and mix it with some of this grayish brown color, that purplish color that I used to tint my gesso when I was preparing the board. And I'm going to use this as kind of the shadowy areas of the cornea of her eye, the white part of her eye. As I often, yeah.
Who would be your dream collaboration?
Dream collaboration? Oh my god, I don't know. That would take some time and thought into putting into. Like for painting with? I mean, can it be? Yeah.
I wonder, Princess Bullet, do you mean painting with another artist, or do you mean like a licensing thing?
Hey, I get to paint Harry Potter or something, or yeah.
And if it is painting, do you mean alive or dead?
Ooh. Wow. Would I get to split the money?
Shaylee said that's literally the best advice about liking paintings she's heard all week.
Oh, good. That's how I try to approach it. I figure if I do it and I like it and something I have enthusiasm and interest in, it's going to show in the finished piece, and other people like it too.
Alive or painting, alive or dead?
Painter alive or dead? I would have to go with Hieronymus Bosch.
I was gonna guess that.
Yeah.
Dolly would be a good one.
Salvador Dali would be great. That would be a wonderful PR thing too, I'm sure. But no, I'd have to go with Hieronymus Bosch. And if you can tell, I've got the Garden of Earthly Delights and the Last Judgment hanging right behind me here.
I feel.
You might be able to see.
Yeah, if somebody's artistic style, because you can say if somebody's artistic style was close enough to yours where you wouldn't have a contrast.
Yeah.
Like let's say Elizabeth Vigée-Lebrun.
Yeah.
That wouldn't work.
That's true.
Because you both do female portraits really well.
That's true.
But if you had somebody like Bosch or Dali, they could create a landscape or a massive strange scene.
That's like how I've done like kind of Bosch pastiches and things before.
Post-mortem.
Yeah, he wasn't in on it, but when 500 years passed, your copyright's expired, so.
Love the cat clinging on for dear life. Actually, she's quite cozy up there. I think she's fine.
She's cozy. It's about exactly as wide as she is, and she, of course, is the one who takes bites out of the chair.
Hello, Hedgehog Crump.
Hello.
I like your name. We had a hedgehog once.
We did. He was our little baby.
My dream, that Nintendo guy says, my dream collaboration would be with Vanilla Ice, of course, after we stopped, though. Jasmine, we were in London, and one of the cities where you could do anything. There's tons of stuff to do. What was one of the movies that we watched while we were in London, Jasmine?
My parents insisted.
Your parents insisted. What movie did we watch in London?
The Riff Tracks version of Cool as Ice.
We watched Cool as Ice. Yes. We watched the Vanilla Ice movie from 1990 whatever.
89,
Cool
91,
as Ice in the middle of London.
It was the Riff Tracks version where they make fun of it. It wasn't like
yeah. Okay.
But my parents wanted to watch it because we carry around the DVD.
Apparently, we had the DVD on our person.
Yes.
I said, "Hey guys, what do you want to watch?" And they say, "What do you have?" And I said, "We have Cool as Ice." And they said, "Yes, we would like to watch Cool as Ice."
They said that they've watched it literally 100 times or something. I believe them.
They watched.
Again, this is for those who don't know. Riff Tracks are the folks from Mystery Science Theater, so it's like you watch it while they make fun of it and stuff. It's not like you sit there and just watch a terrible movie.
Shaylee says, "I think my dream collaboration would be Charlie Chaplin, or, well, to be honest, probably Jasmine."
Aww,
you're sweet, Shaylee.
That's very.
Yes, we watch Cool as Ice. Yeah. There you go. If you guys don't know the movie Cool as Ice, count yourself lucky. Yeah. I can't draw a stick figure, so no collab for me.
Aw.
Well, you really. I'm wondering, Princess Bull, have you tried to draw a stick figure? I bet you could if you tried.
You know, I can't think of the last time I've ever drawn a stick figure, really. I approach things so differently. I've taken some of that bluish gray and I put some more blue in it, and I'm kind of drawing in or painting in rather, her corneas. The shadows are looking really cool. I don't know how well you can tell, but like where the thorns are poking out of her head, so that's going to look really pretty realistic. I'll probably do a similar sort of shadow effect underneath the little spider once I've kind of got more of the background done. But I'm going to put a little bit of Naples yellow in with the bluish gray. You'd think if you're going to mix blue and yellow it's going to make green, but not really Naples yellow and not really Payne's gray blue. It's going to make kind of a cool neutral that will give a little bit of shape to our eyeball. The thing about eyeballs is they are balls, they're spheres, so when you look at them, they're not flat. They're actually like a little globe in there. I always try to show a little bit of a circular, round surface when I'm painting eyes. It helps it look more realistic and helps with expression too.
Ricky said I lost my cool card.
Oh.
With lose the zero and get with the hero.
Oh my lord.
Tammy says she doodles trees all the time. Do the trees complain, Tammy?
Hey.
And Pixie says, I can't draw, but I have journals of my handmade soap recipes.
Oh,
so that's cool.
neat.
I love Fight Club.
Yeah. I'm going to use some of the same blue-gray. And not a lot of color in this episode, sorry folks, but mostly underpainting. I use some of the same bluish gray to draw in a bit more lighting on her lips also, to give her more of a shape to her mouth. Yeah, looking pretty. I'm going to do another light try. I'm going to use my hairdryer real quick so that make sure that lower layer on her eyes are dry.
Linda says they can't draw, but they're good at knitting things like cool jumpers.
Oh, that's neat. That's something I've never really done much of.
Jumpers are in America we call them sweaters.
We call them sweaters, yes.
Yes. Sometimes a jumper would be. How would you describe what Americans would call a jumper?
It looks like overalls, but it's like a dress. Yeah, actually a lot like my apron. Yeah, very different than what we would call jumpers. We would call them sweaters for some reason.
So, Siren Moonbee says, I can't draw, but I doodle spiders and webs all the time.
Hey!
Do the spiders mind?
Hey! Wow, you're getting a lot of mileage out of that one. But,
no, it's the same joke. Especially if I'm on the phone. You doodle spiders when you're on the phone.
A lot of people draw or doodle when they're on the phone, even people who don't normally draw. I think it's because telephones, like when people would have landlines, would have little notepads next to them so you could write down messages for people. And people got in the habit of drawing and sketching when they talk on the phone. Usually boxes or designs or checkerboards or spiders or trees.
Jasmine.
Yes.
What setting do you have the hair dryer on?
High. I use it on high, and I usually use it on the hot setting. Unless I'm varnishing, I keep it on warm because it will start to overheat. And I know it's probably an environmental nightmare to run the hairdryer so much, but I make up for it in other ways.
There you go.
Yep. That makes the water evaporate. Since I use a lot of water in my paint, since I'm painting very thinly, I'm not painting straight out of the paint can and just layering it on. It's very thin glazes, so that will make the water evaporate quicker if I have a hairdryer, and that means I can add the next layer and the next layer, because I like my surface to be completely dry when I put the next layer on it. I'm not trying to blend on the surface of the painting. I'm blending on my little palette, doing a slightly different color, and putting that layer of color on top of another layer of color.
And yes, Jasmine's hairdryer has broken, and yes, I have went to an all-night Walgreens at 2 a.m. in the morning to buy another hairdryer.
Sometimes it happens.
Yes.
It's not because of my hair. I usually don't bother with that, but it is for painting. In fact, I have a different hairdryer at each of my easels here, even in the same house, because I use them for different paintings and for varnishing.
So Siren Moonbee likes to doodle while on the phone. Always have a notebook and a pen near the landline.
There you go. It's harder to doodle on the phone if you're like talking on an iPhone.
Yeah, the landline is better.
Yeah, you pretty much have to.
So landline and landlubbers.
Yes.
Apparently pirates like cell phones.
Yeah.
Before
Lots of
cell
people
phones, they
like
had
cell
nothing.
phones.
But they had semaphore.
They did have semaphore. We still have semaphore. We can all resort to that someday.
We can all resort to
Let's all
In
use
fact,
semaphore instead.
from now on,
Never mind,
Twitch is
no.
going to be brought to you by Semaphore.
Aw.
If you don't know what Semaphore is, you will learn soon, because I will be talking to you via Semaphore.
Sounds good.
What are her clothes going to look like, Jasmine?
You know, you're not really going to see a lot of her clothes. Let me think. I'm probably going to give her kind of long hair. And since it's not so much of a portrait as it is a series of symbolic imagery, really, it's going to be, and I want this kind of dark shape through the middle. There probably won't be much of her clothes to see. I'll probably have a little bit of a suggestion of some sort of dress or some sort of slip on her shoulder, etc. Just so you know she's not hanging out naked with owls or whatever, but I don't know. I might actually, since there's a spider in here, I might kind of play on the spider's weaving sort of theme and make it look like her outfit is kind of woven out of cobwebs a little bit.
You could make it a bit lacy.
That would look like it was
Yeah.
woven out of cobwebs a little bit. Yeah, maybe so.
Everybody's putting a raffle on that Nintendo guy did Wolf Elf. Hey, Nintendo guy, you missed it during Whitby.
It was
Everybody,
discussed at
people
Whitby.
were just laughing about Wolf Elves
Yes.
right and left.
It's true.
Husky says this painting is turning out amazing. I've just been on about 4 times, and each time so much more is done.
Oh, thank you.
It will look beautiful. I love the owl.
Thank you so much. Oh, I love owls.
Owls are cute.
Owls are cute and wise and dangerous.
They are dangerous.
Yeah.
They will knock you down the stairs.
They will
Oh,
knock you
boy.
down the staircase, apparently.
Knock you right down the staircase.
Yeah. Oh, that's turning out nice. You know, I'm actually gonna, even though I'm not going to be painting a lot of detail on the owl yet, I'm gonna start putting a little bit of lighter tones, since I've knocked it down so dark, around where the irises of his eyes are. It's gonna take some Naples yellow. See how bright that is. It's a little too bright. Naples yellow and a bit of Van Dyke brown. And just kind of put that in. Again, I don't want him to look like his eyes glow in the dark, but I want him to look like they are perceptive and they are seeing everything around him.
Brenda's neighbor is afraid of
reflecting.
owls. Apparently in Mexican lore,
Ah,
they're equated with witches.
there is Mr. Bujo, yeah?
Yeah.
That's owl, isn't it?
Did
That's
Jasmine put
close
a
to
light
Bujo.
blue down first, then highlight with white on her eyes?
Kinda. Yeah, I used some of the
Yarb.
same color that I had mixed with the gesso that I tinted, which was Oh, Van Dyke Brown, Raw Umber, Titan Buff, King's Gray, and also a bit of one of the violets, or Quinacridone Magenta, I think. And yeah, and I put about maybe 5 or 6 layers on the eyes, on the cornea of her eyes, and I've just used a hairdryer in between the layers. And we do have archives of all these that we have up at Twitch. They keep them for 2 months up here, then I put them on YouTube. So if you ever come in halfway and you want to see what I was doing earlier, usually by the next day they have been archived. About 24 hours later they'll pop up and you can watch them for free and see what you missed out on.
All right.
Oh, we got
my horrible little alarm.
This is for Sweet Isabella.
This is for Sweet Isabella. Who's going to get a statue? Let's see.
And I'll sign her for it.
I will ask Mubot.
There's a pretty little Sweet Isabella. Her lovely makeup.
What you got for me, Mubot?
She's numbered and I will sign her. Ooh. Ooh, and we'll ship her anywhere in the world.
Crystal Smith.
Crystal Smith is going to get Sweet Isabella. Congratulations,
Hey, Crystal, if you're in the room.
If you're in the room, yes, follow Matt's instructions.
Yes. Even though I probably know your hand.
Yeah, a lot of...
Let's see.
We know you. Oh, sorry, Sunshine. Didn't mean to
Are you okay?
bother you.
No,
okay? She's fine. I just scooted the chair over to get into my hairdryer, and she kind of like... Still purring. I think she's just happy we're home. We didn't
Crystal
take
lives
her
in Miami area.
Oh, excellent. Oh yes, I think I know that, Crystal.
Yes, you know that, Crystal.
Yes, excellent.
Yes, you do.
Congratulations, Crystal.
Yes, Crystal has visited us at Disney Show and bought an original from Pop Gallery.
Yes. Yeah. I don't give away too much personal information.
Oh, okay. I won't give away too much personal information, but Crystal is part of a fantastic family.
Yes.
And they are a pleasure to meet and chat with.
Yes, very much so.
I like it when families come. It's fun.
It is. Yeah, we had a handful of different families came together at Whitby, which was great.
Oh, yay, Crystal's in the room.
Yay, Crystal! Congratulations.
So just follow the instructions, Crystal.
Yeah. And if you already have one, you can always give her as a gift to somebody.
You betcha.
It never hurts your chances to win the next giveaway if you happen to win one, because it's random every time. Theoretically, one person.
That would be so weird if someone who won twice in a row. I don't know.
It would be unlikely, but not impossible.
It's unlikely, but not impossible. You're right.
I mean, what is there usually, like maybe 100 people in the room or something?
Yeah, right now we have 103.
103, so there's like a 1 in 100 chance. And then if there are 4 drawings that we do in one evening, there would be like a 4% chance. I mean, that's, yeah.
It's true. Now they're 108.
It's really 1 in 100 each time, so.
Oh, wait. Ricky's mom's here? I said hi, Ricardo's mom.
I think she said that earlier, didn't she?
Oh, if she did.
Yeah. I think so.
Linda Luna is Ricardo's mom. Here for the first time, and I have to say I'm so impressed about Jasmine's paintings.
Oh, thank you. Very, very much. We have a lot of families that are up here.
Yes.
That's great. That makes me happy.
So is Linda Luna the dragon?
No, she was with
Well, see, I didn't know whose
mom was whom.
Mom it was. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Ian.
That's Ian's
Never mind.
mom.
I'm thinking of Ian.
Yeah.
Never mind.
They were also at Whitby. Yeah.
I apologize, Linda.
We're not insinuating your mom was at Whitby.
No, that's Ian's mom.
That's Ian's mom.
No.
That was the dragon, and she's the one who
I apologize.
visited us several times.
No, we did not meet Ricky's mom then.
No.
So that is Gabriel's grandma. That's cool.
Oh, excellent. Well, Gabriel is a great kid.
Princess Bullet says, I met up with my brother in Whitby. I haven't seen him in almost a year. Aw.
Oh.
I said I was going to see you guys, and he said he was heading to the Goth Weekend. It was such a lovely surprise. That's too cool.
That's great. See, bringing families together. That's lovely. I'm taking some of the light color that I used to outline the irises on the owl's eyes, and I'm kind of drawn on the side of the crown because it's got these little zinc foil sort of things that pop up, and I want the side to look like it's a piece of stamped metal because I'm specifically trying to make it look like the funeral crown of Henry VII, who was the Holy Roman Emperor, and this is his funeral crown that was found in his tomb after they dug him up again. in a very, very thin kind of stamped out gold, because this would have been 700 years ago or so. It wasn't incredibly detailed, but it looks really cool on a skeleton, I think. So
I think so.
that's what he gets. He gets his portrait painted by me with an owl.
I love a nice skull and skeleton with a crown.
I do too. That's an imagery that's popped up quite often in paintings of mine and has since I was very young. Not sure why, but I like it.
There's a few places where I could, or two places in particular where I think of kings that are dead. One is in the movie Conan.
Oh yes.
When it looks like he's a giant, kind of, and Conan finds his sword.
The sword is there. Yeah, that's much like in the
right. And the other is on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride with the skeleton in his bed, which also makes me think of this song from Sting.
King of Pain.
Yes, King of Pain.
Yes.
And I mentioned that to you, and then you said you had thought of that
had.
also.
In fact, I'd drawn a picture of it once when I was a kid.
Jasmine is also a big Sting fan.
Right.
And I'm a big Sting fan, mostly for his work in the movie Dune.
Dune! Well, I'm a big David Lynch fan, so that works really good.
It works out perfectly.
I love Dune.
Yeah, say what you will about the movie.
I think it's a great movie. I could watch it constantly every day.
I saw it in the theater.
It's got Patrick Stewart in it, too.
Yes, it did. I saw it as
and Kyle MacLachlan.
Yes, and he's
It's
fantastic.
got all my favorite people in it, yeah.
I saw it in the theater as a child, and it impressed me a lot. I thought it was the coolest thing ever.
I had read the book when I was very young, in elementary school still, and then I saw the movie when I was probably maybe 14 or something. We had we had a VCR, and we had moved into an awful apartment that had cable like for the remaining month from the previous tenant. And we popped in some VCR tapes and just taped stuff that was on the TV, and Dune was on. So we had it on a VCR tape and watched it. Watched it many times. But yeah, Sting is in it also.
Mary says, do you print out pictures as references whenever you paint, like the crown? Or do you just go back to the internet numerous blah 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 to see it? Search it. It started out whatever she wrote.
Oh yeah, it depends on the picture. I don't have it printed out now. It was one I had a picture of on my phone actually from England when we were in England, and I just looked at it on my phone and sketched it out. If it's something more detailed, like if it's something that I want to be really specific and I'm going to be looking at for a long time, I'll print out a reference picture. Usually I show you guys if I have any around, but this isn't a painting that's really specific enough to need it other than when I was just sketching to begin with. Or if it's something like, if I'm doing something for a company that needs a logo or something like that needs to be exact, I will take like a piece of transfer paper or something, and if it's got a perfect circle, I've got to do it that way. Or if it's usually company stuff that needs to be a specific size, proportion, letters, something like that. But
Pixie says she loves Patrick Stewart. Her old Star Trek days.
Yeah.
Her favorite version of Christmas Carol is with him. Now, if I remember right, did he do Christmas Carol as a one-man?
He did a live show that was him doing all the characters from A Christmas Carol.
Jeez.
Yep. That's pretty cool. I would have liked to have seen that. We saw him in a play. Remember when we were in London? It wasn't a Christmas Carol, but
we saw him and
Ian McKellen.
Ian McKellen.
Yes, together. That was great.
Yes, that was fantastic. It was weird to be in the same room as
right next to him, Ian McKellen,
Captain Picard and Gandalf.
I know, right? That's pretty.
Also Magneto.
Magicalness.
And Professor X.
And many other things. He's Ian McKellen, for heaven's sakes. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Patrick Stewart in that short with Ricky Gervais.
Oh yeah. We won't go into it here, but yeah.
It's hilarious. Yeah. One of the funniest things ever.
That is
yeah, if anybody wants to get a laugh later on in YouTube, type in Patrick Stewart, Ricky Gervais, and I believe that's extras.
Yes, I saw that on an airplane.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
But I had seen everything already.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I'd seen everything.
Okay. So Gabriel loves WWE and cars.
Ah.
I would not have guessed that of him. But I what do I know from little boys?
I used to be a little boy, didn't you?
What's that?
You used to be a little boy.
I was a little boy, but I wasn't into WWE or cars really.
Ah.
I was more into swords and ninjas and stuff like that.
I was apparently into painting dead kings with crowns on them.
I was into
and owls.
into girls that liked skulls.
Oh. Oh, this owl's kind of cutie. He looks less grumpy now. I think it's because I've kind of made him darker in the shadows.
He does look less grumpy.
When I start putting little feathers around his eyes, I'll do a few now just so I don't forget that I want him to be grumpy. Try to pick out some little key feathers. They have little feathers that are much like grumpy little eyebrows. I almost think of painting fur when I paint owls because I paint cats so often. Think of those little cats with beaks. You're a little cat with a beak, aren't you? Like my sunshine. Sunshine? Got a sunshine here on my brush. Sometimes it is a constant battle keeping the
Highgate was
animal
amazing.
hairs and the jasmine hairs off the painting.
Yes. How was Highgate, or did I miss you talking?
Highgate was lovely. Yeah, you know what? I think we started to talk about it, and then the alarm went off or something. But yes, we went to Highgate Cemetery on Halloween Day, on October 31st. We took my parents there. They had not been before. We did the older side that you do the tour with, and we did the tour. We've been on the tour before, but we want to take my parents, and then we did the self-guided, of course, and saw all the cats. And
yes, we did do the tour.
Didn't see any vampires, but
so he knows all the cars. That's pretty impressive.
Cars in general.
Yeah, he
not cars like the movie.
He likes. We overtook a portion. He was thrilled.
All right.
My favorite cars are. My favorite car is a Lotus. I love them. I think they look like a insect.
They do kind of look like an insect. I remember that one that I'd see in town sometimes. That was that green color. That was very pretty.
And I also like Jeeps. And if you guys know what Woodies are, Aston Martins are great, but man, they're pricey.
I don't like cars. I like trains.
Trains are good.
Walking.
Walking's fun.
I like walking.
I like bikes, but I'm afraid of bicyclists that go quick. Because I think they're going to kill me.
Especially in Europe, London, Munich, somewhere where people are actually
I
using
almost died.
it for...
A bicyclist almost killed me.
Yes.
And
well, those are people who are like riding to work every day and are using it actually as transportation. They're not people like here in Florida just on vacation, goofing around, looking at palm trees on bicycles.
Gabriel asked Santa for an Aston Martin.
Aw. Good luck with that.
Wow.
I'm going to use some of that same dark color that I was using on the owl's beak to add some shadow underneath the top eyelid of her eyes. Since my characters tend to have extravagantly long eyelashes, that will leave a bit of a shadow on the top part of the eye, about maybe a third of the way up. I'll show you guys after I've finished a little layer here. Got a lot of water on my brush, so it's kind of messy.
Wow, Siren Moonbee, you parked at the Abbey?
When you went to...
Wow, that's quite a hike.
199 steps. But if you look, now you can see that there's kind of a darker third, like the top third of the whites of her eyes is a lot darker because I've taken a glaze of water mixed with that brownish color I was using on the owl's beak to make the shadow of where her eyelashes would be.
Apparently, Shaylee is going to have me come to UK and be her chauffeur.
Oh, okay. He's a good chauffeur. That's what he does for me mostly.
He doesn't drive either.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Night, Linda Lunda.
Good night.
I don't know anything about WWE.
I don't either.
The wrestlers that I knew, I just knew from childhood from other little boys talking about it. But I didn't...
I don't know anything.
I mean, the old guys like Hulk Hogan and all that. You kind of know some of those guys.
I don't... Yeah.
You know, like Hulk Hogan and
yeah,
Macho Man.
Macho
The Snap into the Slim Jim guy.
Oh.
Remember that guy?
I don't like Slim Jims either. Sorry, not my bag. I can see how little boys are find it entertaining.
I'm sorry, your hip hurt.
Oh no.
I certainly did do every one of those 199 steps. Andre the Giant, you know him?
Oh, I know Andre the Giant. Yeah, Princess Bride.
He doesn't even have to work out.
Shepherd Fairy, huh? No.
I don't even work out.
Yeah. Got a couple more layers. And she's starting to look a little sleepy. I don't know if I want her to look sleepy, so I might knock that back up a bit with a brighter color. But I'm just mostly working with the shadows and tone at this point. I'm going to pick out some more parts of the owl's face. Adds a little bit more light on him. Let me think. Light's coming here. Part of her head's going to be blocking part of him, so the viewer's left side of the owl's face will probably look a little bit lighter than the viewer's right-hand side of the owl's face. So when I do put things like pick out some final highlighting feathers and put the reflections around his eyes, it will be a little bit brighter on this half than on this half, and that will make him look a little bit more three-dimensional also.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Kelly says, I almost lost my dress on them 99
oh, no.
steps. It wasn't too windy the day that we got up one day.
We went earlier on.
Jasmine's parents went like 100 times up there.
Yeah, my parents went up. They brag on it later. They'd say, we went up the Abbey 4 times. And...
Yeah, they rock until they drop.
Yeah, they do.
They don't stop.
Yeah.
Not trying to rhyme.
No, that's too much Vanilla Ice movies for you. Okay.
Too much Vanilla Ice. Yes,
no,
I did tattoo a helicopter in my right arm.
Yes.
But now it's infected, so I'm going to get a robot hand.
I wish.
As you wish.
I had a robot hand. I don't know if I could say I was a traditional artist anymore. Or as painting goes. It'd almost be like printing. And little feathers. And the owls do have very furry little faces. Very much like a kitty cat. Both like eating mice and skulking around at night. Horned owls have little horns, kind of like kitty cat ears.
One time, Jasmine and I were walking. Must have been just after twilight.
Yep.
And a beautiful cat was on the sidewalk. And we both said, oh, look at the kitty. And then flew up into a tree.
Yes, it did.
And apparently cats can turn into owls.
Apparently so. And I was there. Probably eating one of those citrus rats.
We're making Shaylee smile. I'm making IT crowd references.
Except about the cat and the owl, that was us.
What's that, sweetie?
Except the cat owl, that was us.
Yeah, the cat owl was us.
It's like the owl and the pussycat, but it was one thing.
Very cool. I love both. So cats are owls, actually.
Yeah. I remember. I'll look up
the only bit I want to quote is the bit with the priest in that episode, but it's rude. Too rude for Twitch. Yes.
That's yeah. Sunshine, you just sleeping up there? Can people see her on the TV?
Yep.
Oh, my cozy girl. I don't have to worry about Sunshine biting me. She doesn't really do that much.
Unhand me, priest.
I'll turn this around and show you guys how it's looking from the front a little bit more. The skull's looking pretty.
It's always awesome to yell at the telly.
Yeah.
Jasmine,
that's pretty much all I do.
I will say that,
I can't hardly watch television.
Well, Jasmine doesn't like commercials, and I don't blame her because it really, really seems to cater to the lowest common denominator.
That's what you're watching, but yeah.
It does insult one intelligence.
Yeah. So I like to yell at the television.
Oh, Sunshine is a sweetie, Phoebe. Thank you for mentioning it.
She's a little sweet.
She, of our cats, is probably the most friendly for other humans to be around.
Yes.
Yeah, she's the only one.
She was just a stray. She wasn't feral or anything. So.
Yes, I do know about What We Do in the Shadows, and I can't wait until it's until we finally get it here.
Yes.
He also does a voice in a show called Disenchanted that's by Matt Groening, maker of The Simpsons and Futurama. So I'm hoping to see that too. That's on Netflix in America.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's on Netflix in the UK.
No. I think I saw an ad for it, but I don't remember. It's funny because we go back and forth. Our Netflix is different.
Yeah, our
here.
Netflix changes.
It won't let us watch the same things here in America as it was on my same computer in England, even if it was the same day and I brought it back and forth until I'm in England, or vice versa.
Yeah, we get Google alerts for Matt Berry.
Yeah.
So
I get Google alerts for like 4 people, and one of them is Matt Berry.
Yes,
so, yeah.
because he's just so darn entertaining.
He is. Well, I like his music.
Oh, that Siren,
I like the
that
shows.
is a cold beach. I mean, it's lovely down there in Whitby, but I will tell you that water's cold.
We've never been there in the summer, but we've only ever been there in like November, so that's not necessarily a time to visit a seaside town in England. Oh, that eye's too bright. I'm gonna rub that off. That's one thing about with the acrylic paints too. When they're still in that watery phase before they've dried all the way, if you don't like something, you can rub on it really fast and it just goes away. So I was thinking that was too light for that eye, so I'm gonna use this color I mixed up. I'm gonna use it in this eye. Since this eye is closer on the viewer's right to the viewer and is going to be in part of the sunbeam or whatever is illuminating this very illuminating painting, it's going to have that lighter color around this eye than on that eye over there.
Jasmine,
Yeah.
did you keep the sea glass Gabriel found for you?
Yep.
Yep. There you go.
If I had my purse, I'd show it to you.
Your purse is over there.
Over where?
Further.
By me?
No, not near you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, just trust that Jasmine has it.
Yep, I most certainly do.
It was windy. Gabriel chased sea foam. Oh, it was probably a mermaid.
It's hard to tell. It can turn into sea foam.
I tasted the seawater.
Ah,
It was salty.
yeah. My stepmother kind of fell in the water.
The way I tasted it is because we went on a boat ride. It's only 3 pounds.
3 pounds.
3 pounds for a 20-minute boat ride.
Yeah.
One of the best bargains
Money
there in
well
Whitby.
spent, yeah.
And we went out there, and then when we turned the corner, flashy water right in the face. And
Yeah.
your father said that tasted like lunch because he had fish and chips for lunch. Oh, Kieran says that that Layla loved the little messages we put in the book.
Oh, good.
Well, I'm happy she liked it, Kieran. That was especially for her, and she said she wouldn't read them till she got home.
Yeah.
3 of your finest English pounds. Yes.
Yes.
And I gained about 5 American pounds on that wonderful English food.
Yes. We have very good luck with food in England. They have so many vegetarian options there.
There has to be something. I don't understand vacation weight. It's really bizarre. So let's say I go on a cruise or I go to the UK, something for a long time, because we were gone for quite a while.
Yeah.
Like 10 days.
We were gone
And
10
I will
days,
eat
15.
because I don't eat a ton of calories at home, but I'll eat more on vacation because I want to experience more. And I will gain
And have drinks more.
I will gain a few pounds, but I'll say just in a few days, after I get home, they're gone.
Well, I cook pretty healthfully here.
Yeah,
at
so
home,
I mean, I just go right back to the weight I was before. It's like it was a weird joke almost that I kept those pounds on. They just fall right off me.
Well, that's good for you.
Poor Selena was the sea foam.
Aww.
Maybe so.
Maybe so. This is turning out lovely.
Oh, Ricky says, I love my book signed to Richard.
Oh, yes.
Ian says, I love the signed Matt signed 4 ways in my book. See, I will do weird stuff if if you give me a hint and the way I'll
He
sign.
was signing things. We had the Forever Strange book, and Matt had written a short story in it. That's why Matt was signing things. He doesn't usually sign my artwork.
Yeah, it has to make sense that I would sign something. So since I have the short story in there, I sign things for people, but I often do silly little things.
Yeah.
I'm happy you guys appreciate it.
I tend to do less silly little things because I tend to sign thousands of things in a day sometimes. So
also, it's
I do my best.
Personality
I usually
based.
put a happy face on there.
Old Town does have good popcorn, Tammy. I think my mom got some kettle corn from there.
They also have that shop that has like 900 flavors of popcorn.
Yes, I think that's what Tammy's talking
yeah,
about.
because
Try a Publix Calypso cookie. Can you get those singly, SB Reynolds? Because maybe Jasmine and I might want to split one.
Have one.
Is it one of those Gigano cookies? Oh, Old Town is a lot of fun, Tammy. I'm happy you go there. It reminds me of a fair that used to show up in the town I came from once a year, but it's like there all the time, so it's kind of bizarre. Both, yes, cookies and the Heath Bar cookie. Ooh, Heath bars. So good.
Toffee.
I like toffee.
I like toffee.
Toffee is good.
Don't need a whole lot
You
of
know what I
sweets,
haven't
but
had
do like
for a
toffee.
long time? It sounds like toffee. It's taffy. I haven't had any saltwater taffy forever.
You had some saltwater taffy in July.
Where?
Coming back through, we stopped at Rocket Fizz in Illinois.
Did I have some there?
I think so.
Oh, the ones that are little packets. I was thinking about the ones
these weren't.
that stretch the thing.
These were the little, the ones that are like rolled up in the different flavors. That's saltwater taffy in it.
Probably. I want a big old stick of saltwater taffy where that machine stretches it and makes it. I haven't seen those for a while. Well, I will look that up.
In Seaside.
Try to remember that Publix Calypso cookie. I will try to figure out what that is, and I'll remember Calypso. Shaylee says, is saltwater taffy real? I thought it was a friend's joke.
No, saltwater taffy.
It's real? Yeah, saltwater taffy is definitely real.
Yeah, they're often, you see them in seaside towns often. There's a lot of places, vacation areas will have those big barrels filled with different flavors.
Silver Dollar City has the best taffy. It's weird, Tammy. You know both my worlds.
Yeah, I was gonna say she knows the Kansas City stuff and the Florida stuff. Yeah.
Well, Tammy, the little town that I was referring to is Grandview, Missouri, and it was if you've been there a long time ago, it was Harry's heydays, and Harry is Harry Truman. That's who that's referring to. So Harry Truman had a little farm home in Truman Corners, and they used to have an amazing kind of like a fun fair that would come there once a year, but it doesn't have rides and stuff like it used to, so it's different now. And one year they had a circus. Pixie says, I live in Plymouth, Mass. I'll have to find you some.
Oh, see, they probably have saltwater taffy there.
Gabriel has no holidays and he'll be happy if I go without him.
Oh.
I think they're talking about some sort of tour. I love saltwater taffy. I haven't had it for about 2 years. I think the lesson tonight is that we all need to go have some saltwater taffy.
I like it when they make strange flavors of it.
Oh, treacle taffy. Okay,
Treacle
Ian says
taffy?
Kelly Sarah got her mouth stuck with some treacle.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, treacle toffee.
Toffee. I was going to
Treacle
say
toffee.
treacle toffee.
Last week it was hilarious listening to her try and tell us.
Oh my gosh. That's something I don't like about things that are too sticky like that.
Pull out your fillings.
I don't have any fillings.
Santa Calagon days. I remember those. You ever go to Santa Calagon days, Jasmine?
No.
I saw them 3 times when I was in Detroit. And I wanted to get the best of the best. I'm not sure. Just landed back in Florida. What did I miss? Escapade. Let's see. We've just been chatting about silly things, and Jasmine's really added a lot of depth.
A lot of work done on this painting.
I mean,
just started.
man,
looking good.
it's turned 3D since you started on it.
Yeah. Working on the thorns on her crown there. Got Mr. Skeleton.
That is
looking
beautiful.
good.
I know people say this
it's
a lot.
It's not going to have a lot of color.
I love it almost how it is now.
Yeah, I know.
It's so cool.
Yeah. But it's not going to have a whole lot of saturated color on it. It's going to be very, like I said, kind of have an antique sepia tone sort of feel.
Shayla says you've made incredible progress with painting tonight. So inspiring. You know, you really have. Almost more than any other time.
Oh, well.
Maybe you're getting better at Twitch painting.
Probably. It's probably. I'm trying to do things like work at different areas of it while other parts are drying, etc. So I'm putting more thought into it than I would if I was just sitting here painting and I can, take all day on one thing. But yeah, so far so good. This will be sent off to California for the Art Collector Starter Kit at the Corey Helford Gallery opening. The show opens on the 1st of December. If anybody's interested in the original painting, you can contact the gallery. And we'll have prints sometime after December 1st, probably mid-December.
Yes.
Sometime
and
before
you're thinking,
Christmas.
How much was this one again?
It is a 12 by 12. It's probably gonna take me about 50 hours, maybe. So it'll probably be priced around the 4,000-ish mark, 4,200 maybe.
Okay, and I will put up Sherry's.
Put a link to Sherry at CoreyHelferGallery.com.
I will. Just again, if anybody's interested in this.
In the original painting, it will be there, and they will ship worldwide. So you don't physically have to be there at the gallery if you don't want to be. But if you happen to want to stop in and see it at the gallery, it will be there for the whole month of December, along with all the other paintings that all the many other artists who work with the Corey Helford Gallery will have there. It should be a neat show. I won't be at it, unfortunately, because I will be in Southeast Asia, but my painting will be there. I'll probably be back in California, I think, in March. I'm not 100% sure, but that's the next time I'll be there in person, I think. It depends.
People are asking if you ever do a candy line, girls. Jasmine's I think peppermint pretty.
I was gonna say I've got some that are kind of. Oh, sorry, Diane. I've got a licorice one, a chocolate fairy. I haven't for a while. I tend to paint more weird stuff like this than I do candy fairies, but I certainly have painted some. I had a series of little figurines too, like little dolls, little gumdrop ones and licorice ones, and spearmint and peppermint.
What size prints will there be for this one?
Let me see. It is a 12 by 12. We will probably then have an 8 by 8 on an 8 by 10 sheet, so it has a border around it. Probably a 12 by 12 that is exactly the same size as this. And then I'll probably upsize it for the masterpiece canvas that I hand paint little details on. That will probably be a 20 by 20. And of those masterpiece canvases, I only make 5 of those. Those are the ones that I actually hand paint. I think I've showed you guys here a few times how I put little details and stuff. All of those will be at strangeling.com. The masterpiece ones, we do take reservations from Patreon patrons. So if you'd like to reserve one of those and you are a Patreon patron, you can email us at jasmine@strangeling.com, jasminetoad@aol.com. All goes to the same place. And say, hey, I'd like to reserve a masterpiece canvas of this. I think those are probably like $5.95.
Let us know.
Yeah, let us know. I only make 5 of them, so sometimes they sell out before they actually get seen by the public because people will buy them on Patreon or from Twitch, etc. But it's you can probably get a pretty good idea of how it's going to look. But of course, I have not put any colors on it yet, and not everybody likes to buy things sight unseen, especially artwork.
Oh, I kind of want it.
Oh.
I can always make a print.
You can always make a print, man.
Jasmine only charges me 50%.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, thank you, Penny Mouse.
I heard a magic noise.
Thank you so much.
Subscribe?
Yes.
Ah, thank you. I make her nose a bit brighter too. I don't want her to disappear into the shadow too much. I want the effect of the shading and the shadow composition in her face, the interplay there, to kind of not mock, but kind of be a reflection of that of the skull, as kind of a vanitas sort of memento mori happening. So the areas that are kind of brighter on her face are going to be kind of flipped over here so that it acts like it's the same light source. I'm gonna let this dry real quick with my hairdryer. Well, a piece of paper towel. I'll be right back.
Got about a half hour before the raffle if anybody wants to join. And I will remind everybody what we are raffling off for the last and final raffle tonight, which will be 7 p.m. our time. It will be the White Rose Fairy Whitby Goth Weekend pin. And a lot of you guys probably got one, but so many of you didn't. And this is a really, really cool chance to get one here. Be sure to put exclamation raffle.
Exclamation point raffle.
And I will demonstrate for you if you don't know. 94 viewers at 6:35, Jasmine.
Oh, okay. Paper towel here. This way I can kind of dry my hands off if I get too much water on them in different paint colors if I'm putting lighter colors on top of here.
Ooh, an Allison Snow White scarf on eBay. Well, awesome, Siren.
Oh,
I
excellent.
hope you love it.
These are made by the Nemesis Now company. They make very lovely scarves, like thin, lightweight, decorative scarves that have my paintings on them. Brush. There we go. At this point, I'm going to take some titanium buff here and start going over the exaggerated, bright, sort of directed light source that's going to hit her hair. Again, I haven't decided quite what color to make her hair yet, but I know that if my light source is from the upper right-hand corner, that is going to be where the brightest spotlight is going to be on her hair. I'd like her to look like she has healthy, shiny hair, so I'm going to make it quite bright on the reflection. It might look like I'm painting over some of the little, let's see, maybe I'll scoot this a bit closer. Painting over some of the thorns that are in her crown of thorns there. But since they're going to kind of be hiding in the hair already, it's going to look like individual strands when it's done. And then you'll see the thorns kind of through her hair. At least that's the plan.
It should work out perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, the ferrets are cute in Beastmaster. Tammy wants to know about the ferret pins. When can they see them?
The ferret pins?
Yes.
The ferret pins are still in production, but I think, have I posted the artwork for it?
Thought you had.
Did I or did I not do? I might have posted it at Patreon. If I haven't posted the concept art for it yet, I'll do so up at the pins group. Probably tomorrow or something. But it turned out super cute, and it's based on my painting Red Butterfly Ferrets, which is a little fairy who's holding two ferrets that have red butterfly wings as if they themselves are also ferrets. And that will be popping up probably on the website end of November, early December.
Red Girl said it was on Patreon about 2 months ago.
Oh, I think I put the I put a picture of the painting up there.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I wasn't done yet with the concept art for it yet. So I've since finished the line art and sent that to the factory for the mold and everything. So that is being worked on now, and the design is all finished, and I'll show it off at the pins group. A little bit of highlight on this side of her head too, just because her hair is probably coming out over her face a bit and probably getting a little picked up from that. Gosh, Sunshine is still purring here.
Aww.
He's having a nice little sit, aren't you, honey? Yeah, see, it's not so scary to be on camera. She often hides when we broadcast.
Our first Twitch ever, which was... she wouldn't leave us alone.
Yeah, she wouldn't. I haven't used any white in this painting yet, believe it or not. The lightest color that you see here is titanium buff, which is kind of an ivory color. I guess they call it Titan buff, but it's short for titanium buff. I'm guessing because the white I use usually is titanium white. I usually reserve that until closer to the end of the painting, so the brightest things in the painting will have white in them, and the things that are more in the distance but just need to be light or more opaque in color will have the Titan buff in it. A little bit too much water on here for me.
And you got a brown recluse.
Yeah, I got a brown recluse.
So, does she mind control the spider?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Mind controlling spiders.
That's what this painting is.
Jasmine, I want to tell you about the spider baby. Have you heard about the spider baby?
I have. Did they put a nappy on it?
Yes. It actually they push it around in a pram.
In a pram, yeah.
And
it's got the mind of a spider.
It has the mind and it's a mind of a baby in the body of a spider.
Yes.
And the way I know it's a baby is because they push it around in a perambulator.
Push it in a pram. Does anybody know what show that's from? Yeah.
What show is that from? If you know.
We know all the cool shows. Since you're talking about the spider, I'm going to make this area a bit darker, kind of back where the spider is. I want him to be kind of lurking here. So I'm going to make the skin on her arm here a little bit darker, kind of disappearing into the gloom. Using kind of a medium flat brush. I actually bought this brush intending to make it more fuzzy so I can use it as a blending stump kind of later. So I'm going to use it and really kind of grind it into the panel here. Darken this area.
Toy Story, somebody says.
Yeah.
Spider baby.
Oh,
I know what they're referring to. They're talking about
the scary toys that.
Yeah, I can't remember the kid's name next door.
Isn't it Sid?
What is the link to clothing and blankets with Jasmine printed on them?
The company People's Choice Apparel. It'll probably flip by in our slideshow thing. Their website is, I think it's still currently down for maintenance, but it will be popping up soon. They're under new management, so it is called People's Choice Apparel. Alternately, if you just search Jasmine Becket-Griffith shirts, Jasmine Becket-Griffith blankets, they will probably pop up, because I think they are still up on Amazon currently while they're working on their main website. Matt could probably look, but I'm not really by a computer.
People's Choice?
People's Choice Apparel. Or if you just Google it, it will bring it up. Making this darker. This will, like I said, you're not really going to see a whole lot of her clothing since it's really just kind of showing her shoulder. But I will probably put some shadow over the area that will have clothing so that when I do decide to make the spider kind of making spider webs on things, it will look like maybe her clothes are kind of made out of the spider web. A little lacy sort of design to it that looks organic as if it was woven by an interfering spider weaving stuff.
Somebody guessed League of Gentlemen. I let him know it was Father Ted.
Ah, that's Father Ted.
And Dougal said
Great
it.
Show.
And they're about to go to a fun fair.
They were going to go to a fun fair. Their fun fair didn't.
Fun fair on Craggy Island.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Craggy Island. I'm gonna make this part of her hair kind of have a reflected light that is more bluish gray and darker than the bright Titan buff that's coming in from the upper right hand corner. Just so it looks like there's hair there and you know that her back just doesn't disappear into nothing. That's going to tie it in a little bit with the whole layout. Yes, that's looking lovely. And it looks like my niece Ellie.
Baby loves the clothing idea for this painting. Very creative.
Yay!
What advice would you give to artists struggling to get a fan base? This is asked by Faceless Monkey Artist.
Oh, well, they've got a good name.
You started off with a good name. That's a good start.
Yeah.
Faceless Monkey Artist will go far.
I don't know if there is a shortcut to doing such a thing. I've started my website in 1997, and I've tried to pretty much show people what I've been working on every day since then. So it's taken 20 odd years to get to this point. Social media is a good place to start. We didn't have as much back when I started, but things like Instagram, Facebook, posting up here at Twitch might be a good idea if you don't mind showing people what you're working on and talking at the same time. Getting people to interact and see what you're working on, get people excited about what you're working on. Again, if it's something you yourself is excited about, then other people are more likely to also be excited about it. Being consistent in output, showing people new stuff regularly. So that if you have a website or an Instagram, folks might be, oh, I wonder what the Faceless Monkey Artist is up to. They'll want to go look and see because you regularly put interesting content up. Having something that's unique that kind of expresses yourself will make it interesting for other people because it won't be the same that they've already seen a million times from other people. And doing things like, I like doing live events. Well, I think that helps a lot with fan bases. Like a lot of the people here at Twitch are people that I've met at real shows.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of these people.
That's how I'm starting to know people's names.
If you have things like local art festivals.
I've met Shaylee D, for example. Yeah. I've met Tammy. I've met Kitten BZ.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've met lots
Ricky.
Of these people.
Pins Gadgets. I may have met you, but I'm not sure.
We may have met many of these people and not know what their real name is.
Yes, we don't know what their real name is.
Their real name here. So I think that that is a great way. I started off doing things like Dragon Con and little small art fairs and any sort of festival that lets you set up a little booth. Bring a good selection of your artwork. You can make your own prints. That's what I do. Bring a bunch of business cards, and make sure you have a website or an Instagram or something to show people what your business card is for, so they have a place to look at it. Yeah, you can put your name on it. Put your email address on it if you'd like, and just pass them out. That is how a lot of people have found me. That is almost exclusively how a lot of the companies I work with have found me. People like Disney would come to MegaCon and say, oh, what? This lady's got a bunch of art, and there's a big line in front. This looks like something we might want to have at Disney. And then they contacted me. A lot of the licensing companies I worked with, they've met me in real life and seen my artwork, and they liked it, and thought that it had enough of an interest for the public that they would like to license it.
Ricky, Shaylee was not at Whitby. She has visited us at the Glastonbury.
Yeah, we've seen her at Glastonbury.
And we met Sassy and her boyfriend at the Casey Run Fair.
Oh, yes.
And Kieran says he liked doing the live interview with you.
Yes. And that was the first time I told people about the Pirate Girl pins, too.
And Siren Moonbee says, you've met me twice this year, and my hubby, Menace Dennis, we saw you at Glastonbury.
Indeed.
I
was going to say, we've met a disproportionate amount.
Yep.
That's awesome. So that is definitely
Thank you, Vampy, for the bits.
Oh, thank you for bits. Making her hair go down a little bit longer in the front, since I don't necessarily want to put a whole lot of detailed clothing on her. I don't want to have anything that's going to distract from. There's already a lot going on. There's owls and skulls and things happening. So I want to have a kind of a simple outfit that is not indicative of a specific time or place. I'm kind of making her hair long in the front, covering up where she might have some clothes, and I'll probably, like I said, kind of make some sort of lacy thing as if the spider was kind of weaving about her. There won't be a whole lot of color in this. I'll add, skulls aren't very colorful. Owls, like great horned owls. I don't have my phone by me, but I have the picture of the owl from the Animal Kingdom at Disney that this is loosely based off of. And he's kind of brown and white and black speckles on him, and he's kind of be in the shadows anyway.
Yeah, so he's gonna be cute.
And a lot of her hair is in the shadows, and brown recluse's spiders are kind of brown, and the thorns will kind of be brown. I'll probably give her some little wilted flowers to throw in there, so there won't be a whole lot of color in it, but so I'll mostly have a lot of the underpainting done before I really start adding any color. I need to make this part of her hair darker because it's sticking out too much when I look at it. When I'm working on a painting, if I kind of squint at it partway through and I see parts that look like they're standing out wrong, that's when I know something is not quite right. It's either too light or too dark, or the arm's going the wrong way or something. Sometimes I'll take a painting and hold it up in front of a mirror. Or turn it upside down even, and if you see something that looks really wrong, then that's a good note for you as an artist to think, really that makes it look balanced, it makes it look happy to die, etc. Yeah.
Faceless Monkey Artist says, that's the best advice ever. Thank you, I'm from Wales. Sure. And being an artist for 6 years, but never thought about going to festivals would have helped me. I'm going to look into them.
Definitely. Often too, even just small places won't cost that much. Sometimes they'll want like $20 to set up a little stall, or you don't have to do the big shows right at the beginning. But
oh, Tenacious D was coming to town for that Nintendo guy, but they're sold out.
Are they coming to Orlando?
I should check
Los Angeles or
because I
Kansas
love
City or
Tenacious
London
D.
or anything. I've seen them live before.
Life Freedom
I love
Jasmine
Tenacious
has
D.
not thought about becoming a tattoo artist because she doesn't have time.
No. A lot of people. There are many very skilled tattoo artists who do tattoos of my artwork. Raven Barnhill out in Vero Beach at Black Lotus Tattoo does amazing jobs of translating my artwork onto people's skin. But no, I myself, I don't. No, I'd be better off putting it on a piece of wood like this and selling it than I probably would be doing tattoos, and I wouldn't want the responsibility of ruining somebody. I don't know. Like anything else, I know people can.
What all festivals / cons do you do, Jasmine?
Well, for heaven's sake, let me think. Well, this past couple weeks I did I did a live gallery appearance for Disneyland in California, so that was at Disney's Wonderground Gallery in Anaheim. And the 2 weeks after that, I did the Whitby Goth Weekend, which was in Whitby, England. That's a great one. My next one is Saturday at Disney World in Florida at Wonderground Gallery. Once you have things in a few galleries, that's a great way to do a live appearance. You can show up at your gallery, autograph things. That's fun. I do the Kansas City Renaissance Fair. I do Dragon Con, MegaCon, Avalon Fairy Fair in Glastonbury. I'm doing Tintagel. I do D23 sometimes. Lots of live events at galleries, though. That's probably the bulk of what I do. As far as meet and greets and showing up at something like at the Corey Helfer Gallery. I'll go there and have a show, or do the Disney galleries, or anytime I like to try to go if I'm in a group show, but I always go if it's a solo show for sure. Which involves a lot of travel, so then you've got to make more paintings to pay for the plane tickets and all that, because galleries and companies don't ever pay for that, at least not in my experience. Which is why I have things like Patreon that help me cover the price to buy a plane ticket to fly all the way to Whitby, to set up a little stall in the corner.
Would you ever be tempted to paint your variations of older British queens, Victoria or Elizabeth I?
Yeah, I have painted both of them. I painted Elizabeth several times, and I have a panel right now that I'll probably be working on. Golly, if not next weekend, it might be the Twitch after that. I'll be working on a painting of Elizabeth I that I did a study about 3 months ago that was a smaller one. I think I might have showed you guys, that has Elizabeth in her sea monsters dress from the rainbow portrait, and I'm doing a large scale, similar concept but very different painting that will be like a 36-inch piece I'll be working on. That might be one I have to do at my big easel, Manny. So yes, definitely. I've painted Anne Boleyn. I've painted quite a few of the various famous monarchs of England and elsewhere. But yeah, I like the Tudor era a lot. So
we will not be doing Twitch during Thanksgiving. We will not even have the internet on.
No, we don't. Thanksgiving is one of the only days of the year that I do not work.
No.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I've got to work a couple hours in the morning writing contracts or something boring like that. But for the most part, I do not work on Thanksgiving. Most of the time, I'm cooking on Thanksgiving because I do ridiculously elaborate vegetarian Thanksgiving stuff for me and Matt here. So. But not Twitch.
Lizzie and the Sea Monsters.
Exactly.
Tudor era was always my favorite, Princess Bull, it says.
It's a very interesting time. A lot of interesting characters out of it. But yeah, I think that might be the next one I'm working on. I'll either be working on the Elizabeth piece, or I might do a couple minis again, like how we've done at Twitch, where somebody gets to bid on it and tell me how to paint it. Or I might alternately be working on the Madonna of the Wasps, which is the big altarpiece one that I think I showed some of you guys pictures of Matt working on the frame for it. And that one, I believe, will probably be destined for my 2020 show. Elizabeth one I'm just selling myself. That's not for a gallery, but you will see it soon. It's got sea monsters.
I love royal portraits. Very much so.
I do too. I love the National Portrait Gallery in
I could just live
London.
in there.
Whenever there's a special show or a traveling exhibit there, I always go. see it specifically. I'm doing more layers down here. I don't know if you might be able to see how wet that is because there's a lot of water. Lots of very thin, brushy, watery layers of raw umber mixed with Payne's Gray and more water. And I'm just kind of going layer upon layer with a fuzzy little brush. At the end, once it's done, it will look like it has a very smooth, cohesive surface on it. But right now it looks very brushy because I've got many more layers to go. I painted the sides of this black using actual black paint, like carbon black. I'll have to redo it a couple times probably after I'm done with the painting because it's already getting drip drops of paint all over it. But I'm not going to use that same black as the background here. I want it to be a definite edge since it is going to be hung gallery style with a whole bunch of other paintings by other artists that are all in this 12 by 12 square wood format. I want it to match the other ones, so I don't want this black to kind of come onto the front of the surface or the paint to go onto the surface of the side.
Got it.
There are cool ways to do that on purpose. If it was something I was just doing myself, not for a show to match other pieces that are there. I've seen people paint on the sides of the wood also and kind of wrap it around the edges. Put like a cool octopus and have tentacles around it or leaves around it or something. There are neat things you can do with this sort of cradled wood panel like that, but for this one, I'm just keeping the sides black. And it will look appealing to have dark around the lower edges of it because it will look as if it wraps around there, but it will not actually be matching. And I'll varnish the front surface many, many times. Once I'm done, our Payne's Gray. I'm using a lot of browns and grays mostly so far. But I will, like I said, this will probably be about roughly 50 hours of work by the time it's done, so I will probably have it finished by next Sunday when I broadcast next at Twitch, because our next broadcast will be exactly a week from today, on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm already finished with this one, and I might be working on Lizzie and the Sea Monsters or something by then, I promise I will try to sneak a preview of to show you guys how it turned out with the color and all that.
Shaylee, we got I and Jasmine's dad and her stepmom got to visit the V&A. Jasmine was working.
I was painting those pin designs.
Yeah,
yes.
There was a Frida Kahlo exhibition.
Oh, how long?
There was also an exhibition there for video games.
Oh, that's weird.
Which I thought was bizarre. So I did not research it.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Frida Kahlo stuff was going to be there.
Ah.
But the V&A is so vast and whatever, and knowing the people I was with, they would have rather probably seen the big casts of things.
Yeah, the
objet d'art.
Yeah.
But I like Frida Kahlo.
I do too. She's somebody I would like to. I did a portrait of her 20 odd years ago, but I haven't really as an adult. I'd like to paint her. I like her. She's friends with monkeys. Wonderful eyebrows. Excuse me, sunshine.
Congratulations to the winner, and good luck.
Oh, did somebody win?
Oh no, Tammy's just saying congratulations.
Oh, okay.
What if you win, Tammy?
No.
He's assuming.
Is it time for the giveaway yet, or?
We have 2 minutes.
Okay, well I'll show off the
Two
this
full
will be
minutes.
the wonderful white rose fairy all the way from Whitby.
And it could very much go to someone.
And it might go to somebody who was
already-
in Whitby.
because there's so many Whitby
there's a
people
lot
in
of
here.
yeah.
Oh, Nintendo guy says that's the pin. It's the pin that I want. Oh, we're talking about a song.
Ah.
Perfect.
You do a little bit of her hair here too, where it's kind of going over her shoulder. Don't want it to look like she's got like a beard, really.
I think that Nintendo guy and I could just sit there and write for Mad Magazine.
Probably.
I was addicted to Mad Magazine as a teenager and a child.
You and I are very different people, man.
I love Mad Magazine. I've got 5 Mad magazines upstairs that I haven't read yet. Warlock Redbeard said start ordering is how he won so many times. Stars are for wishes. Well, maybe Shaggy Gaga taught you that. I'm happy people like good stuff in here.
Well, yeah, they're here, aren't they?
True. Oh, there we go. Oh, Cool Cole says, I am no joke reading a copy of Mad Magazine right now. See, there you go, Jasmine. That rocks. That made me happy.
Approval.
All right. Let's get Moobot to do their thing.
Yes. Good luck, everybody.
Kintra has won the raffle.
Kintra!
I know they were in here earlier.
Okay. So Kintra has
Let me put up the little message.
She's won.
But I don't know if they're in here now.
Also, I don't know if I showed yet. I'll show this while you're figuring that out. The November pin of the month is coming out very soon, shipping out in just a few days. And this is Alice's advice. She's the one with the little teacup. Some of you probably know the painting. She's an illustration for the Alice Oracle. And we did a pin of her that turned out so cute. I probably got too many lights on for you to see it properly, but she turned out adorable and has a tiny little cup of tea. And she'll be the ones that we're mailing automatically to all the Patreon pin collectors at some point this week. Those will be in the mail. And if you're not a Patreon pin collector yet, you should be, because you'll be getting her. And you'll be getting her.
Let me write that.
We don't have a lot of these left of the strawberry cupcakes ones, the Rococo ones. So after the last one of this one's gone, there'll be a new Patreon exclusive, and I'll tell you guys about that once I've sorted all my other stuff out. Again, we are running on very jet-lagged fumes here, having just returned yesterday.
Yes.
But...
Thank you so much for having fun with us
yes.
Tonight, guys. I had a lot of laughs.
Yes, it's good. I got a decent amount of work done, too.
Aw, the November pin is so sweet. I think she's my favorite Alice.
Love her.
Aw.
I've
I like that
so
painting
much
a lot, too.
tea in the past few weeks. I know I've been in England, so it's obvious, but I don't really do
Well,
coffee.
you will get her soon, Mimi.
Yeah. Yay! Yep, all my Patreon pin collectors will be getting
are
her
welcome.
shipped this week.
Had a good time tonight. Thanks so
Yeah.
much, guys.
Oh, Sunshine knows it's done, apparently. There she goes.
That's funny. Well, it's probably our tone. Probably
Yeah,
changed
you
a
can
bit.
tell it's time. Bye, Sunshine.
Night, Ian.
Good night.
Again,
Night,
it was
everybody.
fun chatting with you, despite what you might say.
Yes. All of you. It's very nice to see you in real life.
You have not
and
seen some of the people that we've chatted with before that... Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. But, and we'll be up here on Twitch at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time next Sunday. Hope to see you then.
Bye.
Night-night.